when it was Kemet, Black Egypt. It was a Nile Valley civilization. Black Egypt. It wasn't no Mediterranean culture like us. You gon' get tormented for 4 minutes if it's war when it just said Jessaru got a false door in it. The Nubian flow, that's before Kemet. My Sakim T got rubies and gold, and it's fit for a Kushite king. But what it look like, the green Sahara ring bearer, bring terror to your satellite kingdom, so they do not bother me. Scarification look like wavy line pottery, Kush with the black top pots. I rap top notch, and I could kick it till your laptop stops. I'm like Tahaka, Shabaka, or Pianki, the author's a father. Any cocky, I came down and out through the lands of Kush, living a pre-dynastic pharaoh way and marrow way. Kerma, Khartoum, or Simna by the 5th cataract. Now I put the 5th wheel on the Cadillac. So much ride, a white man couldn't battle that dough, they had to paddle back. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Gotta look and see where the Nile started. Black Egypt. How it was easier to go downstream than upstream. And which way the river flowed. Don't look at the color, look at the culture. Black Egypt. What you know about Dynasty 00? Roll through with Shimsu, Heru on the standard. Ta-Nehisi, Sudanese G's. Try to test me, I'm an archer from Ethnicity. The squad ready, so I'm stepping in with the extra thin leopard skin. A tail on the apron with my crown on. You can crack jokes, but I ain't the one to clown on. Hey yo, Egypt was black, and that's a fact. All you little suckers need to step on back. They tried to throw us off, but we kept on track. We started doing research, but you slept on that. And with Kemet, it don't matter what the name means. If it's a black culture, then that's the same thing. Race science is a lame thing. Ever since Nubian times, I let the chain swing. How the first known of Egypt was Ethnicity, but Ethnicity was Ethnicity already. Yep, it meant the land of the bow, and when Egyptians needed archers, this is where they would go to recruit them. I got arrows and I shoot them. Who them fake pharaohs? I uproot them and use Black Egypt. 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 Yo, what up, what up? Hope everyone's doing well this morning, this afternoon, this whatever it is. We about to chill, but do me a favor, like the video, put a comment up in the chat to help the video go out. It's called support. That's all you gotta do. What's up? Cool, I appreciate that. Let's hear this guy killer. On the rock squad up, Magi archers in the building, please believe. Oh shit. If you ain't Sinetta, no time for that interview, dog. I put my shit out for niggas, I don't send it to blogs. Clan kill off the Buddha, not being discreet. One puff, this big pops and projectiles. Between the sheets. Sun run, cold game, bring your cleats. The best flow blow, Eskimo, penguin feet. Don't need no blunt to burn. You run the turf with 10 niggas on the block. That's a punt return. Ayo, Dolomite prototype soldier with the solar light. Saber and he hold it like he hold a mic. Golden ice pendants. Sipping on that overpriced poltergeist spirits. Ripping at the open mic. Quote the nice lyrics like Mama moved mean overnight. Golden motorbike holding on some Tron shit. That nice neon kit is on it. The king's libation with exotic liqueur. Queen's vibration like a Sada Shakur. A lot of decor, imported foreign threads, they ain't got at the store. Nubian Kush, black top pottery jaws, 39% THC, the quality pure. Old rappers try to spit, ain't hot as before. It's like I'm 5 flights above, busting shots at the floor. Cats switch up their style when they ain't got it no more. Cause they gotta keep their product in stores to feed their kids. See what that weed did? The yes man agreeing on everything we said. I smother the mic like it's the love of my life. Don't get sliced and beat with the butt of the knife. Brother polite, I say I'm animalistic, cause I still be in the hood with my hand on my pistol. The Hebrews think I'm cannibalistic, E5 divination, channel the mystic, audio visionary. Let's play poetical Pictionary, picture me burning down your missionary. Yeah, then I send you religion. That red dot on your head, that's Hindu tradition. Invisible, independent, intrinsic shit. I'll bring it all to an end with indivisible gains. Charles Xavier, getting your brain. Mental anguish or manifesting physical pain. Wisdom remains to dance in the chemical rain. Breathe slow, then I'm up out of this physical plane. Got military machinery that exercise, weaponized greenery. Shine at a jeopardize the scenery, son. Bruh, the beam 10 times your distance. Inclines convention. Stop rising with no trend line resistance. The parabolic breakout. I'm F-16 with the aeronautic fake out. The God killer. The God killer. The God killer. The God killer. It's the God killer. The God killer. That's who it is. The God killer. The God killer. Alright, look. I know I should have put out that Revolt song a long time ago. But I got respect for Big Mike like that. I mean, Killer Mike. I got respect for Killer Mike. I didn't know how he would have felt about that. So I probably need to send it to him so he can say, nah, that's slapping. I'm going to send it to him on Instagram today. I don't know if he's going to respond, though. I might send it to Big Boy.
Squarespace is designed to sell tap dancing classes.
But it ain't supposed to do it for free on my page, Squarespace. Y'all tripping. Y'all owe me some ad money. What's up, Sunchild? Kurt, what up? Tony in the building. Gaddafi, B. Gaddafi, what up? Quincy. Pan-African James in the building. How y'all doing this morning? I feel kind of cool. I was just up reading documents after doing a little bit of work. What's up with y'all in the chat? What people was on? Now, sometimes I look to see how quick notifications going out. I see, what we doing. Sometimes I might want to listen. I'm playing another song. I'm going, if I can, just to let everybody settle in. It is hip-hop, man. Stop tripping. We're going to do the knowledge in a minute. But let's listen to this. This is the song my man just asked for.
Black people, I love you, and I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself. You don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them. You don't prepare your own meat. You don't own your own land. You don't have a seed going in your window. So you think about revolutionaryism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis and bury it. The jackal, Anubis. I'm pool, keep them heaters and I'm in tie and an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on light, hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees and still be Hotep and ask to rig my shade. 6 in the morning, I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not diametrically opposed to anybody. I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South, we're in the heart of the South right now. Who fishes? Who knows how to fish? Hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down.
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
All right, that's cool. What's up? Thanks for tapping in. Thanks for watching the show. It is Smash Rock Wellington, His Elegance. But you know what though? This Madjai Archers in the building, cause we on duty. We on the clock right now. We on patrol. It's out here hot, so we got to get on these sources and on this information and make sure we keep getting it out to the people. All right. You know, we often come to this gnome map. It is a map of Egypt, but we can see how ancient Egypt divided up its nomes. So it's a useful map. It has the metal nature for each nome and all that stuff. But there are a few terms and locations we should familiarize ourselves with. And we also need to familiarize ourselves with, you know, the situation, the geographic situation of these particular nomes. So one thing that is funny that I always point out, the delta is rather insignificant when talking about the formation of Egypt. We used to think the battle for the unification of Egypt was between, I mean, you can't even say it was between upper and lower. But we used to be thinking that lower Egyptian was one type of people, upper Egyptian was another, and they fought. And we look at the whole map like this, and we are probably divided, you know, somewhere right here and think that's how that went down. But in actuality, that's not the case, as we'll learn today. You see, people get on Wiki. Yeah, they can't get around Maria Gatto. They can't get around a lot of, let me see, I keep forgetting Moreno's whole name. Juan Moreno Garcia. They can't get around him. They can't get around Kate Liska, Carrie Cooney, and a lot of these Egyptologists that are now presenting the facts. But I need us to be able to keep this in context here, a geographic context. Now here we see Maremda, okay? It's said to be the second nome of Lower Egypt. Lower like your feet. Lower like your butt. The posterior side of Egypt. Lower Egypt faces the Mediterranean. All right. Now you're also going to see this Fayum oasis. These are situations, geographic situations that we'll need to know about these places when discussing pre-dynastic Egypt. Maremda, Fayum. But there are a few others, and notice how we start to go down, down, down. Relatively insignificant, but we'll let them speak for themselves as we start to go down and enter Upper Egypt towards the head of Egypt, towards the beginning of Egypt, towards the start of Egypt, where it was founded. we need to pinpoint a few cultures that have arrived in pre-dynastic times. Here, as we get closer to the first nome of Upper Egypt, we're at the 11th nome. We see Badari. A lot of people will know this will be related to the Badarian culture, a pre-dynastic culture in ancient Egypt that people try to use to say, look, this was some other people. I don't even listen to certain people no more. Badari. All right? The Badarian culture. We'll learn of a culture related to the Badarian culture called the Thasian culture. All right? My show different because I be teaching. Cats be just talking, yo. Giving you rhetoric. Facts. Badari, Thasian, and all of these ancient cultures were said to be related precursors to possibly, some people from way up here, they say, but actually, in all actuality, they also link them to the Naqada culture. As we see Naqada right here. All right. Naqada, we have to know these things. Naqada is supposed to be the oldest ancient Egyptian archaeological sites. As we know it as, the people who founded ancient Egypt. They relate the Badarian culture to them as well, the Thasian cultures, but this is how they classify these things. As we go down further, we're going to see Kom Ombo. Within Kom Ombo, we have the Nubian A group, or what was labeled by George Reisner as the Nubian A group, to identify the initial point or whatever, the initial excavation site, one of the oldest excavation sites, concerning the people classified as Nubians. So in this archaeological context of classification, the people from Naqada, in this fifth nome, we see Flinders Petrie laid this out, not all the way, but he laid out the initial separations, and the people who came up and put them in stone after that was George Reisner and Breasted. I think if I'm trying to remember about Naqada, thinking it had a lot to do with Breasted, but I know a lot of Kom Ombo was definitely Reisner, saying, oh no, these Nubians, and going here saying, no, okay, these Egyptians. So these are some of the sites we should identify. Now, when I zoom back out the map, when you see this number 1 here, I'm going to try to put it in blue so you can see exactly how far down in Egypt the formation took place. And so I'm going to go here and keep that little blue highlight in mind. All right. You see how far that, you can't even see how far down it is, damn man, huh? Way down here is where Egypt formed and made its first nome. All right? That is the top, the beginning of Egypt there. because everything isn't Eurocentric, meaning everything isn't centered on Europe. So coming from Europe, coming down the way of Horus and entering into Egypt, you think this the beginning. From a Eurocentric perspective, this is the beginning. But from an Afrocentric, and I'm not talking about scholastics, I'm talking about geographical centrism. The centrism of the ancient Egyptians was centered on Africa, going towards the center of Africa. That was up. But if we're Eurocentric, we're going down. And so that becomes relevant as well, because when you see, again, way down here, look at the bottom of the map. Hold on. This, you see the bottom of the map? You see my mouse? I'm trying to show you, but it's lighting up too much stuff. Hold up. There you down here. That is where Egypt was founded. Okay? And so right now, when we talk about the battle between two different people who founded Egypt, the other people was from right here. See my map? That wasn't from way up here. Now, I'm not arguing anything against, some people who look different being there. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we have to keep it in perspective exactly where these things transpired so we can understand exactly how far down we were. We wasn't up in the Delta doing none of that. And the we is just not, I'm not saying we, I'm just saying, history. When we do the archaeology, we are down by Combe Ombo. All right? And I'm not an archaeologist either. That's just a royal we. Okay? Now, it was a flip on a royal we. But I'll begin to, I don't really want to do too much readership, but I will do it until I get fed up, and then I'll just play her conclusions. This is Egypt and Nubia in the 5th and 4th millennia BC, a view from the First Cataract and its surroundings. Maria Carmela Gatto. Prehistoric sites were first found in the area of the First Cataract of the Nile more than a century ago. Wingal, Reisner, Junkner. These sites were assigned to the A group culture by Reisner in 1910 because of the Nubian elements identified in their material remains. A Nubian cultural affiliation was expected since the sites were located in the regions of Aswan, positioned at the border between Egypt and Nubia. However, by the way, let me stop. Y'all know I read better than my AI voice, right? Like, I got just much more inflectuation on it. My AI voice was not hitting it like me. So I'm going to retrain my AI voice. I have to do a reading for the AI, but let's start over. Here we go. No, not over, but here we go. However, a review of the available data has shown that in the area surrounding Aswan and southward to Metadul, the percentage of Nubian materials always extremely low compared to the Egyptian component, thus suggesting that the sites in the region should be affiliated with the Naqada culture rather than the Nubian A group. Now remember, we just showed them on the map, the Naqada culture and the Nubian A group. Now listen, this revised cultural affiliation, however, does not answer the question of how the Nubian and Egyptian components are related. Before this relationship can be assessed, two questions must be addressed. Let's see what these questions are. What is a frontier? And how should we define the Egyptian-Nubian frontier? Now let me just add to our document for a moment. Ethnicity, as I showed you on the map, was the first nome of Egypt, right? Temporally and geographically, as you see, this is the uppermost point of Egypt. But Ethnicity had another name. And I'm going to show you that just by using the power of the internet. I'll go here. I'll type S-E-T-I. We'll click on this and it'll tell you right here. Ethnicity. What are the other names? Some of the other names. Ta-Kentit. What does that mean? The frontier. I wouldn't really say borderland, but I see how they saying that. They basically just saying the end of our area that we know to be explored. You know, the frontier. What's ahead of us is, I'm not going to say unexplored, but I'm going to say it is, how do you, I want to see how, that's what she asked. She was asking, how do we define the frontier? So now we about to go right there before I put my definition up. Oh, that's the airlines that you don't want to get caught on. A line or a border separating two countries. But better yet, I think this would be better. The extreme limit of settled land, beyond which lies wilderness, especially referring to the U.S. and more Pacific. I think that will, and here we go, the extreme limit of understanding or achievement in a particular area. Well, better yet, the second definition, the extreme limit of settled land, beyond which lies wilderness. That is actually what another name for Ethnicity. And so they had a name that went with Ta-Kentit, which was is it Ta-Kenu? Or Kenu, I can't remember, but it actually means the interior. I can just pull it up and show in the dictionary real quick. And so you would show what they would represent is a cow or bull with the head cut off. And it went with Kentet, because you know they do that. Well, let me just show you. So before we had these names like Kemet, they had different ways. You see how I say middle of the land, but this is a different one. This is Keb. This isn't the same one. We're going to find another term that means the interior or the middle of the land, where we see a cow with its head cut off. Henu, but it's Kenu, Ta-Kenu. All right, but you'll see it. So we had Kenet, Ta-Kenet, and Ta-Kenu. But you're going to see it. I just saw it, but I want you to see it with the cow with its head cut off. And we can, here we go. You see this? So it's not like this was a name for Egypt. It more or less represented the interior area as, because you see this HN, this H right here represents the KH sound. So you got kin. And now Wiki is showing you had another version, Ta-Kentet. Okay? So they saying this is the frontier. Now I'm showing you the interior was Ta-Kenu. As you see, it says interior or inside. And before they started geographically giving names like that, it would be situational. I mean, like situation as far as geographic situation, like the middle, the top, the bottom. You feel me? They wouldn't be like Kemet. They'd just be like, go to the middle, go to the interior, go to Kenet or Kenu. And so you see that there. And so now we see Ta-Kenet. So if we go back to the document where she states, oh, that's a different document. No, that's a different document. We'll get into all of those. She states that this was a frontier. But what is a frontier? And so how do we define the Egyptian-Nubian frontier? That is the question, because if it's a frontier like the land beyond this point, we don't know nothing about it, then that don't make no sense if we say everything came from the south. You see? So this is why I love Maria Gatto and people who do this work. I emailed her this morning. What are the cultural consequences resulting from the interactions of two human groups in the boundary zone? And how can this be detected in the archaeological record? What's up with Chef? All right. The definition of frontier was for a long time based on a colonialist viewpoint with the expectation of sharp boundaries visible in cultural markers. Moreover, the colonialists were seen as cultural innovators. Moreover, the colonials were seen as cultural innovators and the natives as passive recipients of culture, that is. It says, this is often still the way we define the frontier between Egypt and Nubia and interpret the interactions between Egyptians and Nubians. The reconceptualization of frontiers as zones of cultural interface and fluidity in group affiliations is a new perspective in anthropological theory. Didn't I tell y'all that in my own words? I just can't, I'm gonna get it. But it probably is better that I said it in my own words and not how she said it. She said, let me slow this down. Slow it down. She just dissed you. The reconceptualization of frontiers, like Tassetti that I just showed you, which still all right, as zones of cultural interface. You know what an interface is? When something deal with something else. When you plug it into your interface, it's so that one technology can deal with another technology. So it is a zone of cultural interface and fluidity in group affiliations. You see, because outside of this region, you might still think it's funk or some beef or something. But inside this region, you know it's good, because there is fluidity in group affiliations and this new perspective and fluidity in group affiliations is a new perspective in anthropological theory. So just like I was saying, it's a new perspective, but y'all can see what she's saying, that these frontiers are a zone of cultural interface and fluidity in group affiliations. And this is a new perspective in anthropological theory. All right. Now, Stuart Tyson Smith even chimed in, so I'm going to read this footnote on number 1. The perspective was applied by Stuart Tyson Smith in his study of the New Kingdom frontier between Imperial Egypt and Nubia. In his work, Wretched Kush, 2003, he discussed how the two groups adjusted their ethnic identities in accordance to the new political situation. The architecture, material culture, and ritual context of the town of Aksut in Lower Nubia were analyzed and found to be almost exclusively connected to the Egyptian tradition. However, the study of pottery types and their function and the investigation of domestic religion areas gave insight into the Nubian presence in the town. Nubian cooking pots were commonly used for cooking, and Nubian pottery and clay figurines were commonly offered in domestic shrines. Moreover, residue analysis of the Egyptian and Nubian cooking pots show that there were two different food ways at the site, which were connected to the two pottery traditions. Thus, even if an official level at the town and its community were Egyptian-like, at the domestic level, where the female spirit was more involved, the Nubian identity was displayed. You see? So if we keep on perusing the old material, we won't know the excavation or the unearthing of the truth. The information that's saying, hold up, Nubians and Egyptians wasn't as separated as y'all act like. And we are the ones who tell y'all that the separation is done linguistically, that we keep saying Nubians and Egyptians. Ancient Egyptians simply referenced them as Southerners. And every attestation, because we've done it before live on my show, most every attestation that we've looked at could be translated as Southerner and not like a people group. Most every. It says the architecture, I read all of this before. However, I was way down here somewhere. 2 different type of foodways. All right, here we go. The New Kingdom Cemetery at Tombos in the 3rd Cataract region was chosen to investigate ethnicity in the funerary context. There again, most of the terms were made following the Egyptian style. Way down at the 3rd Cataract, y'all. Most of the tombs were made following the Egyptian style, except for a few graves of women which followed the Nubian tradition. It says the 2 communities, that don't look right. The 2 communities' assumption is that frontiers, let me see. I guess that is right. Excuse me. Thought I went wrong. The 2 communities' assumption, where did that go? The 2 communities' assumption is that frontiers are socially charged places where innovative cultural constructs, that's funny, innovative cultural constructs are created and transformed. What is created? What's the difference between a social construct and a cultural construct? She said that these frontiers are socially charged places where innovative cultural constructs are created and transformed. The fluidity of group affiliation in boundary areas may thus produce integrated new entities. I apologize. Integrated new entities. In the present case, we should expect that the Egyptian and Nubian groups modified, created, and syncretized emblemic elements or cultural markers to produce an integrated new entity in their cultural contact situation. I'm going to read that again because this is important. In the present case, we should expect that the Egyptian and Nubian groups modified, created, and syncretized emblemic elements or cultural markers to produce an integrated new entity in their cultural contact situation. That's what you call Egypt. This process is what anthropologists call creolization. It is our goal as archaeologists to bring to light which aspects of their social lives corresponding to symbolic principles are hybrid elements and which are elements of the 2 original identities. You feel me? You feel her? I feel you. Yes, I feel you. We gotta know what was what. To address the questions posed above, we can make the following observations. Now check this out. It is more likely that the boundary zone between Egypt and Nubia should be interpreted in a more nuanced manner. Thus, a sharp line somewhere at the first cataract should not be expected, but a large, more fluid zone, which is included not only the Nile Valley, but also the nearby deserts. Man, how much we be saying, dude? You think it was just an invisible line that nobody couldn't cross? At this stage, in current knowledge, Hold up. At this stage in current knowledge, the Egyptians cannot be defined as colonists and the Nubians as natives. Neither can it be said that there was a new cultural entity. Neither can it be said that there was a new cultural entity, although these ideas should be seriously considered. The most ancient evidence for Egyptians in the first cataract area is dated to Naqada 1C, while the first two substages of Naqada culture are missing here, as they are from the site in the Naqada southward. It says, at Heracleopolis, for example, the oldest occupation phase of predates Naqada 1C. So there was some occupation at Heracleopolis that predates Naqada 1C, but the cultural affiliation of the material is unclear, all right? They don't know what material culture that is affiliated with. This might be a matter of defining what form of early Naqada 1 stages take in the southern portion of Upper Egypt. Again, this might be a matter of defining what form the early Naqada 1 stage takes in the southern portion of Upper Egypt at a time when settlement material in particular is characterized by regional differentiation. Proving a Nubian presence in the area prior to Naqada 1 is also a difficult task, because in the 5th millennium BC, now listen to this, this is going to beat the brakes off you. Listen to this. This is a wonderful sentence. Proving a Nubian presence in the area prior to Naqada 1C is also a difficult task, because in the 5th millennium BC, both Thasian and Badarian cultures are strongly related to the Nubian tradition. We can't even tell you if the 5th millennium, if they was Nubians or not, because the Thasians and the Badarians was so much on the Nubian cultural line that we could just think that they was the Nubians. You want me to read it again? Because y'all don't be comprehending, then you say, I don't think you read that right. Listen, this might be a matter of defining what form of early Naqada 1 stage takes in the southern portion of Upper Egypt at a time when settlement material in particular is characterized by regional differentiation. Providing a Nubian presence in the area proving a Nubian presence in the area prior to Naqada 1C is also a difficult task, because in the 5th millennium BC, both Thasian and Badarian, remember when I showed you the Badarians up here? Badari, where they at? Badari, see, this is Komombo, remember? So this is what she's saying. We know it's Nubian down here, but when we come to Badari and we got this Badarian culture, what does she say? She says, oh, dang, I gotta find the right document. She says, it is a difficult task because in the 5th millennium BC, both Thasian and Badarian cultures are strongly related to the Nubian tradition. Thus, it is difficult to determine whether a ripple sherd from the southern part of Upper Egypt is Thasian, Badarian, or Upper A group, or something else entirely if it is not located within the broader context. So that's what I was saying. Y'all be talking about Badarian culture, Thasian cultures. They can't tell the difference between that and Nubian A group. And they don't give prerogative to the latter. They give prerogative to the former. How you gonna say we got all of this Nubian material in the Thasian and the Badarian cultures, but you don't got no more evidence of the Thasians and the Badarians? They didn't, where did they go? But you still got the Nubians. Like, how you don't, they just archaeologically haven't come to the point of saying Thasian and Badarian is all Nubian, because we do have elements that arrive from the East in Thasian and Badarian cultures. Is not to be denied. But she just got through telling you, this is difficult to determine whether a ripple shard from the south part of Upper Egypt is Tazian, Badarian, or early A group, or something else entirely if it is not located within a broader context. In this respect, it should also be noted that some of the undisturbed graves in the cemetery of the First Cataract contain Nubian objects datable to the early A group phase, but lack any Egyptian artifacts. Because of this, H.S. Smith felt it might be older than the Gatto 1C. See, you can find Nubian graves in the area with no Egyptian artifacts, but you're not finding Egyptian graves with no Nubian artifacts. Not many. Because the cultural entanglement was, I'm gonna let her say it. But they were so more the same than different. I could say that. Now, I'll read that again because people ain't getting it. In this respect, it should also be noted that some of the undisturbed graves in the cemeteries of the First Cataract contain Nubian objects dated to the early A group phase, but lack any Egyptian artifacts. Because of this, H.F. Smith felt in 1991 felt that they might be older than the Gatto 1C. A point to be stressed is that in the area defined as the First Cataract region, we may include the section of the Nile Valley from Urmat to Metadul and probably even Dhaka and the surrounding desert. Not only is the Nubian component always present in the material culture with high variability, man, I gotta slow it down. She just dissed you. Not only is a Nubian component always, you don't use absolutes. You don't use, and rarely do scholars use absolutes. Well, when it's absolute, it's absolute. Not only is a Nubian component always present in the material culture, with a high variability in the percentage from north to south, but the material culture also, we'll see how she dropped this punchline. Let's get my scrollability up. I'm way too slow. Putting new batteries in my mouse, but I got monitors all over the place. Let me see. Were mixed as far as their ethnic membership. Oh, slow it down. She just dissed you. Take that back. I gotta turn on the beat machine on this. Hold on, man. I'm going back to sound effects on y'all. Slow it down. She just dissed you. What are we gonna turn on the beat machine real quick? I got enough RAM, fam. We running all this. I'll turn on the card game too. But let's go. We're gonna let that load up so we can start back with the sound effects. The point to be stressed is that in the area defined as the First Cataract, which may include the sections of the Nile Valley from Urmat to Metadul, and probably even to Dhaka, and the surrounding deserts, not only is a Nubian component always present in the material quotient with high variability. See, this is where Egypt started. With a high variability in the percentage from the north to south. Oh, the beat machine just popped all in my face. Well, let me do what it want me to do real quick. Hold on, file. We gotta find it. It was recent. Oh, it should be called. Man, oh man. My daughter been making beats, so I can't find my sound effects. Gang, oh man. All right, forget it. I had one thing with my sound effects. Oh, let me see if I can find it here. Show sounds. There we go. All right, we back on their head. Let me see if we back on their head.
That's a nice argument. Why don't you back it up with a source?
God, that just blew my ears out. You forgot the mic check one too. I apologize. I hope nobody watching the show had on headphones, because I sure did, and that blew me up. Let me see if I could get that right.
That's a nice argument. Why don't you back it up with a source? My source is that I made it the fuck up.
That's how y'all be out here.
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
I don't even remember where my sounds was at though. Alright. Yeah, that's when y'all be dreaming. That's what I was looking for. All right, we back in effect. The Smash Rock Wellington show in the building. Shout out to Maria Gatto. You get a big and all that from the conscious community for straightening these clowns out. Because look, Maria, they own that old work. They own that Flinders Petrie. They be out here on that Flinders Petrie. I know you somewhere laughing. Play this for your husband. Let them hear how this go down. We out here supporting your work big. Shout out to you. And keep doing it. Now, because they need to learn. So presence from north to south, but the material culture also shows peculiarities not encountered elsewhere. These peculiarities include the presence of animal burials and animal remains within the human graves, and hybrid elements in the secular and religious artifacts. Gatto 2003, 2006a in press. It is not by chance that the southern section of Egypt was considered and defined as something different, i.e. the head of the south, in pharaonic periods by the Egyptians. Again, I think that needs a rereading because they don't be listening. It is not by chance that the southern sections of Upper Egypt was considered and defined as something different that is the head of the South in pharaonic periods by Egyptians. Several studies of frontiers emphasize the need for both macro and micro scale analysis, as well as the availability of funerary, domestic, and ritual sites for study. Unfortunately, most of the sites found in the Aswan area are cemeteries. In an effort to remedy these bias, I gotta slow that down for you. In an effort to remedy this bias in the evidence, the ongoing survey and rescue excavation work of Aswan Ombo Archaeological Project is searching for a new pre-dynastic A-group evidence in the region. So what they're trying to do, they don't say, hold on, they go back further, man. They're searching for new not older, she said new. Searching for new pre-dynastic A-group evidence in the region. Most of the sites are, unfortunately, just like my man Pan-African James tried to tell y'all, most of the sites are, unfortunately, in poor condition due to modern damage, but a settlement and two associated cemeteries were found in Nag el Kamila, a small valley just to the north of Kubaninya. With its well-preserved domestic and funerary remains, Nag el Kamila is particularly filling the gap in the available record, okay? Moreover, the discovery of an isolated stone tumulus in the desert south of Kom Ombo and of the rock art situation in Wadi Uba Wadi Abu Subira. I'll make it bigger so y'all can read along. I think they say Subira. Next, I'm gonna let the AI read because I'm getting tapped out. Wadi Abdul Subiria provide witness to other aspects of Nubio-Egyptian social life. Okay. Now we're gonna talk. Now I'm not gonna read a whole document. Actually, I have my AI assistant here who should be able to just go to her conclusion for us. So which document am I reading right now? Nubian, 5th millennium. I'm gonna play the conclusion. It would have been fun to keep on reading, but that's readership. So we're going to let the AI do it.
Conclusion. Evidence we can present for the elements that might be of use for detecting creolization in the archaeological record of the First Cataract region can be summarized as follows. 1. Because of the scanty data available for the 5th millennium BC in the First Cataract region, as well as in southern Upper Egypt generally, not much can be said. It is notable, however, that evidence present in this region prior to Naqada IC is always related to the Nubian tradition, the same tradition shared by the Badarian and Tassian cultures of Middle Egypt, meaning that at that time there was not a clear...
Man, this is her conclusion. I gotta rewind it. Slow it down. She just dissed you. She keep on taking your Tazian and your Badarian away from you. Stop even referencing that because y'all not up on the new data. Y'all be on my page talking about, yeah, you know, when the Badarians was there, they had the Tazian culture. I just give elbows to my invisible self like, dude, these dudes is really saying that. They don't read, but they accuse other people of not reading. Slow it down. She just dissed you. Listen.
By the Badarian and Tassian cultures
Hold
of
on,
Middle
take
Egypt,
that back. Take that back.
Region prior to Naqada. It is notable, however, that evidence present in this region prior to Naqada IC is always related to the Nubian tradition, the same tradition shared by the Badarian and Tassian cultures of Middle Egypt, meaning that at that time there was not a clear distinction between two different groups, and that probably a cultural boundary was located further north between Tassa Badari and Fayum Merimda. 2. In the same region, the bulk of the archaeological record dating to the 4th millennium is related to the Naqada culture, but a small Nubian component is always present in many aspects of the material culture, such as pottery and lithics. It is notable that the Nubian pottery is a local production. 3. In the ritual sphere, elements from both cultural entities might also be present, and this is visible not only at Kaswan, but also on Elephantine Island in the Satet Temple, Dryer 1986. 4. There are some hybrid elements such as the milled rim on red polished Naqada bowls. 5. In the First Cataract region and southern Upper Egypt, there are regionally distinctive elements such as animal burials in the human cemeteries, Flores 2003, and the great amount of shale-tempered vessels. There can be little doubt that the interaction between Egyptians and Nubians in their borderland created a new cultural entity, but how best to characterize this is still far from being understood.
The distinction between an Egyptian and a Nubian identity is...
Now that's for the next document. All right. So she's basically breaking it down like, no, there's no way you can't separate out the Nubians. They was always there. And as a matter of fact, they was there. One of them statements said they found it older than Naqada. They say it's older than Naqada 1C, which is the oldest Naqada. And then the cultures of Egypt before Naqada, we got the Badarian and the Tazian. She just took them away from y'all and said, I mean, y'all tripping. This is all Nubian. Now we got plenty of people who explain how we got in this situation. And one of those documents that I'm not prepared to read right now, and I don't know if I want to waste any more AI characters because I'll be having to pay for this. Cats don't be feeling me. I still do it to disseminate the information. And I got supporters to the channel who help make it happen. But I don't want to waste no AI characters because my AI account ain't going to reset to the 14th. And I got like 50,000 characters left. So that's like 5 documents. Not even 5 documents. So this right here was sent to me by a good brother. I think I seen you in the chat right now. If I seen you, let me know. I think it was either Sadiq. I think it might have been Sadiq who sent this. I could be wrong, so let me look. So I can give out the proper credit. Hold on. I'm just trying to look to see who sent me this. Huh? Oh, I was just looking at something else. Oh, Sadiq sent that. Yeah, shout out to Sadiq. Yeah, and this is by Juan Moreno. Okay. Yeah, if you got some characters out to use, I'll send you a document, Cam G Verse. I'm just playing. But Juan Moreno Garcia is another Egyptologist, who is giving them the facts. He's from the French National Center of Scientific Research, and this is from the Egyptology department. And as I, coming from the Afrocentric perspective, tell and teach you about the racisms, you put it in the category of something political or something that might discredit my stance or teachings. But in all actuality, most people who are really addressing the field with some sense of, I don't know what type of sense you need, with some sense of realism, they are all saying that you can't even really do the study without addressing how racist some of the previous material was. And they go to teach us how it got that way. Yesterday on the show, I started to talk about how Egyptology, the institution, was actually formed. And in forming that institution consisted of a lot of things that took place during racist, what was it called? Germany. I should just say Hitler's Germany. I don't gotta say racist Germany. Egyptology was formed right during Hitler's Germany. All right? Right, a little bit right before it, and Hitler got into office. And then the Rockefellers gave up a little bit of money to go do the research, the initial preliminary research, as for a school of Egyptology. Now, if this happened in the Hitler times, you think they're going to come back and say anything? I'm talking about the formation of Egyptology. Some of the archaeology that was taking place before that wasn't in the Egyptological school. It was people like Flinders Petrie and others, you know what I'm saying? So, in this document, Moreno basically is just breaking it down. I'm going to have to do some more Superman readership, and I don't feel like it, but I'm going to see where I fall off. All right, let's see if I can get through the summary real quick. Just so y'all can peek game. It says, Egyptology has played a rather ambiguous role in the study of African past. While the Nile Valley was the cradle of one of the oldest states, as well as crucial innovations like writing, monumental architecture, and complex administrative managerial techniques, amongst other, the burden of Eurocentric historiographical prejudices. What? Man, I gotta start right here. The burden of Eurocentric historiographical prejudices. Do you know what a I could barely even say it. Historiographical prejudice is? Historiography is why they wrote the history that way, basically. All right? And he said the burden of Eurocentric. Now, if I said this, you'd be saying that this is an Afrocentric claim. But since it's a white man saying it, I don't know what you're going to say. You're going to call him an NL. He an NL. Now, the burden of Eurocentric historiographical prejudices consider these achievements to be sort of an anomaly. All right, I gotta make this page smaller so I can follow along. Ancient Egypt was thus interpreted through the lens of an alleged exceptionalism, geographically Africa, but quite self-contradictorily cultural non-African society. See, that's what y'all be saying. Such a view was rooted in the too literal reading of Pharaonic texts. They say they don't like Nubians. Such a view was rooted in a too literal reading of Pharaonic texts and images that celebrated the differences between Egypt and its neighbors. At the same time, Egypt was seen as a remote precedent of Western culture and societies. A venerable investigator of an uninterrupted process of progress supposedly accumulating in Europe in the 19th century. This is when these ideas accumulated. Only as of the late 20th century has archaeology helped Egyptology overcome such a view, understanding the African roots of the pharaonic civilization. And review the nature of the relations of the African neighbors at the same time. Intense archaeological exploration of the African region and the surrounding Egypt has revealed the critical role of Nubian and desert populations in creating original forms of political power and cultural achievements that owe little or nothing to pharaonic Egypt. So they saying we got to give some credit to the Nubians in the desert in creating the original form of political power and cultural achievement that owed little or nothing to pharaonic Egypt. The result is the emergence of a more balanced historical interpretation that emphasized the complex interplay between all these actors in the in the social dynamic of the Bronze Age in North Africa and Iron Age in North Africa. So this is a pretty long document, 28 pages. The name of it is Egyptology in Africa. And I'm going to, just like we just did, let the AI read you his conclusion. Let me make sure I got part one as part one, though. Is this part one? I think part one should be longer than part two. Let me see. Show and folder. All right, well, I don't really know.
Something connected to the rise of the Nakata.
No.
The ritual sphere is probably the most articulated.
All right, that's second. All right, so I'm going to go right here. So this is, well, I could actually go to his conclusion, and then we can make sure we can see where it starts. It's the best thing to do. He beat the brakes off y'all too. Hold on, man. It's maybe right now I don't think he did it like that. So we're just gonna hear some of the sections from this document because I don't think he concluded it that way. So let me just play it.
The ritual sphere is probably the most articulated because not only relates to group identity, but represents also the rising Egyptian central power.
Oh yeah, that is it. Hold on. The ritual spheres. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to identify where this is in the text. So let me type F and go ritual sphere. Ritual sacrifice, ritual, hold on. Ritual forms. Hold on. It's only going to 2 words. Is this the right document? Oh, maybe I'm doing a different I'm doing a different document. Hold on. That's what I'm tripping. Cultural entanglement at the dawn of Egyptian civilization. I apologize. I never let the AI read what Moreno concluded. He never concluded in this document. It's just a bunch of information, right? And so what I did for you was read his summary. I apologize. The other document I want to go to from Maria Carmela Gatto, that they can't get around. Shoot you the text if it's free. Oh yeah, Sadiq. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, that text, you can just download it. All you gotta do is Google it. I think it's free. It was called, here's the name of it. Egyptology and African History by Juan C. Moreno, Egyptology Department. I'll put this in the chat, I guess. Or, it's hard to put in the chat because I gotta open it up. Let me open it up. Real quick. And then we're gonna get back on it. My channel. I go to video. See Moreno, Egypt. All right, hold up. Here you go, the video. I mean, the document is called that. You could probably Google that and get it. All right, now. So Moreno put hands on them boys too. And everybody really who being honest, this October 2023, 18, published online October 18th, 2023. Y'all be talking about coming with the new information. Arrows up, man. I thought this was published in the future. I didn't even know October 18th happened already. I don't be looking at the clock. But anyway, he gonna tell y'all all in this document. He break it all down. He be like, man, they got on their racist hype, man. And was just lying. Say it in well-defined words. All right? But I want to take y'all back from Juan Moreno Garcia to another document by Maria Gatto. Man, just think how far off you gotta be when you start siding with certain people that these people were siding with just to be right on. We know they're not right, but I don't even know what they doing. They don't even see how they going down and the right shit is going up. Then you start siding with people like, oh my God. People who start to side with everybody I go against is with them. I ain't no longer got no halfway crooks fucking with me. You a halfway crook. Just stay up out of here. I'm not even here for that. Shit. And I always win. Y'all see how I go when it go down? So that's why motherfuckers tippy-toe around smash. Motherfucker don't pop up no more. You niggas see how that shit work, man. Come on now. This shit been like that since elementary. It's act like they ain't in the bushes. The main people who watch you be the people who you didn't beat up. Your biggest watchers is the people you didn't beat up. Trust me. If you don't think that's right, then just stop commenting. The people you beat up don't miss a show. You know what I'm saying? So I love shadow boxing. Swinging at invisible punching bags. If you're not here, then you don't hear this. So you gotta know how to have fun, man. Anyway, I don't appreciate it. I'll let you know that. I don't fuck with motherfuckers who like that. You show your true ass colors. Like that's like being with a woman who don't never let you be right about nothing. No matter what you talking about. You could be talking about football. You could say the Raiders, she say the Dolphins. You say he fast, she say he slow. If you're gonna be on the opposite side of everything that I say, we ain't a team. All right, what up? Did I do that right, Denisha? I thought you asked me to take your mod off. I was like, I know you just said because you couldn't see it though, but so I didn't want you to think I took it off for any other reason. But yeah. Let's get back to the scholarship. It is why we're here. Let's get back to the scholarship and have a good year. All right, here we go. Cultural entanglement at the dawn of the Egyptian history. A view from the Nile's first cataract region. See, cultural entanglement is a hypothesis that is running through Egyptology right now. It's the new hypothesis and explanation for what happened down in Egypt. This is why I say Metatron was divisive in his restrictive limiting of what multiculturalism actually is, as if Africans can't be involved in it. If Egypt was multicultural, then what about that multiculturalism kept the black people in the South? It was multiculturalist and apartheid? So that argument got beat the brakes off of it. This paper aims to discuss the process of multicultural adjustment. See, this is the funny part. Because cats don't be having no data to show that they read something that the scholars say on what they talking about. The in-depth data don't say nothing about no separations. You gotta be reading old material. I'll give you the credit. A lot of people do that. When they try to get into Egypt, you go look for the most popular old books written by dead people on Earth when Earth was hella racist. Now we got new technologies that provide new data and information. Abstract. This paper aims to discuss the process of multicultural adjustments and transformations that took place during the 4th millennia BC in the Nile First Cataract region. The period taken into consideration is timing as a corresponds as, well, the period taken into consideration is timing as it corresponds to the formation of the Egyptian state. New archaeological research in the Aswan area has revealed that the process of cultural mixing in this boundary region, clearly detectable in the cultural material, was much more complex and multidimensional than previously thought. It wasn't just like, oh, black people stay in the South and we cool. Anthropological theories on ethnicity and boundaries, cultural entanglement, and interaction sphere, and she should have put the, I think, and the interaction sphere and material cultural style are used as tools. Okay? So everything we talking about is right here in a new analysis. And let's see what she concludes. I mean, I could do a little readership. Shout out to y'all. They be taking care of your boy. Y'all be keeping contributing. I love y'all. Y'all keep the cash out going. Jing, jing. It be Reno Casino some nights when we cooking. It be going ding, 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 ding. That's y'all. I appreciate y'all. Introduction. This paper aims to discuss the process of multicultural adjustment and the transformation that took place during the 4th millennium BC in the Nile First Cataract region. The period taken into consideration is timing as it corresponds with the formation of the Egyptian state when considerable transformation processes, both on social and political settings, were undergoing. Concepts such as the national identity and the territorial state arise in Egypt, together with the classical ancient Egyptian concept of duality, Egypt in opposition to others, which was a metaphor for order over chaos. The others mostly represented the Egyptian imagery as captured imageries, as captured enemies. Golly, man. Cats don't understand Egypt. I gotta read this again. Concepts such as national identity and territorial state arise in Egypt, together with the classical ancient Egyptian concepts of duality, Egypt in opposition to others. So that is the underlying premise to what? Which was a metaphor for order over chaos, the others mostly represented in Egyptian imagery as captured enemies. During the dynastic period, the first cataract region corresponded with the first nome of Ethnicity. I love how I have a whole different way to teach everything she's saying. I be saying this. During the dynastic period, the first cataract region corresponded with the first nome of Ethnicity and represented the geographical, cultural, and political border between ancient Egypt and Nubia. All right. Prehistoric sites in the area, initially found more than a century ago, have been assigned to the Nubian A group culture by Reisner 1910 and Nordstrom 1972 because of the identification off limits. What is off limits? Whatever. Because of the identification off limits in the material remains, such as pottery, lithic artifacts, and funerary culture unknown in contemporary Egyptian texts, but common in Nubia. Now watch how she straightened all this out. Since the sites are geographically in Nubia, the northern boundary of which the site is Gebel es Silsilia, between the modern towns of Kom Ombo and Edfu, the Nubian cultural affiliation has not been questioned as one word. The Nubian affiliation has not been questioned for a long time, so she's gonna question it. However, a review of the old published data has brought to light that in the area surrounding Aswan from Gebel es Silsilia and the southern wards towards Bab el Khalab Shah, it says, the percentage of Nubian material is consistently low compared to the Egyptian one, suggesting those sites to be related to the Naqada culture instead. Hold up, what's going on? I keep telling you that they like switching stuff up, like, oh, this was Nubian? No, this was Egyptian. Oh, no, look, no, this is Egyptian. No, this is Nubian. She gonna straighten it out, though. Hold on. She damn sure gonna straighten it out. New archaeological research in the Aswan region has revealed that the process of cultural mixing in the boundary region, clearly detectable in the material culture, was a much more complex and multidimensional as previously thought. Okay. Anthropological theories on ethnicity and frontiers, cultural entanglement, and interaction sphere and material culture style are used as tools to better understand the interplay between Nubians and Egyptians, their material forms, social practices, and intercultural relationships during the pre-dynastic times. All right. Now here go the theoretical setting. Ethnicity and frontiers. Ethnicity defines a set of social and social and psychological phenomena associated with a culturally constructed group identity. It is intended as a dynamic, malleable, situational, self-defining, and at times, a pluralistic concept, which become evident in opposition to other ethnicities, all right? Ethnic groups thus are culturally ascribed identity groups. Again, let's read that again. Ethnic groups thus are culturally ascribed identity groups, which are based on the expression of a real or assumed shared cultural or common descent, usually through the materialization of culture, linguistic, religious, historical, and or physical characteristics. Members of an ethnic group make conscious choices to act in the ways that set them apart from people that they recognize as parts of a different ethnic group. And she cited Lucy, 2005. This implies that individuals recognize their similarities with some people, Kim, This implies that individuals recognize their similarities with some people, but highlight their differences with other people in terms of cultural traits that have great importance to them. In some cases, it is the one group of people that may impose ethnic identity on another group of people. That's Jenkins, 1997. As demonstrated by Sion Jones, ethnicity can appear in privileged artifact categories and assemblages that serve as conscious or unconscious ethnic markers. All right. It says, these markers represent the way people use the object and the context. That's what I was saying about that knife, man. Golly, do we know? We just pseudo. I keep saying it every time. The majority of people I'm dialoguing with, no disrespect, is pseudo and unqualified. They got other intentions. They want to get hot. Like everybody want to see get more views on their page, right? But not by any means necessary. I'm not gonna be perturbed. You know, y'all get perturbed like small planets. The gravitational pull of whoever getting the views change what y'all talking about. Then y'all start to orbit around whatever the hell getting the views. Switch up artists, flip-flops. I'm cool. I got steel resilience and iron determination. What you want to do? These markers represent the way people use the objects. Man, let me stop again. Because we was just talking about this knife. And y'all mislabeled a knife because you don't understand what she talking about. Let's go back. The markers don't decorate the object. But the markers, what are the markers? The ethnic markers. These markers represent the way people use the object and the context in which the object function, making it not just the object itself, but activities and an agent of the vital components of the meaning behind the ethnic marker. So if you see some Mesopotamian decorations on Egyptian flint knife that was carved in the Egyptian lithic tradition, the marker is in the lithic tradition of how they intended to use the object, not how it was decorated. Think of how dumb that is. We all understand that now that I'm saying it. It's like your house is about the decorations and not about shelter. That's what they think. Your house is about the decor that's in your house and not about providing shelter. The main function of your house is to provide shelter. You can put whatever decor on it. What style is the house built in? What type of architecture? These markers represent the way people use the object. Not the decor. The ethnic markers that archaeologists is looking at ain't the decor. God, cats be leaking. These markers represent the way people use the objects and the context in which the object function, making not just the object itself, but activities. Not just the object. So stabbing a person in a particular way. When you're talking about this Jabril, this knife. but activities and the agents as a vital component of the meaning behind an ethnic marker. Ethnic markers occur more frequently in areas of contact than in areas of isolation because they act as a means of communication between two groups. However, not all objects of material culture are ethnic markers. But y'all gonna go look at some decorations that they already have categorized. I told you she's gonna say that's an accessory. An accessory, you know what an accessory is? Something you really don't need. The root excess. God. Following the new archaeological theory, following the new archaeology theoretical approach, artifacts, man, I can't even read that. Following the new archaeology theoretic approach, artifacts, stylistic variable called by Wisner, theoretical approach, artifacts, stylistic variability. It just seemed like something is left out of this sentence, but sorry. Following the new archaeology, theoretical approach, artifact, stylistic variability called by Reisner, emblemic style. Okay, so the theoretical approach, artifacts. So these are artifacts that take a theoretical approach. Theoretical approach, artifact, stylistic variability. Okay, and they have stylistic variability. So theoretical approach, artifact, stylistic variability is called by Westner emblemic style. Okay, so I just learned that, and I hope I'm not the only one who just learned that. So now I'm gonna read it again. Following the new archaeology, theoretical approach, artifact, stylistic variability called by Wisner 1983, 1984, and 1985, emblemic style, they can be what? Can be distinctive markers of a group. Okay, cool. All right, more recent scholarship instead focused on the technological approach that combines the theoretical concept of habitus, a set of socially learned dispositions, skills, and ways of acting, including values, ideas, attitudes, and assumptions, with an operational sequence, analytical framework. Okay, cool, I get that. This was Sellet, 1993. It says the latter take into consideration the whole operational sequence behind the object, excuse me. The decision-making behavior, its material outcome, and its spatial distribution. Emblemic marker in this case is defined as technological style. Okay? Didn't I just say that? But I don't want to trip. The emblemic marker, I did say it when I said the way they carve the flint knife is what we look at. What they carve the knife out of and the materials will help us substantiate how this fits into the material culture. And then if we want to investigate further to see the ethnic markers that we figure, now we have different categories of how we see these emblemic markers can be defined in the technological style, then we know we ain't talking about the damn motifs on the knife. We talking about the way it was forged. A combination of multiple choices made during the manufacturing sequence. Technological style, a combination of multiple choices made during the manufacturing sequence, okay? She said it better than me. According to Osborne, choices that are made consciously to engage an agent's current action with past actions create an active relationship between the agent and their past would be a better definition of tradition and not habitus. In this perspective, a technological style may also be defined as a technological tradition. Style or tradition in and of their self do not equate to ethnic or even cultural identity, okay? Style Golly, you didn't read this document before, I could tell. Style or tradition in and of itself or their self do not equate with ethnic or even cultural identity. They become markers of identity when deployed in a kind of ritualistic context. Sacred or secular, familiar or public, that produced the identity. Okay? So in the instance of this knife, let's read this again. Style or tradition in and of itself do not equate with ethnic or even cultural identity. They become markers of identity when now the style, the motifs on that knife will become markers of identity when deployed in a kind of a ritualistic context. Sacred or secular, familiar or public, that produced the entity. I'm sorry, I said entity. Identity. That produced the identity. All right, I'm having that identity, entity problem today. All right, the diachronic perspective of a tradition is of particular significance because it identifies elements that represent an ethnic group through times. Again, the diachronic perspective of a tradition is of particular significance because it identifies elements that represent an ethnic group through times. Going beyond the, nope, this ain't it. I went up too high. Dude, you tripping. I got bad mouse work. I put new batteries, it ain't working. I'm gonna buy a new one. At times, it says, but there were mere markers of an archaeological culture. For instance, blacktop wares and lithic industries made on quartz are typical of Nubian cultures. This is that blacktop pottery you often talk about. For instance, blacktop wares and lithic industries made on quartz are typical of Nubian cultures from the Neolithic to the late historical periods, and even when Nubian groups such as the Pangrave or the C group, this is way later in history, of the second millennium BC lived in Upper Egypt where flint shard was available. They kept making their lithic industry on quartz as they habitually placed the blacktop vessels in their tombs. It is having the concept of tradition in mind that in the paper I prefer to use the term Nubian instead of a group. And she's just saying, I don't know what tradition that is. I prefer to use the term Nubian instead of a group and Egyptian instead of Nakada. Although in the later case, the rising ideology of what will soon become the Egyptian state was also taken into consideration. All right, how much readership? And I need to talk. We just reading too much. What the chat got to say? Yeah, the way the knife was made, it was of African materials and of African origin, and it was decorated with some Egyptian motifs that archaeologists don't even trip off. They just take note of it. But they really want to see how it was made. Because it's like this. Anybody could decorate anything with anything, but they want to see which industry created the object. Like any car could look like a car. Like if they was doing this with automobiles, they'd have the same problem. They won't know till they pop the hood. Because everything on the outside can be decorated with anything. When they pop the hood is when they find out what technological tradition the automobile maker followed. Then they're going to say, oh, this Japanese because it got a Rotax engine. Oh, I don't know if that's Japanese, Rotax. Is Rotax engine technology Japanese? I need to get back on my engine stuff. But, you know what I mean? You found caught in the middle netter? Hold on. I don't remember. Somebody, we're going to have to tell me when I open up the live if you available, Chef, because I don't know which one that is. But let me get on this. It says the idea of a frontier is important to consider along with ethnicity. The definition of a frontier for a long time has been informed by colonists, by a colonialist perspective of the core periphery developments, with the expectation to find in the archaeological record sharp stylistic boundaries. See? Moreover, the colonists were seen as cultural innovators and the natives as passive recipients. So they say Egyptians made up everything and the Nubians just followed along. This is the way it is often still defined, this is the way it is often still defined when considering the frontier between Egypt and Nubia and the interactions between Egyptians and Nubians. Current anthropological theory has reconceptualized frontiers as zones of cultural interface and fluidity in groups affiliations. The assumption is that frontiers are socially charged places where innovative cultural constructs are created and transformed. So they was making new people groups in the middle of Egyptians and Nubians. Coming up, okay, we're going to make a new posse. Oh, a barber? We're going to pull up a barber. We're going to pull up a barber. There was a couple ways to say it. It says, thus fluidity in group affiliation and boundary areas may produce integrated new entities. It may be expected the two groups modify. What did they do? See, y'all be tripping, talking about the Nubians had to stay in the South. But scholarship said, nah, y'all tripping. It may be expected that the two groups modified, created, and syncretized cultural markers to produce an integrated new entity in their cultural contact situation. Ain't that better, man? Oh, Rotex is, that's Austrian technology. Thank you. I love you for being there, 77 Cheek. I mess with it. I love Rotex engines. That's why I only mess with Sea-Doo. Yeah, they might be Austrian too now that I think about it, huh? All right, but let me see. Anyway, I don't know about that, but anyway. Frontiers may also be seen as places of multivariate realities, all right? Remember this. Frontiers, Tasseti. Remember I showed you Tasseti was another name for a frontier? This is why I answered the question for myself. I said, Tasseti, the first nome of Egypt. Well, I don't know what I said, but I said something about Tasseti already. Let's go back and see. What did I say?
With the black top pots, a rap top notch, and I could kick it till your laptop stops. I'm like Tahaka, Shabaka, RP Kerma, Khartoum, or Semna, Bada a tail on the apron with
What did I say about Tasseti already, man?
Know about Dynasty 00. Roll through with Shimsu Heru on the standard. Ta-Nehisi, Sudanese G's. Try to test me. I'm an archer from Tasseti. The squad ready, so I'm stepping in with the extra thin leopard skin. A tail on the apron with my crown on. You can crack jokes, but I ain't the one to clown on.
Hey, that's a gift right there, though.
Hey, yo, Egypt was black. That's a fact. All you little suckers need to step on back. Tried to throw us off,
yeah.
Kept on track and started doing research. What you slept
Y'all
on
slept on that. You
so
slept on that. You thought I was okie dokie. We started doing research and you slept on that.
Research what you slept on that. And with Kemet, it don't matter what the name means. If it's a black culture, then that's the same thing. Race science is a lame thing. Ever since Nubian times, I let the chain swing.
Y'all didn't even get that? Ever since Nubian times, I let the chain swing. Nope. Come on, man. Nope is gold for the gold chain, boo. We just having fun.
That's the same thing. Race science is a lame thing. Ever since Nubian times, I let the chain swing. How the first nome of Egypt was Tasseti, but Tasseti was Tasseti already.
All right, found it. How the first nome of Egypt was Taseti, right? The first nome of Egypt was Taseti. But Taseti was Taseti already. Now listen to why I went there. Frontiers may also be seen as places of multivariant realities. What was the multivariant reality? I just said it in the rap. It answered the question. Where ongoing cohabitance and dialogue can easily be disrupted by tensions and open conflicts. But what does she say here about frontiers? What was the multivariant reality? Oh, this y'all first city? Oh, for real? Oh, we've been here since time immemorial. We've been here forever. It was an old place to some being made a new place to others. This is our first start. But Taseti was already established and founded as we see. A frontier, by the way. These conditions created a type of life that is considerably different from that in the central areas. Borderlands may allow greater freedom, but can also signify a stricter control by authorities, the necessity of maneuvering between local knowledge and opposing ideologies, between local sediments and orders from the center. All right. It says, those that occupy this in-between territory have a potential to disrupt and question power claims and reveal the falseness and the instability of official ideologies. That's the Magi. That's why the Magi was in the middle. That's why we doing what we do. Look, I'm in that in-between territory, family. I hope y'all know that, right? Magi archers. That's where they are located, in that in-between territory. Now, ideologically, she just made perfect sense, but also in what she's talking about, she made perfect sense too. Those that occupy the in-between territory, like the Magi, have the potential to disrupt and question power claims. But this shit be real, bruh. That's why I'm beating cats up. Because I chose that in-between territory. And those who occupy this in-between territory have the potential to disrupt and question power claims and reveal the falseness and instability of official ideology. That's the Magi. This, of course, challenges the binary opposites of us and them, separated by a border. Yeah, exactly, Street Sufi. So basically what it means is, if the person who decorated chose Mesopotamian motifs, the way that he learned to make a knife was in the Egyptian lithic industry. So that tells us more about the motifs, about the person than the motifs. But we look at them all and categorize one as fundamental and the other as an accessory. You feel me? So it says, several studies of frontiers emphasize the need for both macro and micro scale analysis, as well as man, I feel like I read a lot of this. Was this in the other document or something? Oh, she might be referring to some other documents. I read some of this. Several studies from Frontier emphasize the need for both. I know I read the document before, but it seemed like I read this today. Macro and micro scale analysis, as well as the ideal availability of funerary, domestic, and ritual sites. It is important to bring to light which aspects of the two groups' social life corresponded to Lightfoot and Martinez symbolic principles are hybrid elements, and which of the elements are the two original identities. Identities. Due to its unique situation of having well-preserved domestic funerary and ritualistic rites, the Aswan region during the 4th millennium BC is particularly suited for such analysis. Man, now let's just skip to what she say at the end. Because you can read the document by yourself, but it's 50 billion pages. No, it's only 39 pages. But for a YouTube reading, y'all know I've been reading too much and not giving y'all enough of Smash Rockwell. You know, so I'm gonna give y'all some of that so we could get in some trouble. Let's see. I want to get to her conclusion. She said a lot of good things in here. You know what? Let me pull up a word. F. I'm gonna say. Oh, that's not in here. Well, then what is this then? Oh, media? Okay. Well, let's look up, what is the word used? I gotta find the word. Not Mesopotamian. Yeah, she do say that. Now, let me click into this word. There's only two. So you went into that book, but I'm trying to, it's a document where it's a certain term she used. Let's try Fayum. Dang. All right, hold on. Excuse me, forget it. Oh, excuse me. No, I don't remember. I was trying to just cheat to get to something I read at a point in time, but instead of doing that, because I keep getting that doo-doo-doo sound, so I don't want to keep doing that. I'm just trying to get to our conclusion real quick, and then we'll let the AI read it. All right. Just to be fair to all. So we can see where this was going, where she was staying, and where it ended up. Conclusion. So the conclusion starts with the distinction between Egyptian and Nubian identity. So let me make sure I pull up the right one.
The ritual sphere is probably the distinction between an Egyptian and a Nubian identity is something connected to the rise of the Naqada culture in the first half of the 4th millennium BCE. During the previous millennium, such a distinction would have not made sense. As previously stated, the Tarifian, Badarian, and Tazian cultures of Middle and Upper Egypt have strong ties with the Nubian Nilotic pastoral tradition, as can be inferred, for instance, by the very similar pottery, economy, and settlement pattern, and by the latest findings in the deserts surrounding the Egyptian Nile Valley. Gatto, 2011b, 2012a-b, 2013. The creation of the Egyptian identity was instrumental for justifying political power and had as a consequence the creation of the ancient Egyptian concept of duality, Egypt in opposition to the others, which, in a boundary region such as that of the Nile First Cataract, would have been strongly and consistently challenged, particularly during a period of important socio-political changes as the pre-dynastic. The earliest evidence of the Naqada culture, phases IA and IB, comes from the area of Abydos, and from there it moved first south and then north, south of Naqada and down till the Dhaka-Sayala region of Lower Nubia. The earliest evidence is dated to Enek, c. 3700 BCE. Regrettably, archaeological evidence of human settlement during the 5th millennium along the Egyptian Nile Valley is rare and inconsistent, contrary to what is recorded in the deserts. Unless covered by Nile silt, in the region under discussion, the development of a long-term occupation appears to be in concurrence with the southward spread of the Naqada culture. As previously stated, it is highly unlikely that the arrival of...
I gotta stop that, because she just dissed you. Slow it down, bro. She just dissed you. Cats don't even know when they got dissed. The what direction did she say the Naqada culture spread? God, y'all some bumbling buffoons. Let me go to the map and show you Naqada. Cats keep including these fools. Nobody was in that. Naqada right here, bruh.
Did she say the southward spread of Nakata culture? That's why they got hands put on. Because Nakata tried to spread their culture down, got ran up on by the Ombos, that ain't no real name, by the people of Taseti, and it was beef. Man, let me rewind it. She just dissed you, dog. I gotta get that quote from what's his name. Man, the rapper. Shout out to you. Coincidence. I'm sorry, I'm messing up.
The development of a long-term occupation appears to be in concurrence with the southward spread of the
Hey, what's the rapper name now? He be on he raw. He be on I'm just not on the culture right. He raw and deserves that I don't mess his name up, so I'm trying to fix it. He be on Wildin' Out. Consequence? Oh man, I can't guess again. If I guess again, I'm gonna make myself look rap stupid. What's dude's name? He came from the URL. He got bars. He say, slow it down. I just dissed you. Somebody please put his name in the chat so he could get his proper due. Even though he don't need it, he balling. I'm just saying. Y'all don't know blood name? I don't either. I forgot. But he raw. I know his name when I see him. He start with a C. Conceited. All right, my bad. Is that conceited? Okay, cool.
covered by
It could be. I still don't know if I can verify that, though. Yeah, conceded. Okay. More than one person said it. Thank you. Gave him his props.
contrary to what is recorded in the deserts.
Now, let me remind y'all where we at. We are on the southward Nakata movement, right?
Archaeological evidence of human settlement during the 5th millennium along the Egyptian Nile Valley is rare and inconsistent, contrary to what is recorded in the deserts. Unless covered by Nile silt, in the region under discussion, the development of a long-term occupation appears to be in concurrence with the southward spread of the Nakata culture. As previously stated, it is highly unlikely that the arrival of Nakata means migration of people from the north. Colonization and domination of the local communities.
Slow it down.
The interactions.
Slow it down. All the Mesopotamianites, they don't be around when these shows go down like this. Y'all notice this is just a Magi festival happening right now. We need an African dance for this stuff. Hey, y'all, hey, y'all. Let me find something. That's Indian. We're going to go. We going African today. Because ain't none of them around. They spooked. Look. This is us right now, chilling. Oh, they way too loud. Y'all need to see. If I was in the beginning with my Otimaye, I would have been like, bruh, be quiet a little. This is what it's like right now on my page. It ain't a Mesopotamian in sight. We kill them boys off. That's what we do. It's tradition. Hold on, man. I'm getting a call from, I just got a call from one of my archers. I was trying to tap in, but he hung up. Well, you know, that was important. I was going to have to tap in. Yeah, it's looking just like that right now on the archers page. Mesopotamia would dare not show their head. They're always going to go, poof, 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 poof. I want to hear some more of that, man. Let's go on and do our whole chill. Let's let them hate it. All right. Hold on, man. God, man, they got their sound effects way too loud, bro. They gonna try to blow my ears out. Whoever mixed that video, I hate when the videos don't be mixed right. I hate when I do that too. All right, we was just joking around. Let's get back to it. But it's always better with some chill. What she got though? Oh, we was listening to. I wasn't reading. We was listening to. We're gonna rewind it because she dissed you twice. She told y'all Nakata ain't got nothing to do with no damn migrations from the north. She said it out her mouth.
Nakata culture. As previously stated, it is highly unlikely that the arrival of Nakata means migration of people from the north. Colonization.
Let me take that back. She just dissed you.
Be in concurrence with the southward spread of the Nakata culture. As previously stated, it is highly unlikely that the arrival of Nakata means migration of people from the north, colonization and domination of the local communities. The interaction sphere model helps in interpreting the process as a possible spread of an ideological system based on a shared set of beliefs and practices on both personal and public levels. The Nakata material culture being accessible to many people, as it is suggested by the common finding of Nakata items in villages and cemeteries, has probably functioned as a marker of social group identity. Economic factors were probably a major key point for the Nakata group to include the South into its sphere of interaction, and a super-regional Nakata identity definitely facilitated trade. Power was probably the other key factor. In fact, the ideological system also included religious beliefs and practices that were used by the emerging elites to mobilize exotic items and develop a prestige goods system, which in turn helped justifying their power. Highly ritualized places, such as Kas S1 or Nag el Hamdulab, may have been used as loci for displaying and straightening Nakata ideological power. Even though in the region there is no data available for the 5th millennium, what seems to be the oldest funerary evidence, found at Shalal, is related to the Nubian tradition and likely predates the arrival of Nakata in the region. Certainly, the bulk of the archaeological record from the 4th millennium is related to
the oldest what is related to what? Notice how I searched the word Mesopotamian in her document, it ain't in there? Not like that. She could have said that in plenty of ways. She said the Near East. Thanks for remembering. I'm going to search the Near East. Watch this.
Is related to the Nubian tradition and like...
She just dissed you. Nakata is the first so-called first Egyptian. She said they didn't come from the north. And she said they find an extraction in the area that's older than them. It's Nubian.
Nakata ideological power. Even though in the region there is no data available for the 5th millennium, what seems to be the oldest funerary evidence, found at Shalal, is related to the Nubian tradition and likely predates the arrival of Nakata in the region. Certainly, the bulk of the archaeological record from the 4th millennium is related to the Nakata culture, but a small Nubian component is always present in many aspects of the material culture, such as pottery and lithic. However, Nubian-related objects, particularly...
A small, man, even when they get what they call Egyptian, it's always a small Nubian component there.
The bulk of the archaeological record from the 4th millennium is related to the Nakata culture, but a small Nubian component is always present in many aspects of the material culture, such as pottery and lithic. However, Nubian-related objects, particularly black-mouthed vessels, are much more common in the funerary sphere than in the domestic one. Giving for granted the Nubian tradition was the one settled in the area before the arrival of the Nakata one, the strong presence of Nubian objects in the graves suggests a willingness by the local population to keep their identity mainly in the funerary symbolic realm. A similar reaction has been noticed in Upper Nubia during the New Kingdom Egyptian colonization and acculturation, when not only Nubian identity markers were present in graves, but they were mainly present in graves of women, St. Smith 2003. Hybrid objects, such as the Nakata red-polished bowls with a milled rim, which is typically a Nubian marker, are recorded in the domestic sphere. Interestingly enough, it is an Egyptian object that is reconceptualized through the addition of the Nubian rim-top decoration to create a material entanglement, as defined by Stockhammer, 2012, 46, 48. There are also elements, such as the animal burials in the human cemeteries and the great amount of shale-tempered vessels, locally produced, which are neither Egyptians nor Nubians, giving to the local cultural material style uniqueness compared to the two original identities. The ritual sphere is probably the most articulated because not only relates to group identity, but represents also the rising Egyptian central power ideology. Elements from both traditions show up, and this is clearly visible not only at Kas S1, but also at Elephantine Island with the Satet Temple, but the Egyptian iconography and ideology is clearly in majority. The finding of an exceptional site such as that of Nag el-Hamdulab, which essentially has engraved on rock walls sequential scenes representing a royal jubilee, and thus royal power, as it is known in the dynastic period, is of great importance. The location of a site like that at what will become the southern border of the Egyptian state suggests a strong need by the newly established Egyptian elite at the end of the 4th millennium of ideological and political control at its southern border. A control that at the end of the pre-dynastic period will force the human occupation in the region to cluster at Elephantine, where a fortress will be built during Dynasty Worst, and to show in the material culture less and less Nubian markers, although Nubian objects are consistently attested at Elephantine, Railway 2008, as well as is the presence of Nubian people reported from written sources through times. In conclusion, the present study brings to light the existence of what can be defined as a southern variant of the Naqada culture, which is also attested in the western desert around Kurkur and probably in the eastern desert as well. The southern Naqada culture is characterized by the presence of animal burials in the earliest phases, Naqada ICEYAB, multiple human burials and graves shafts covered by stone slabs in the later phases, Nietzsche IB, the common use of shale wares in both domestic and funerary contexts. The greater percentage of shale wares compared to Upper Egyptian localities such as Hierakonpolis and Adaima, the consistent occurrence of Nubian elements in the material culture, and the peculiarity of having sacred and ritual spaces in natural settings. This variant is the result of the entanglement of Naqada and Nubian identity elements with the addition of new elements. The different stages at the base of the entanglement process are detected. Identity markers coexists. They are acknowledged by both groups, and by the appropriation and elaboration of specific elements, materially entangled identity forms are created, such as the Naqada red-polished bowls with a Nubian milled rim decoration. The growth of the elite system in Egypt during the 4th millennium created a stronger centralized control, with the need for a more consistent presence of Naqada symbolism, ideology, and iconography on the ground. Thus, a standardization of the local material culture style in favor of Naqada identity markers and the almost disappearance of Nubian markers from the record.
Conclusion. Evidence we can present for the element.
I stopped it because she already read that. You understand this? Do y'all see how wrong people be? If we go to Aaron DeSouza's work, oh my gosh. He's a nubiologist that just does not. Notice we wasn't talking about no black, white, and we ain't about to start talking about that. We just talking about people traditionally called Nubians, defined as Negro, being all over Egypt. All at the foundational elements, like we say. Maria Gatto's a scholar. I mean, you can't take nothing from her. You know what I'm saying? Look at this publication. This is a 2014 publication. That's just her section in it. But that was cool. I'm gonna open up a chat. Hopefully y'all want to tap in. Let me see. I gotta get the video up. Get Zoom going. Okay. New meeting. Hold on. Not share the screen. I want to invite you. This. I want to invite you guys to do your thing. Come through. Hit the link. Tell me what you think. And at this time, we're going to help y'all help me keep the show popping. Help your boy stay motivated for dissemination. Where we at? Go on. When you watch this on TV, what you do? Watch it on your computer. You grab your phone and you turn on your camera. You aim it at the screen. Bow. Take you to the Cash App. You send a contribution to let me know that you feeling it. Appreciate you. If you ain't in a position to do that, just put up a comment in the chat. Join the channel, man. Make it grow. We need more archers in the building. And that's what it do. All right, now, I'm waiting till the Zoom open up. Once somebody click the link, we are going to discuss some of the things we just heard. So feel free to click the link. It's always all good. Ain't no hate. And if you got an opposing view, don't be thinking I'm going to be mad at you. Just remember how you present yourself is how you're going to get that type of response. You feel me? It's all good. What are we about to listen to, though? I was about to play something. I'm just going to play that again until somebody hit the link. Hit the link. We're going to take a quick break. Listen to this revolt.
Black people, I love you, and I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself. You don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them. You don't prepare your own meat. You don't own your own land. You don't have a seed growing in your window. So when you think about revolutionaryism, you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Exclusive music.
It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car. I'll build a school like I'm Dr. Umar.
Thanks for the Cash App radar.
Guns, banana clips, and cannabis, and bury it, the jackal, Anubis. I'm cool, keep them heaters, and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on light, hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees and still be Hotep and ask to rig Nasheed. 6 in the morning, I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not diametrically opposed to anybody. I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South. We're in the heart of the South right now. Who fishes? Who knows how to fish? Hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down.
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
What up, James? What up, James? Thanks, Radar, for the Cash App.
Peace. What's happening, Smash?
Nothing. What's up with you?
Oh, nothing. Just in the chat having a little discussion with Ngo. You know, he done popped up.
Shout out to Ghost. What's up with him?
You know, it's the same old rhetoric.
Oh yeah, you know. It's good.
It don't stop. Basically.
What y'all was talking about?
Nah, we ain't even doing that, bro. Unless he pop up and try. But he was saying stuff, you know, about he was saying he had a discussion with Zion Lex, and that he was championing the Nakata culture being the origins of civilization. You know, but you know, which is true. I mean, but I said,
what's Ghost's name in the chat?
Street Sufi.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that was Ghost. Hell no.
That's a damn shame. Yeah, he been undercover incognito for about 3-4 months. I don't know what's up with the name.
There you go, right there.
Yeah,
what's up?
What's up with Ghosty?
Hey, what's up, bro?
I didn't even know that was you.
Yeah, that's me, bro. I was trying to say, I don't know what be going on, bro, but I got to start catching drifts of what I say, and I don't think the audience understand. Everybody is contributing and giving some type of proof to understanding the complexity of this portion of Africa, right? And everybody know, as I said yesterday on the show, that the populations in Aswan or in the Pataplaya, those groups of people played a role and had an element in there. But what both sides are biased. For those who embrace the Anatolian farmers or the Eastern Mediterranean population, they deny the other element that played a role in there from the studies. And then us, who are so-called pro-black, or whatever you want to call it, we deny the other elements. The article that you clearly state said it was a Nubian element or a Nubian component there. But what about the other surrounding elements that makes up the people? Not to mention, somebody brought up Razib Khan hang out with racists. Razib Khan, who's a blogger, only mimics available data that's presented. So whatever his narratives is that he write, you know, because I don't even know how far his education is in biology, but whatever his even though he, you know, it's truth and falsehood to everything. So some things he say is on point. So I'm not gonna just throw out what he say, but he only mimics available data that's presented. And people are not understanding that. So I don't care about who I hang out with all types of people that do the most craziest stuff out here in Chicago, and whatever. So that don't have nothing to do with, you feel me, the available data that's presented. And based off the available data that's presented, and based off what's been, you know, what's going on, you can see that the pre-Neolithic culture, who was highly Natufian-like, and you can't be Natufian without having ancestral North African DNA from the Mushabians, who mixed with the Cambrian culture, and then later on mixed with populations in the hills of Anatolia. Some of those people crossed into North Sudan 8,000 years ago. And this happened way before the Nubian A group or the Nakata group. So with that being said, the Nubian A group was related to the Nakata group. And if you look at, based off anthropology, the way they describe the Nubian A group, I'm just trying to get this point across, and people not understanding, that doesn't denounce a Eurasian element even amongst them. It's been there. So Pan-African James, when you keep talking, you know, it's like you're disregarding all that. Nobody's saying the ancient Egyptian wasn't an African civilization. Nobody's saying that it wasn't a Nubian element that was always there. Nobody denies that. The only thing that's being denied is when people try to act like.
Hold on and go. Even if you do have admixture, I'm saying that it's predominantly African at that time frame. So if you do have admixture, just like, okay, look, hold on. Just like I have admixture right now, I have 5%. But if you look at me, matter of fact, I can turn on the camera. You can look at me, and you're gonna see. I can tell you, I got 5% European DNA right now. And when you look at me, you're not going to say that I'm a European and goes.
Pan-African James. That's not.
That when you start to talk about the admixture of North Africa at that time, you can look at the Ethiopians. You still know that they have more predominant genetics to African than they do to the Arab, even though you can see the Arab admixture.
Brother
So
James,
don't do that, bro.
Brother James, let me explain something to you, bro. Ancestral North Africans. Africa is diverse. Nobody's denying that these people were not African or highly ancestral North African, right? But they already had their own independent adaptations and traits that diverge from populations that we come from in Western Central Africa. So yes, you are 95% African. You're an African man. I'm not taking that away from you, and I would never say you're not. But what I'm saying is the population that you descend from, or the population that you are, just not a descendant from, is genetically distinct from the populations in that portion of Africa. See, Ngozi is not here to hold on, James. Let me just finish. Justice Samir or Ngozi is not here to disrupt the community. I'm not here to to piss people off or slap people. I'm only here to teach the diversity of the continent. Integration occurs based on proximity, and that's going to happen naturally. But people disregard that. So what I'm trying to say is that yes, they were Africans. Yes, there were a population of people. Yes, there was a distant Nilotic drip that drifted from the south, and the proto population that was closer to Proto Bija before they had the later integration from Arabs. That element played a role, like the Jebel Ramallah population. And I want the brother Smash to look up Jebel Ramallah and look at the population.
I don't know if y'all see my
screen.
screen.
Element.
Look at my screen. The Zoom is hating on me lately. And it ain't showing y'all faces. So I tried to zoom in on James, and it just went to this when he was showing his image. And so I think it's asking me to wait for it to respond or to close the program. When I close the program, it's gonna close it out. I think what I'm about to do right now while y'all here is open up StreamYard. What's up?
Hey, Smash, before you go, I just want to say this. You look at James. James clearly looked like a West African man. He looks like a Yoruba. He looks just like a Yoruba or Igbo man when you look at this brother. You don't look like the people in Egypt. I don't care what you don't even look like the Nilotic people over there.
Because I'm not mixed with Arab. What are you?
It ain't got nothing. It ain't got nothing.
Yes, it does. The Arab mixture is the same as us and Europeans on this continent, as North Africans and Arabs. They just have a different mixture. Just like if you have somebody in America that's mixed with a Hispanic person, they're gonna have affinities with the Hispanic population too.
Brother Smash. I mean, James. Before he cut this off, and I just want to say this: study the Arabian world. The Arabian world is distinct as well, and they're diverse in their own layers. The variation is less than ours, but you have to be very careful with the term Arab, because even the Hejaz Arabs and those ethnic clans are distinct from the Eastern Arabs, who has a more integration of Neolithic Iranian component. And that Neolithic Iranian component is the shift when you start to find in the Chalcolithic culture that expands at a certain time in the Bronze Age compared to the population in Yemen, Socotra, and other Bedouin groups. So you have to be very selective about when you say Arab, because what do you mean by Arab? What group, what clan are you talking about?
What I mean is somebody.
Because hold on, here's the thing, because Arabs are a cousin group to ancient North Africans. People don't know that. And I can send you an article that says the Levant and Arabian have two different group population affinities. It says the Arabs are African-like from their earlier layer ancestral lineage. And the Levantine Bronze Age population, or late after the Bronze Age to Iron Age, were closer to Southern Europeans, which proves that that's something totally different. Bro, I got work, bro, on this shit, yo. I'm just keeping it 100 with you.
But I'm just saying,
hey, let me get this other link going because the screen paused out, so I'm gonna close they won't even let me start the other link because this thing won't move.
Okay.
So I'm about to close it out. Yeah, I'm gonna close and share another link in the chat. Just come right back. It's only Zoom hating on me right now, so I'm closing it. Let me see. All right, let me see. Now I'm gonna open up the StreamYard and just share this link. I'll do that right now. Just pick Smash Rockwell and go. Create live stream, excuse me. Create live stream. But I ain't gonna go live with it. I'm just gonna use it so that we can use it like Zoom real quick. Maybe I should share some. Let me see, start the camera. Is the camera gonna work? Oh man, hold on. 1, 2, at least the mic work. What the camera doing? I need to tell it to go to my Zoom virtual camera. Streamlabs. All right, I'm gonna use that. Thanks for the contribution. Peace Mass, look up to Cara Bassa and Bameleki on people on Wikipedia. Genetics support their oral Story of coming from the Nile Valley in the 8th century. Okay, I'm gonna look that up. Let me get this camera right so I can share this. I'm just being game goofy. Hold up. I gotta open this, turn this on. Virtual camera. Or maybe it should show now. Whatever. Start camera. All right, cool. It shows now. I'm just gonna share this link right here. Invite. Oh yeah, hold up, but I gotta take all this stuff down. Invite. Let me see. Banners. I'm gonna do that. I don't want to be doing that, but let me see. Invite. Copy. Now we got a new link, man. Because the old link was hating. Thanks for dealing with me for a moment. Hold up. Bear with me for a moment as I do this. Now click the link and we can continue the conversation. Hold up. Here go the link. All right. And then maybe I'm going to share it twice so that I can pin it. Oops. Pin message. All right. Now, StreamYard. How do I do that? So now, how would I... Well, if y'all come on, it's going to work. I got to add myself to the show. Huh? All right, there we go. All right. Come on, come through. If y'all want to continue that conversation. Thank you. I see Mr. Rich in the building. So with Mr. Rich.
What's poppin', man? How you doing today, brother?
All right, chilling.
Yo, I wanted to get into that Badorian, but I want to know, like, you keep talking about he want to, keep, you know what I'm saying, let us keep in mind the diversity and these admixtures, but I want to know, what did they contribute to the culture? You know what I mean? What did the admixture contribute to the culture? Although,
you say what? I'm sorry, you say what?
I want to know what they contribute to the culture if they was, like different than the people that was there. And it's so important for us to be, finding who they are. What do they contribute to the culture? Number one. And then number two, I just wanted to ask number two, you asked it a long time ago that the Arabs was more African than the African in the Green Sahara. And I want to know if you still standing by that. You said that like a while back. And go.
I never said they more African. I said Arabs. I said a lot of the later Arabs have a larger African integration that occurred. You have a two-way street with Arabs. The earlier
phase. You said that today, but like a couple months ago, we were on, live and all of that, and you said that.
Well, I don't. I probably was talking. I don't know, but I know what I would have said is the Arabs that went into Egypt in 640 A.D. They accumulated genes from populations in Sudan even before expanding further west in 690, crossing through Algeria and fighting the Amazigh people. So Arabs didn't come in already. They wasn't a homogenous people, especially the ones from Yemen. And if you study the populations that was there. So that's all I was trying to say. I never said it was fully anything. But what I'm trying to say is this. You asked a question that's important. You said, what did they... When people are looking for resources and they come with... They're going to use the surrounding elements beneficial to them. That's what they did. They didn't have to bring. I know one element they brought in. If you study the people of the Near East, is goats. Goats aren't indigenous to African. They also brought lapis lazuli. They brought other things. They didn't. People just don't come with barehanded. But when they start creating their own stuff, this is what makes Egypt unique and beautiful. It's indigenous to that region. They used the surrounding elements around them and made it beneficial to their independent country. So those resources was based off their regions. And I want people to hear me. Paleolithic Levantines, Upper Pleistocene Levantines, Neolithic Levantines are different than Bronze Age Levantines genetically. And people are not ready to fully understand that. So when I talk about Natufians, you cannot be a Natufian without having an offshoot of ancestral North African components that went through an integration from a group of people called the Mushabins that integrated over there and mixed with the indigenous Cambrians. That's something totally different. People not understanding. So this so-called North African Levantine signature, and some groups of people that deal with genetics can say this, can be indigenous to that portion of Africa, because the Ibero-Mauritian signature which is North African 1, is distinct from North African 2, which is the Levantine. It stops in between the Libyan corridor. The Ibero-Mauritian genetic signature stops in between the Libyan corridor, the Western Libyan, and then in the eastern portion of Libya into Egypt, into the further rest of the Levant and ancient Arabia. Hold on, I'm almost done. The Ibero-Mauritian signature from North African 1 starts between Morocco to west of Libya. You go east of Libya, the signature or the signal of pre-Natufian-like signals start to develop from east of Libya to Egypt, North Sudan, all the way to modern Levant in Arabia, West Arabia. So there has been backwards and forth between West Arabia, the Levant, and North Africa, and that portion of Northeast Africa for a very long time. This is not a new situation.
Okay.
Hold on, Joe.
Hold on 1 second. I just got one thing. These are the Ibero-Mauritians. You know what kind of DNA evidence you got for that?
So if you look up 2008 studies of Ibero-Mauritians, you can look this up right now. You can see right now while we're on here.
Oh, go ahead.
So when you look up the Ibero-Mauritians, they represent a mixture between something that was Hadza and Yoruba-like, which is via ancestry North African, aka
I got you. I'm just talking about the DNA evidence. Where did they get that from?
The DNA evidence, they got it from what they sequence. They got it from the fossils that they sequence.
No, a better question is where the DNA evidence for the Natufian?
Right.
Oh, you can look that up. They already sequenced 6 Natufians. You can look it up. It's there. You can look at it. Just type up Natufians. You can see it. It's already there.
There's no DNA. Cut it out.
I'm lost completely though. I don't.
Hold on. Hey, hold on. No.
I'm trying to figure out what the Natufians got to do with this.
Hold on. No. I'm trying to say no. Hold on, Smash. Before you go, let me just ask these brothers a question because they like. Listen, man. I got love for y'all, but listen, James, do me a favor because you do try to do your research. Or you do your research. Type up Natufians and look up their DNA. Matter of fact, you can even go to type up Wiki and go to the citations and it shows the genetics that's been sequenced, bro. Stop playing, bro. It's there. That shit been sequenced since 2016. That's why y'all got to pay attention to what's going on.
I'm so lost. I get lost sometimes because I don't know how. Wait, just a real quick, Guzzy. I want to just a real quick question. You might be right. I don't know about the Natufians. I want to know how did we get to the Natufians? I'm just trying to say, hold on, James. How are they relevant to the conversation we was having? Is all. Real quick, how are they relevant to the conversation we was having? That's all.
So what's relevant to the conversation is this: when you talk about the Nakata and the Nubian A group who were connected and related, they have signatures that came from some layers of Neolithic Levantines. But Neolithic Levantines, listen, no, you're laughing, but you gotta listen to me. Neolithic Levantines also had a signature that came partly from North Africa. So there was a backwards and forward between the Levant, southern Egypt, of Sudan for a very long time. Matter of fact, you can even find like these the seated women statues. You can, hold on, I'm almost finished. You can find these seated women statues that crosses from Syria, Upper Egypt, all the way in northern Sudan, going back 7,000 years. And that shows the remnants of the pre-Neolithic culture that's been going backwards and forward.
But
that's all I'm trying to tell you,
please,
bro.
Stop, because we got to stop you right here. Listen, bro.
Go ahead.
They do not have any fucking ancient DNA from the Natufians. They use they use modern population as references. That's what they do.
Hey, Jane.
If you got
hold on 1 second. Pan-African James and Gozi, hold on 1 second. Pan-African James, I'm going to tell you this one time. The Natufian culture, they have ancient DNA that has E1B1 and other markers. They found 5 bodies. Right now, when they found hold on a second, bro. And then when they found those bodies, they didn't have they checked their phenotype. They weren't like the Negro type, except one of them. One of them was a Negroid type. Now hold on 1 second. Now, as far as the Mushabians, and this is why I don't like coming on Smash Channel because niggas don't know how to act.
Hold on, man. You're talking too fast. But you're not watching your mouth because you just says you don't like coming on Smash Channel. You didn't mean that. That ain't what you meant. We didn't get up out of here. Shit.
Watch your mouth.
I don't get it. You coming on saying you don't like coming on my channel? Don't cut it out. You meant something else.
His mouth.
So say, I mean, I'm asking to rephrase that.
Let me rephrase that.
Yeah,
You're
thank
right.
you, family.
You are correct. You are correct. When certain people are on, because they just jump in and they just feel like they could just say whatever they want. Let me just add this on to what Ngozi is saying. The Natufian stuff, Pan-African James, if you want it, shoot me an email at askbrothergarfield@gmail.com and I'll shoot it to you in 5 minutes. The Mushabian DNA. If you want it, shoot me an email and I'll send you what I got on my computer right now. Now, the second thing is, whenever people talk about DNA, it's kind of like a funny topic because people get sensitive as far as certain areas and certain things are concerned. We get sensitive to certain areas in the world. So our thinking goes out the window. This is why I say I don't like to talk to people about certain topics because they're biased. I can't talk to people who believe in the Bible sometimes.
Yo, nobody asked you to come up on here, man.
All right. Hey, bro, I'm out, bro. Peace and love, man. Y'all can have it.
Yo, before you do that, I'll put my email right there.
Hey, peace and love, Smash.
Send me the information.
Peace. When you go live, I'm coming through.
He ain't gonna have no link for no ancient.
But I'm just saying, all you did was come on and say you don't like talking to somebody. No, he made his point. He said they did have the Natufian DNA.
They
got it. You got to send me a link, a source.
Okay, James, you gonna get the James, you gonna get the link. I gotta go. I'm getting ready to rotate. But listen, James, I got love for you, bro. But you have to be very careful when you just blur out things. That even goes for me. Everybody got to be careful when they just blur out things, bro. Because you just saying stuff and you like they. And
well, no, I just know that they don't have no ancient DNA from the Natufians.
Bro, you study saying they don't,
just
and they
drop
do, bro.
The link
like
I don't
bro, all you gotta do right now is type of ancient Natufian DNA.
I already
did.
They said that the what did they use the modern,
bro. They sequence.
My man, Mega Rule Boy.
Use the ancient DNA to
Bro, listen. They sequence 6 Natufian fossils. I'm not going to play with you, bro. And they sequence.
Okay, I'm done because I don't want to ruin the show.
But if they said that, why don't you accept it and at least look and see if what they're saying is true and then respond?
It's as simple as them just dropping a link to it.
Well, Mega Rule Boy says, Amir, when you talk, you need to present some evidence. You hogging the mic and not teaching anything. I read the comment because he paid for it to be read. Thank you, Mega Rule Boy.
Okay. Well, Mega Brew Boy, I'm gonna say this, and I gotta go to work. Mega Brew Boy, have common sense and be an adult and listen to what I say and do the research yourself. I'm not. I always been this.
Can I ask you about the R1?
I tell you to look it up. Go ahead.
Can I ask you about the Ramsey the third R1B1? Did you look up that?
E1B1A.
Yeah.
E1B1A. Yeah. We don't really know for sure if it's accurate on E1B1A because of the STRs. It was only 13 STRs. So it could be based off the DYS 390 equals 21. That makes you think that it's insertion of EM2 based off that STR, the short tandem repeat. So it could be E1B1A. But here's the thing, E1B1A, the marker that we have predates Bantus and Yoruba and Igbos. Our marker comes from Paleo-Saharan North Africans before drifting down. So some of Egypt has if you get the article, people under the early Green Sahara, the Egyptians got a layer of a unique branch of E1B1A, and Morocco do. But that only shows that the E1B1A that we have, which is later downstreams, is much later. So E1B1A predates the population ethnic groups that we descend from and the populations that we descend from because West Africans are mixed people. They represent.
Yeah, he dropped out.
Oh, now you're on mute.
Yeah, he muted himself or something.
Somebody just called me. I got to rotate.
Oh, okay, yeah.
All right, peace.
Well, I mean, I don't mind hearing what I've just heard, but I remember when we was looking at the source material. This is source material of archaeologists, and they wasn't talking about DNA. They was particularly addressing the material culture, and the material culture would even overlap DNA, because those people could have had any type of DNA when building this material culture. This is why I don't have no DNA nothing to comment about.
Remember what he said the last part, that isn't it late? That West Africans get it late?
I don't know. Like I said, I mean, you know, I'll be halfway listening. I can't even lie, and that's not an insult. It's because really we taking the topic off of what we was talking about, the material culture and cultural intertanglement, particularly around the first cataract. I had some AI readings. I know we all could understand it. At not one point was she addressing anything that had to do with DNA or genetic markers. So I was like, just listening, and you know, like I always.
Yeah, but my apologies, Smash. But he keeps trying to take it. See, because the Natufian culture starts in the Levant, but those are that's just the beginning of admixture between humans, or people that we calling Homo sapiens sapiens, and people with some Neanderthal admixture. So
Man, I wish I could.
That's all it is. But ain't no way that people that's 70% European is indigenous to Africa. Like, I'm like, stop it. But anyway.
All right, Mega Rule Boy, thank you for the additional contribution where you say, Amir said the Levant and the Arabs contribute PD to the development of Kemet, which is fine, but show something to support that. Thank you for all you do, Smash, and thank you for helping the show grow. I appreciate you, Mega Rule Boy. Okay, but he's going, and so so that's that. And so again, I want to have that DNA show. I'm gonna do the DNA show, but first I'm gonna have to do some research, right, to see. I don't got nothing to say about that.
The only thing you gotta understand, man, is what me and Go I guess me and Ngozi's problem is when he says admixture, he does not understand that I understand that the admixture that you're talking about the beginning of the admixture. So if you got a more population of Africans in this area and some people coming in, their admixture levels are going to be small. But over time, it gets to a point to what we see today. It wasn't like that in the beginning. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And the Neanderthal levels show it. These people have the same Neanderthal levels as Europeans got. They are 70% European. Those people were not in Africa in the beginning, genetically. He can't say that.
I'll be right back.
70% European was in Africa from 20,000 years ago when Neanderthal DNA didn't go extinct to 40,000. So I don't know why he keeps saying that. I wish he would come. Like, I don't understand why he keeps saying that, like we don't know what a European is or where they come from. And how can you become 70% European only through admixture? And there's nothing wrong with that. You know, it's like I'm cursing them, or I'm saying because they Arab that they bad or something. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that we know based on the levels of admixture how the encouraging of, and then you going through the history and they telling you the Byzantines came, the Persians came. So what's wrong? And they giving you a date and time of when this is happening. And then when you do the genetic argument, it all lines up, even with the text. But you can't say 20,000 years ago when the text is not saying anything about that, or even the people. Even the cultural evidence that is showing that it's coming from a certain place. So that's what I'm confused as to why he won't just say it in that order, or is that what he's saying?
So, man, what's going on with Garfield, though, man?
Well, he has a biblical infinity, and so that's what's going on with Garfield. Because he's not going to provide a source for what he just said. I mean, everybody that has studied this, like when you say something, it's out there. So when you tell me something about some Natufian, you don't think I'm going to look that up? It's just that simple. Anybody can go look up the Natufian culture, look up the DNA and see what they say. I already did that, but then you have me going to ring around the rosy, going back to look over something I already looked at, which it already said they don't have any ancient DNA for this culture. Only thing they did was...
How do you share something on here?
Huh? It says present down there at the bottom. You see it?
Mute out.
Yeah, it says somebody, I don't know. It says present at the bottom. But that good guy, he said he wants to know how to share something.
Yeah, I'm on my phone.
Well, I might be lost.
What happened? Oh, I'm back. All right.
Yeah, I don't know how to share on a phone, but
you just press present or something at the bottom.
That's what I was telling them. Yeah, that kind of disrupted the whole show. My bad. But
Nah, Garfield, I didn't know you didn't. I didn't know you didn't like coming on my show.
Nah, Garfield with all the ad hominems, like we don't like. Come on, what's all that about?
He said he did it for me. He didn't mean to make me feel that way, but he was trying to make his point. But he wasn't trying to make me feel no way. I understand that. Because he don't like talking to cats that say it ain't no DNA when you can just look it up. If it's there, then I would see what his point was. If he right, then you arguing about something and it's just right there on Google.
You, Smash, is I done already looked this up. You can even Camji verse, if he was the pop up, he gonna tell you the same thing. That's man.
I think it's more to it than that because he was just like attitude.
Yeah, because people I think he called people Egyptomaniacs and all of that type of stuff. So like I said, I listen to what people say and I take out of it what I hear. And when I listen to Garfield, I think he has a biblical infinity that he's trying to protect. So a lot of people are doing a lot of things and we don't know what they really motive is. For some reason they be off.
I could keep it real
try to look for the reason why they off. You know what I'm saying? Because they ain't gonna tell you I really love being a Christian. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
that's what it seemed like.
Well, Black to Egypt said Garfield let that slip out. That's how he really feel. Well, I understand what he mean. You feel me? But he didn't mean that about me. So that's.
But here's the thing, though.
About me.
No, he was talking about the type of discourse, the things that he thought he didn't need to have to explain. I thought.
So why did he have to come up here and express that feeling? He could have kept that to himself.
Now you're trying to get whatever man. I don't be feeling him, man.
Think I wanted the source. I don't care what he talking about.
Right, and he could just drop the source and say Yasudo and dip.
Yeah, that's what I want, the source, because like I said, I'm not crazy. I didn't look over the same material.
Hey, Smash.
Maybe not as
wait. You know the source Garfield talking about?
What?
No, I'm just asking you.
No,
are you familiar with it?
I don't.
So that's my point. Yesterday, everybody was throwing up sources yesterday. Just throwing up sources. And today, even Corby threw up a source of a black person, said that's a source. But he just said, Garfield says he got a source and don't show it.
He said he was sending to somebody.
So should we just Google Natufian DNA right now? They said 5 or 6 people.
Yeah.
So y'all want the wiki from it? I mean,
It's just fine. Let's find the DNA on it. That's what we need to be looking at.
But see, that's what I'm saying. Oh my God, no!
That's what he said.
Whether they right or not, y'all making me concerned with something that I swear to God, I'm over here googling the Natufian DNA.
I feel you.
Like I got threw off. I'm completely threw off. Yeah, I wasn't talking about that. I hope they right. I hope you right. But that ain't what I was talking about. Like that ain't what we was discussing. Particularly. I heard Gozi say how it had something to do with the Nakata culture, but I don't know. That's some Levantine people that the document I read said there's no reason to assume that the Nakatians came from the north. She said
and then Gozi said that the Levantine Isn't that what happened? Because Goldie came in here and said that the Levantine.
You breaking up.
Now, isn't that what happened? Gozy came in here and said the Levantine component.
Fam, you breaking up.
Yep. I think you did say that though.
What did he say?
You said something about a Levantine component, right? I don't know. I ain't even tripping really. I'm losing my focus on the subject. You feel me? Because first of all, Zoom messed me up. Now I can't do what I like to do on my computer screen. You feel me? Because I don't really know how to do it and do this at the same time. Maybe move this to a different monitor, but then they won't see y'all.
Oh shit.
No, it ain't no big deal. We just talking though. It's working.
Yeah, I'm on a research tip because that's like I said, I already did this before. The long nights of research, and that's what I came up on.
Shout out for that cash app.
On the ghost hunt.
Sean, shout out for the cash app. You always appreciate it. Appreciate you. I love it when the buzzer go off. They like to extend the show. You know what I'm saying? I'll be like, about to play some football. And then Sean come through like, yeah, I appreciate the content. Thank you. And thank everybody else who contributed. Man, I don't know. What did I title it? I think we was talking about something about the 4th or 5th millennium.
Shit.
The name of Maria Gatto's document. And so just in talking about that, her not being a geneticist, and I don't really refer to too many geneticists for multiple reasons, because when you're talking about ethnicity, you don't get that from genetics. So it's just facts. We can't, because you could switch from being Egyptian to Nubian, but we looking for some definite markers that'll say, oh no, this is what you was on something else. You could switch from being Nubian to Asiatic as far as the cultures are concerned. Right. They wasn't looking at what we looking at. You feel what I'm saying? So we got a story of a person who lived as born as an Egyptian. He went to retinue and lived and became a king as an Asiatic. And when they came back, because he wanted to die on Egyptian soil, they used to say, look at this fool. He don't even look like no Egyptian. You know what I'm saying? They was like he living the life of the Aamu. Now, that could have confused us in various ways, because if we was looking at the DNA and he did not never go back to Egypt, I mean, this is a hypothetical story, but if he never went back to Egypt and we found his remains in the area of retinue, we would have confused that all up. You feel me? All he was a person born in Egypt who went and lived his life. He chose to switch ethnicities as far as that's concerned, and he lived as a Asiatic or an Aamu. And so you could, and then Egyptian wasn't DNA. An Egyptian was one who drank from the Nile and paid taxes to the pharaoh. That could be anybody, right? So I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm like, why are we looking for stuff that they didn't look at to say what they said? They said an Egyptian is one who drank from the Nile and pays taxes to the pharaoh. So the people further down who didn't pay taxes to the pharaoh wasn't considered Egyptians. By them, at least. Not by that term Egyptian, but, was not one of them. Egyptians for layman's terms.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful statement in itself right there, because the area that I'm looking at, they wasn't drinking from the Nile. They was drinking from somewhere else.
So we didn't get the blacktop pottery.
What happened? Something going on. Yeah, something is a bunch of.
Did your mic go out or something?
Federated State need to mute out or something. He eat some.
But the question got cut short, right? It seemed like it was.
My question is the blacktop pottery. What dynasty did that start in?
It was pre-dynastic.
Yeah, it was in what they call Nubia A group and all of that.
So my question is, who's those people?
You want us to answer that? They'll get mad if we tell you. You know what I'm saying? Well, what I would consider as Africans, even if they have an admixture percentage of 10% Arabic, you're going to still have a phenotypical features that look like Africans, like Ethiopian types. So you're still an African. Even if I look at an Ethiopian, I'm going to say he's an African, even though I could still see admixture. So that's what it is.
He got a source. There's a source on the screen that y'all probably can't see. Let me pull this over here and try to see if I can make it happen. Present. Share screen. Okay. Y'all can see that, right?
Smash.
Now y'all do.
Damn, I do see.
Oh, well, now I can go. I wonder what happened if
I
I
see
like this. Okay, so now I can pull it back over and then make this bigger. But how can I control it, though? Oh, okay. Do I get some control, though? No, but it's cool. We still... I'm just trying to learn how to make this work. But we still see it.
It got a gray bar on the side right there.
Oh, can I go up and down? Don't know.
I don't know.
I would have to take this and do this on a different screen. Just a second. Oh, I gotta act like I ain't in my other streamer. That's all. All right, yeah, there we go.
Okay, bam.
Yeah. So someone just shared this article with attached a super chat with it, man. Y'all super chatting today. Shout out to the super chatters. It go, a new analysis interpretation Nilotic relationships with the people of the Nile Valley. All right. I don't think I'm about to read this whole thing, but let's read the abstract. Hopefully I can be heard on YouTube. It appears I can be. So let me try it. All right. The process of the people in you know what? This is short. I ain't even about to do this. Even though it was cool, I'm about to pop this in my AI. Hold up. Just for the fun of it. I might let myself read it in AI. Let me let myself read it.
Yeah, that video you did was outstanding, Smash.
I appreciate you.
Oh yeah, the one you did against Megatron,
yeah. I watched that twice so far. You know, cause you gotta be able to watch that more than once.
Shout out to you. Share that video, y'all. We gonna watch
I
it.
already did. It's on my Facebook.
Here we go. I was just talking to everybody on YouTube World. Here we go with the abstract. I'm gonna generate this audio and let's see what happens. Tell me if y'all can hear the audio when it plays. It's not playing yet, so. YouTube will be able to
abstract.
Hear. Can y'all hear that?
The process of the peopling of the Nile Valley likely shaped.
Y'all can't hear that, huh?
No, I don't hear that.
All right, I'm gonna change that voice because it wasn't good anyway. I'm gonna use my so I gotta share it in a different way. Just 1 second. Present. Share the whole screen with sound.
You gotta check for sound too.
Yep. I didn't never share the whole screen. I just was sharing the page. So here we go. Now it's generating. I can pull that over here. And y'all still should be able to hear it. Oh, if it's not if y'all, all right, now let's tell me, can y'all hear this?
The population structure and
all right, cool. We're gonna let it regenerate. So I had did it in my voice. But I don't want that. Because my voice sounds cheap right now. But I'm going to do it the professional way. I just did it hella quick for that video. If I put music over my voice, it sound cool. All right, I'm about to regenerate that audio. If I put music over my voice, it sound cool, but you could do it the professional way, the way you just sound like, dang. I'm going to wait to do that.
Abstract.
Here we go.
The process of the peopling of the Nile Valley likely shaped the population structure and early biological similarity of Egyptians and Nubians. As others have noted, affinity among Nilotic populations was due to an aggregation of events, including environmental, linguistic, and socio-political changes over a great deal of time. This study seeks to evaluate the relationships of Nubian and Egyptian groups
I want
in
to
the
stop that
context of
voice,
the
man.
original
Hold on.
peopling event. Cranial non-metric traits from 18
I gotta stop
Nubian
that,
and
man.
Egyptian
Hold on.
samples spanning lower
I don't know why
Egypt and lower
they.
Nubia
I don't know
for
why they did
approximately
me like that,
7,400
but
years were analyzed
hold
using
on.
Mahalanobis D2 as a measure of biological distance.
We're gonna try a different one,
A
man.
principal coordinates analysis and spatial temporal model were applied to these data. The results revealed temporal and spatial patterning consistent with
What if you was
documented events
debating
in
with this
Egyptian
person?
and Nubian population history.
Moreover,
the Mesolithic Nubian sample clustered with later Nubian and Egyptian samples, indicating that events
It's messing all up. Look. That ain't even me turning it down. It just gave me a bad. I need money back for this.
Yeah, I thought you did that.
Nah, it just turned down. Listen to her. Nah, that ain't it. All right, well, I did still hear with it, but that wasn't in my bag. But that was the first time it kind of malfunctioned like that and generated a boo-boo sounding voice. Let me give it one more shot. I switched to a person named Adam. I could have read it just like the process of peopling the Nile Valley likely shaped the population structure of the early
Abstract.
Here we go.
The process of the peopling of the Nile Valley likely shaped the population structure and early biological similarity of Egyptians and Nubians. As others have noted, affinity among Nilotic populations was due to an aggregation of events, including environmental, linguistic, and socio-political changes over a great deal of time. This study seeks to evaluate the relationships of Nubian and Egyptian groups in the context of the original peopling event. Cranial non-metric traits from 18 Nubian and Egyptian samples spanning Lower Egypt to Lower Nubia and approximately 7,400 years were analyzed using Mahalanobis D2 as a measure of biological distance. A principal coordinates analysis and spatial temporal model were applied to these data. The results revealed temporal and spatial patterning consistent with documented events in Egyptian and Nubian population history. Moreover, the Mesolithic Nubian sample clustered with later Nubian and Egyptian samples, indicating that events prior to the Mesolithic were important in shaping the later genetic patterning of the Nubian population. Later contact through the establishment of the Egyptian fort at Buin, Kerma's position as a strategic trade center along the Nile, and Egyptian colonization at Tombos maintained genetic similarity among the populations.
Interesting. All right. I mean, we know that, man, but people keep on, you know.
Can I say something real quick?
What's up with Gaddafi?
Peace, Smash. Peace to the panel. I don't know why the Natufians was brought up when you know they went extinct, right?
Good point. I guess I guess they're supposed to.
Nobody's even related to them.
They wandered into Egypt,
to bring them up in Egypt and they went extinct. Why even bring them up? Nothing to do with. They had nothing to do with the dynasty or nothing.
Okay, Just real quick. You're right. I want to give out these props. Radar, Sean, and Sunchild. Thank you for the cash apps. I see you. All right, you got the floor still, brother. I hit the wrong sound effect. All right, go ahead.
I just wanted to bring that up. I know Pan-African James know that.
Man, I'm over here reading about the Natufians right now. It's terrible. I'm still over here because I'm thinking I'm crazy. I'm over here just reading it. They like, man, they don't have enough evidence. This is what I'm reading. So I mean, and I just love for them to just send the link. So, but we ain't gonna get that. So
they don't even have to send the link. They went extinct. Like, so to bring them up, they have nothing to do with Egypt. Like, nothing.
Have enough material evidence to even say they had anything to do. But let Smash continue on doing what he's doing, because he was trying to read something from an abstract of a link to somebody.
Oh, no, I just did it. I mean, I wasn't about to go more than that. We just wanted to do the abstract.
So why is Garfield?
Okay.
Hey, yo, Smash. What up, bro? This Lance. Hey, check the back check. I want your opinion on it. I'm gonna go back to the chat, bro.
Okay, we'll do.
Smash,
Check that out. Tell me your opinion, B. I've been fucking with you on IG. That's me, Lance Single.
Oh, for real? I just be posting on IG, and I never look at IG, but unless I look at my my DMs, I hardly ever, because it be hella comments.
Hey, Smash, I think it's really disingenuous, bro, that we become biased and we pick and choose what we want to read on Wiki. Now, you got the AI. All you got to do is go to archaeogenetics and read the Natufians to see what this dude say that wasn't sequenced.
Like, all right, tell me where to go. That's what they've been asking for, a place to go. I'll go anywhere. So where to go?
Go to archaeogenetics, 2016 studies from the 5 Natufians that was sequenced. For this dude to be talking, bro, and acting like he just know or anybody else, and dude talking about they extinct, y'all need to learn genetics, bro.
Archaeogenetics 2005. Real quick, I'm pulling it up. Hold up, James. Archaeogenetics 2005, Natufian DNA.
Yeah, go to two. They got 2016, and they got the other one from 2000.
All right, and we gonna let them read.
And the citations is all there.
We're gonna let them read this abstract. Or do you got a particular point you want me to go to?
Hey, I don't think
I'm just gonna make them read the abstract.
I just asked for the source. Just send
no,
me
the source is there. 2016.
Yeah, send me the link in the back text, man. We ain't got to go through
all that.
I'll read it for myself.
No, it's cool. We about to listen. It's hella easy. I'm doing the voice right now. Hopefully, it'll pop up in a second. Tell me if y'all can hear it. This is the abstract, and this is what they're gonna say. So we'll hear here.
We report genome-wide ancient DNA from 44 ancient Near Easterners, ranging in time between pos 12,000.
That's because I made the same mistake again. I pulled it off of the. See if y'all hear it when it's on this screen. Hold on.
To 1,400 BCE.
Y'all don't hear that either?
No, it ain't.
CE.
It ain't even on the screen.
Oh, okay. It's in the wrong one. Hold on. Let me start over. Present. Oh, I wasn't sharing. Oh, no wonder. Entire screen with the audio. Then let me let this person in. Oh, somebody was just trying to get in.
Okay, yeah, we can see that.
All right, y'all can see it, so let's listen to the audio as we go to the abstract.
We report genome-wide ancient DNA from 44 ancient Near Easterners ranging in time between pos 12,000 to 1,400 BCE, from Natufian hunter-gatherers to Bronze Age farmers. We show that the earliest populations of the Near East derived around half their ancestry from a basal Eurasian lineage that had little, if any, Neanderthal admixture and that separated from other non-African lineages prior to their separation from each other. The first farmers of the southern Levant, Israel and Jordan, and Zagros Mountains, Iran, were strongly genetically differentiated and each descended from local hunter-gatherers. By the time of the Bronze Age, these two populations and Anatolian-related farmers had mixed with each other and with the hunter-gatherers of Europe to drastically reduce genetic differentiation. The impact of the Near Eastern farmers extended beyond the Near East. Farmers related to those of Anatolia spread westward into Europe. Farmers related to those of the Levant spread southward into East Africa. Farmers related to those from Iran spread northward into the Eurasian steppe, and people related to both the early farmers of Iran and to the pastoralists of the Eurasian steppe spread eastward into South Asia.
Well, he got it. There go his source. There go his source.
Yeah, what?
Hey, that's bars right there.
You got to.
I'm gonna say it again. So James, when I try to warn you, bro, stop talking. You be talking crazy like you know and you don't. So all this stuff, those people been there. Now, if you go to the
hold on.
Hold on.
No,
listen.
You still echoing.
I'm almost finished.
Still echoing.
We echoing, Smash.
If Smash go to the 5 Natufians that was sampled, like I just told you, one was E1B1, two was E1B1B. They're split from EZ827, and two was placement holder CTM168. But they went back further in 2021 and said it was E1B1B.
So these are regular people, right?
Which shows that an introgression from North Africa, Paleolithic North Africans, drifted into the Levant, mixed with the Basal Eurasians or Afro-Arabians or Cambrian culture, fused together to create this Natufian people. Later, I'm just giving it to you straight to the point. These Natufian people.
Hey, it's a bad echo.
The echo, echo, and that's what I'm trying to
No,
say.
I don't hear the echo. That's the cold part.
Can y'all hear?
Yeah, I got you turned down.
So I wonder what's
It's only when you don't talk, Smash.
It's when I don't talk.
Everybody else
All right, let me see if I'm gonna stop it.
That echo's
now,
crazy.
Now, listen. Is it still there?
Hello? Yeah, stop.
That's
stop.
It was probably because I was sharing my screen and Gozy was playing through my audio and it was doubling up. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead,
So all I'm saying is, after these Natufians, who was emergence between Mishubians, who migrated out of Paleolithic Egypt area, mixed with.
So are you trying to say they had something to do with the original Kemet?
I'm trying to let me explain. Later, some of these people drifted and created the pre-modern Neolithic culture. When you really start to see the cultivation of farm and exchange in Levant, and they mix with people in the Halef area of southern Turkey, where you find Göbekli Tepe at, and Katahawk culture. Some of these people even went down through the Arabian Peninsula, and it was them that merged all the way through North Sudan. You start to see them going backwards and forth from North Sudan, Upper Egypt, the western part of Arabia, southern Levant, backwards and forth. There's been a continuation for a very long time.
So are you saying those are the people?
I'm missing the point. Yeah, I'm missing the point entirely.
Check this out, though. When in that article that you just pulled up, didn't you see where it said that they lack Neanderthal DNA?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, and this don't support the point you trying to. Wait, let me say something real quick. Hold on.
Smash. Let me just say something. I don't know what's wrong, but bro, no one can't talking about Neanderthal. Basal Eurasians who lack Neanderthal DNA were a population that split from ancient North Africans.
Yeah, that's what he was trying to say, though. He wasn't really trying to cite the Neanderthal part. What I took from that was that they was black. Is what he was trying to say, basically.
Not only that, it ain't no white hunter gatherers.
No, bro. Listen, y'all. No one cares about their skin color. Like, if that's what you want to say.
Why are you making the point exactly about the Natufians if it's not to say that these other people that don't look like the Negroes was there?
I'm not, bro. Listen, the populations. This is what I'm trying to say. The people that's responsible for that. I'm not denouncing the Africanness. I'm saying that those people are not us. I'm not talking about their skin tone and their morphology, because we know about the morphology. We can get into anthropology later. But what I'm trying to say is that just all I'm saying is that for people to say that the indigenous people of that area is not those people, you can see if you follow the genetics of what's going on, especially in.
But you wasn't making that point with this Natufian statement, because they had they said the Basal Eurasians was not mixed with no Neanderthal. That would mean that they was black. And you talking about the people who look there now. I'm just trying to make your argument be cohesive so we can follow it.
Smash. Listen, that's how I know nobody pays attention to me. Bro, you know how long I've been doing this. So for people to make it seem like that's never been my argument, bro, about them having Neanderthal wasn't even a sub. The only person that brings up Neanderthal is this dude right here.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm not talking about Neanderthal.
Neanderthal DNA, and that's what they use. Even in Multicultural, they use that Neanderthal DNA as a marker to see when that DNA came into Africa.
Real quick, the article said that James didn't. Let's be fair right now. The article is what said they didn't have Neanderthal DNA, and it said it for a reason. The reason why it said it is because it was making the point that they had not mixed with no Europeans. If they had mixed with Europeans, they would have Neanderthal DNA.
Y'all not Smash.
Hold on, Smash. You got to look at the fact that it said that hunter-gatherer Neanderthals. Those are not white people.
No, did it say? It didn't say. No, we down here. We down here. Up there, they didn't mention Neanderthals yet in the abstract. Look, do they say Neanderthals? They say formed from local hunter-gatherers. I didn't think they.
The conversation has nothing to do with Neanderthal. The only person that ever brought up Neanderthal was James.
Okay. So no, look, right here it goes. Just to be clear, it say right here, we should know that the earliest populations of Near Easterners derived half their ancestry from Basal Eurasian lineage that had little of any Neanderthal admixture. So he's saying that they had not mixed with people who had Neanderthal admixture yet, correct?
Yes, that's a fact, but that's not the argument, bro. That's not my
I feel you. That's not true. I'm with you with that. I'm with you with that. But putting this data into the concept of what the people who made up ancient Egypt looked like, this ain't a good data point for you. Because it says they didn't have no Neanderthal admixture, and you laughed at when they went down into Egypt. So when they went down into Egypt, they wasn't looking like the people who there today.
Absolutely not.
Because the people that are there today are 70% European and have the same amount of Neanderthal admixture as Europeans at 2%. So that's it. That's all I'm saying. I'm just trying to keep it simple. Like I don't have to. Excuse me.
I don't understand why y'all keep saying European when
because that's what they are. I mean, that's
the original
what
Europeans are hunter. They had hunter gatherers. Hunter gatherers are not white people.
But at this time, Europeans ain't white. So this is the point we're making. Just because it say you're Asian, if they had Neanderthal mixture, then they would talk about these Basil is just like some original people, right? Our oldest people that they propose that they had not mixed with the Neanderthal people who had Neanderthal in them yet. So their genetic consistency would, even though they were separate from Africa because they traveled to another location, they had not mixed with nothing that would make them look like the modern Egyptian. Basically.
Man, they just crossed across the Arabian Peninsula and stayed over there a little bit wild and got a little, just like the chimpanzee and bonobo. Excuse me.
Hey, Smash, bro. This right here is up your alley in the back chat. Will you get a chat? Excuse me, I'm smoking.
Let me know. That might be why we messing it up. Let me know we messing this up because it clearly say that there. Now, I'm not saying I just know how to read an abstract. I ain't no professional with this. But if they saying that we show that the earliest populations of the Near East derived around half of their ancestry from the basal Eurasian. So let's consider that half, okay? Half their, let's just be fair and say this is half of their ancestry that they're talking about. From the basal Eurasian lineage that had little of any Neanderthal admixture and had separated from their other non-African lineages prior to their separation from each other. The first farmers in the southern Levant, Israel, Jordan, and the Zagros Mountains were strongly genetically differentiated, and each descended from local hunter-gatherers. That's fine. It says by the time of the Bronze Age, these two populations and Anatolian-related farmers. So there we go. Now we got that mixed in with some Anatolian farmers had mixed with each other and with the hunter-gatherers of Europe and drastically reduced the genetic differentiation. Now listen, we following what they say. The impact of the Near Eastern farmers extended beyond the Near East, further related into the Anatolian spread west of Europe. Farmers related to Farmers related to those of Anatolia spread westward into Europe. Farmers related to those of the Levant spread southward into East Africa. So at the time of this spread, it do not say that Gozi all the way died on his source, because at the time of this spread, they had been done with this earlier stage. Then they had mixed with some, you see what I'm saying? They mixed with the Anatolian related farmers, had mixed with each other, and then so they already was only half, as I'm just reading the source. Basically, you're Asian, right, and with non-African, and then it says they mixed with these other people. So by the time they made this mosey, the impact of the Near Eastern farmers extended beyond the Near East. Farmers related to those of Anatolia spread westward to Europe. See, by the time they doing this, they do have different DNA. I mean,
their admixture comes later, but see, the problem is you don't have any source DNA for these populations, man.
But hold on, you keep look. I can't let you say that when they say we report genome wide ancient DNA from 44 ancient Near Easterners. So are they lying?
If you look up basal Eurasian, which is the source population of the Tufians, they're going to tell you that they don't have any DNA for the basal Eurasian population.
All right, well, let's go look and
That's
see
just what's
what basically this.
So if you ain't got no DNA for the source population, how can you have
Well,
DNA
let's keep
population
reading.
that precedes it? That's what the argument is.
I'm with you, but look, let's read what they saying they did. They said, we report genome-wide ancient DNA from 44 ancient Near Easterners ranging in the time between 12,000 and 1400 BC. Now, let's slow down. If the samples that they have are not prior to 8,000, then they won't be Natufian, right? How would they know I mean, I don't know how they would be able to determine that. So I guess we would go and look at the date of the samples that they maybe in the 8,000 range, and they surely they're going to list that on here.
I bet a bunch of them in the 1400.
Well, let's go see.
I'm just saying, I bet you, man. I just know.
We need to look at their samples.
The majority of those they're gonna be. But see, when we
oh my God, here we go. James. Let's see what it says. The newly reported ancient individuals date to 12,000, 1400 BC and come from the southern Caucasus, Armenian, northwest Anatolian Turkey, Iran, and the southern Levant, Israel, Jordan. One individual had a radiocarbon date that was not in agreement with the dates of the archaeological context and was also a genetic outlier. The samples included Epipaleolithic Natufian hunter farmer. All right, now listen. The samples included Epipaleolithic Natufian hunter-gatherers from Rafiq Cave in the Levant, 12,000 to 9,800 BC. So how can you be right, James?
Because the source population of Natufians is basal Eurasian, which they don't have any DNA for. Bruh, and also because the population that I'm talking about, well, what we're talking about is the people that are there today. Those people are 2% Neanderthal. At the beginning of this, you heard them say that the population of Natufians had no Neanderthal admixture. I'm just Neanderthal admixture to find out when did it come.
You talking away the data, James? The data say the samples include Epipaleolithic Natufian hunter-gatherers from the Rakhufek Cave. Now, did you know prior to this statement about Epipaleolithic Natufian hunter-gatherers from this cave? Because if you could say, yeah, I know about that, but if you didn't know about that, they possibly have a specimen that you didn't know about.
Yeah, let me see the link to that. I need that.
This is a qualified source. So I'm saying it's not a big deal to not know about something.
Right, but still, you would still be talking about the beginning of an incursion, and you have to understand that if these people didn't have no Neanderthal DNA at some point, how long does it take for that incursion to get all the way to? How long does it take for that incursion to sweep?
Hold on.
You see the date across to Morocco.
I'm with you.
How long does it take?
I'm with you. But Judah Redemption said I messed it up. How did I mess this up? It say
and then when you get the evidence from what was written in the material culture, it all coincides with the same thing. With those people who wasn't there no 23,000 years ago, like they said.
Thank you, American Dream. Yeah.
They said that they were there 23,000 years ago, and they keep telling us, and I'm not going to skip over this point, that the people that we see there today in North Africa have always been there. That's what
I'm with you on that, but bro, I only look. Since
that ain't true though.
Look, I'm just listening, right? And look, this is how since I'm not in this DNA thing, I have to just deal with the data. And you telling me it say on the screen from this qualified source that the samples include Epipaleolithic Natufian hunter-gatherers from this cave, the Rakhufek Cave in the Levant. And you want me to believe the people who did this survey don't got those samples?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is the dating on that is in the time frame of what we talking about.
It say 12,000 to 9,800. They would qualify as Natufians.
But what I'm telling you, Smash, is before the Natufian culture, the culture that predates that is the Basal Eurasian. They don't have no DNA for that. That is made up. They made that shit
Okay,
up.
so you saying the article lying?
What I'm telling you is the source DNA that they have for Natufian culture is Basal Eurasian.
I'm
And if
saying,
you look
okay,
that up
I
and,
feel
and
you.
watch this, it's gonna start off with the same thing, that they don't have no Neanderthal DNA. But for me, what that's telling me is they just really just want to give them other terms instead of just saying they're Africans like everybody else because they had the admix yet. That's what they're doing.
So basically, these Epipaleolithic Natufian hunter-gatherers
Are
are
Africans. They don't have a significant. They don't have a significant amount of admixture at that point to be called anything other than that. When you see an Ethiopian, even though he's admixed, you still gonna say he's an African. Only until you
hold on. He don't say that. It say it's likely Mesolithic individual from the Hotu cave in the Alsbor mountains of Iran. But that's significant too. That's their sample. But he don't say that. He say it's likely a Mesolithic individual from the Hotu cave in the Absur mountains of Iran, probably dated to 9100 to 8600 BC. Pre-pottery Neolithic farmer. Okay.
When you go to the Natufian culture, they say that the culture that predates whatever that is that you talking about, you saying that those are Natufian, you're gonna. They don't have a Neanderthal ancestry.
So you're doing it. Your contention is qualified, but you're mounting your argument wrong. To me, right? Because the strong suit here is what you should have noticed is they only got one in that time period.
There's only one.
Thank you. Look. It's like this one they got is one person, an individual. From the Hotu cave of the Absar Mountains in Iran, probably dated to 9100 to 8600. But let's go to the next one. He go from 83 to 62. So he's still a Natufian at 6700. Excuse me. The pre-pottery, that's why they don't call him that. They say the pre-pottery Neolithic farmer from the Ain Gazelle and Mozart in the southern Levant, 8300 to 63. Now I thought the Natufians is gonna be, well, if he gonna say this dude was inside of this 8,000, I guess that would be a Natufian. But we still saying we got people like that they archaeologically called it Natufians at 6,700. If that's cool, then yeah. Let me look up the date of the Natufians.
Oh, that's what I'm trying to tell you, and that those time frames are all in the scope.
See, this is what I'm saying. Look, this say 12. This supports you, James. This say 12,000. 12.5 to 9.5 BC. So I'm like, why is y'all? So that means they really only got one in this source material. They really only got one.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That
it's an
qualifies
of DNA that takes time and comes over time. I'm not saying that it didn't happen, but when you're trying to say to put the significance of that small amount of DNA, and then you got to think about what was the population at that time. Like this wasn't. If they don't find any Neanderthal DNA in both the Basal Eurasian populations and the Natufian population, to me that means they're just Africans. Like if you just want to talk about they had a small mutation that gave them a genetic.
Oh, hold on, Ghosty. I just looked at the screen. Look, now this is what I see. He said I wouldn't let him back in, but in front of me on my monitor, I see what y'all see. Now watch this. When I click this, where is it at? I don't even know where it's at to let you back in. Here it go, look. All right, now I had to pull it up on another thing. That's why I wasn't letting you back. And Reggie down there too. Oh, so come back, Gozy. That's what happened. I didn't know. And Reggie, I wasn't not letting you in. I simply wasn't looking at the screen.
Yeah, we on a different screen.
I'm gonna leave this up right now. Yeah.
Hey, can I say something, man? Because this dude.
Man, I'm not being disrespectful.
No. I'm not disrespecting you, but what I'm saying is I hate that people like don't give credit nobody. The way I've been presenting this is how I've been presenting for a long time. You were wrong, bro, and you need to admit to it. Nobody ever brought up no Neanderthal but you, bro. You brought that up. What I'm trying to say, if you want to know the history of Basal Eurasians, to make it simple, Basal means split off at base. The population that they split off from was from ancestral North Africans. The people that they're classifying as that precedes the Natufians are called the Cambrian culture. The Cambrian culture mixed with another culture that left out of the now called the Mushabians. The same Mushabians that gave rise to the EM78 marker that the populations at the Horn of Africa or Somali people who are 40% Natufian like have, and also the populations that drift out from EZ827 that gave it or inserted into those people creating the Natufian culture. So the basal Eurasian or the Natufian hunter-gatherer is nothing but what we can classify as Afro-Eurasians. Split off much earlier. I'm tired of people calling
after you said basal Eurasian, you accidentally went to mute. Josie, after you said basal Eurasian, it went to mute. So please reiterate.
No. I'm sorry. People keep calling me. So what I'm saying is that so the basal Eurasians, right, are a population of people that split off the base from ancestral North Africans. You have to understand the Levant area. You have the Tyrian culture, which splits between North Africa from 130,000 to 40,000 years ago. But a layer of those people, the Eastern Tyrian groups, later became something called the Mushabians. Now, before that, the Cambrian people split off, and they come from somebody called the Emirates culture that split from the ancient North African culture, from ancient North Africa and went over there 60,000 years ago. Follow the out of Africa model. It's very easy. This is for people that's listening to me. So if you look at the Emirates culture, a few of them became the Cambrians that stayed south. The Cambrian or the basal Eurasians never mixed with Neanderthal. They either stayed in between the North African corridor or south of the Levant near Arabia, where they didn't receive any integration from Neanderthals compared to the population in the north. Now, when it comes to the Ibero-Maurusians, another group of people that's west, they did have Neanderthal in them. And James noticed, because if you type up Ibero-Maurusians, they were 2% Neanderthal. You know why they had Neanderthal in them? Because they had another layer of Eurasian DNA that's distinct from the basal Eurasians. They came from a phase of people called the Crown Eurasians that was closer to people called the Zutzana that brought mtDNA U6 into North Africa, that portion of North Africa, 23,000 years ago. I'm not going to play with you, James. I'm not going to play with you. And you got to understand something too, bro. There's a distinction between
They didn't have a full 2% in the beginning. It was like 0.2. So don't do that either.
Bro, listen. Hold on. No. You're not even reading the data right, brother. You can type this up right now. Everybody in the audience, because I'm not a fool, bro. Everybody can do this. Type
but hold on.
No.
Who can say no faster than Gozy? Listen, he's going to say no 20 times.
Because they were trying to figure out how did they get over there instead of coming through the Levant. Hold up. That's what they said.
Hold on, James.
So did it come through the Levant?
Hold on. Hey, James, why are you mimicking what I say in a different way like you saying
something different? I read this myself. What are you talking about? I'm not even talking about what you... What I'm trying to do is clarify where the DNA came from.
Let me ask you a question. James, listen. Where did mtDNA U6 come from? Where did it come from? Where did mtDNA U6 come from? And how long has it been enough?
I don't know about the from what you're talking about genetic mutations. It's so many genetic mutations. We're not see that when you simplify it, it's not that hard. We're gonna stick with admixture and when the incursion happens.
Bro, that's all we talking about. I'm gonna make it easy. Listen. Epio-Paleolithic Eurasians back migrated into Africa as early as 30,000 to 23,000 years ago. And they're distinct from the basal Eurasians that was in the Levant or North African corridor. That's something totally different. The people that brought U6 in, that was close to the Zutzana people, that was near the Lesser Caucasus, were population drifters that came from pre-Holocenic Iranian groups who went through the Caucasus, went through the Lesser Caucasus, and some of them split up. U6 came into North Africa with Neanderthal genes because out of Africa, the first wave of them that crossed through the early Levant 60,000 years ago, they stayed on the northern cuff of what they classified as the Levant. They received Neanderthal signals, not the ones south that became independent basal Eurasians. Basal Eurasians are primarily groups of people that split from mtDNA N without coming from R, like mtDNA X, mtDNA basal R, N1, N2, and mtDNA W. On the Y chromosome side, that's a whole nother story. So what I'm trying to tell you is if you follow the layer, you can see that these are two opposite groups of people. So the Natufians did not have. Hold on, listen. The Natufians did not have Neanderthal DNA, but the population that came through North Africa 23,000 years ago that hit Morocco and mixed with the Assyrian groups that was Yoruba Hadjalite did. And here's the thing, they wasn't light skinned yet. Even the ones with the Neanderthal genes. They wasn't light skinned yet because the SLC24A5 mutation didn't even kick in on chromosome 15 yet at that time period. So even having the small segment of Neanderthal, that variant didn't change the coloration of the population, especially through the first wave of people that migrated out.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what are you saying? You saying everything I'm saying, but
that's why he said they can still be considered.
I'm turning them down because the reason why he was even presenting that was to say that they wasn't black in North Africa. Oh my God.
Now let's hold on. Let's talk
that's
about
what y'all been saying.
Hold on.
The people that we see there today have always been there. That's what the statement.
James,
we can go pull it up. So
James,
don't
listen,
say that.
I'm not going to talk
That's
about
not what I'm
Flinders
saying.
Petrie. I'm not going to talk about Flinders Petrie. I'm going to talk about Shamaka Keita, right? I'm going to talk about the status or the results that's getting ready to come out. It's an abstract. They're getting ready to come out in a few months. I can't wait. So listen. Me neither. The early dynastic period, I think it's the area called Nukum. They sequenced one of the DNAs, I think it's from the second dynasty. The pharaoh, they just gave us a sample of it. They didn't put out the whole abstract. He was closer to a Natufian, but you can see a population turnover. And now you got to understand, Natufians, pre-Natufians have a root in North Africa near Egypt. Yeah. So all it's basically saying, all it's basically saying that it was indigenous like to that portion between North Africa and Levant. Because remember, early Levantine Levant area already shared segments with North Africa for a very long time. So you have to be, that's why I say North African Levantine, right? But later, around 5,300 years ago, after the Chalcolithic period, which was the Copper period, in that second phase of that Naqada period, you start to see populations coming from the later phase of Iran. And they're bringing in, they have the SLC24A5 mutation. They're bringing in Neanderthal traits. And this knife that Brother Smash keep talking about, even though it was made of African material, the individual on that art is a motherfucker. I don't want to curse. Is some stuff that you find in Mesopotamia, which shows that northern Iranians drifted into that area, and they were in the Delta before Narma unified Upper and Lower Egypt.
It don't show that to archaeologists, bro. It just show motifs. You know, like remember, so that person who was that you proposed that drifted in, he drifted in and learned how to make stuff the Nubian way. He didn't already know how to make a knife.
No, you're not. No, Smash. That's not the point. What I'm saying is that people are going to come in and use the materials that they have. They're not going to come in. They're not coming in with. When you come somewhere, you're going to use it. If you got artists there already, you're going to use the artists to make what they see.
You're right. You're right. But she went in on the lithic industry, the way that you shard, the way that you charade the blade and stuff like that.
Smash. We not knocking none of that. All those people were indigenous there, so they dealt with indigenous people that was there. But what I'm saying is, you can clearly see that there's a issue, a battle going on. Not just that. The cephalopods. You seen them cephalopods. Them cephalopods are not from Egypt.
I got the best data on the cephalopods. We could have a cephalopod fight. You know, I beat them cephalopods up because we can predate.
I already seen that. That's presentation. Don't do it.
What I'm saying is, if we just don't rely on archaeology and then we get involved with the genetics, it shows around that time that signal from a population from that area is coming there. The same time when you start to see that art. Not saying the material that they used wasn't indigenous. That's of course the lithics was indigenous, but you can see that these people are describing something that's going on, and they brought that later segment in. And I'm also saying even before them, you had a genetic affinity or continuity where populations crossed from Egypt to the Levant to northern Sudan for a very long time. And not to mention, Egypt is only 300 some miles away from Israel compared to further distance.
But what I got from what you said today is that some black people came in earlier. They might have been mixed up, but the way that it came in is like they came from the east. Okay, cool. But they didn't have to be black. I ain't all the way get that from that because your source said they was only half of that, and then they mixed with the Anatolians. I got you clear, Gozy. You made a good point on that. We got Brother Reggie who been waiting to speak, and I see you got this logo up there. What's the campo? Is that just your streamer, or is that some organization you repping right now?
No, what are you talking? Oh, Camo. No, that's the that's my stream.
Oh, okay. Don't worry about it. What's up? We want to hear from Brother Reggie.
I wasn't on it before, so listen to the conversation. Though I have some disagreements with Ngozi every now and then. Ngozi is right in the sense that the Natufian groups. The predecessor was the Kabaran groups, right? And this is in a different time period, but the Natufian groups is their own specific um, grouping of genome material, and they get material from North Africa, and they get material from uh, let's say well, from Asia, right? From Western Asia, right? So they get those, and so but the percentage that they get from the North Africans is really small compared, roughly maybe 20-25%. So, if we want to make the mistake and argue about and saying that they were black or they were African, I think that we would be actually making mistake. These are admixed populations.
Okay, I'm with
and
that.
and so why make them? And so I could pull up an article.
Well, we was trying to follow, just to make a side note, we was trying to follow along the line of the discourse we was having today, where we was first, I put forth evidence that showed that Maria Gatto showed that the interaction between the Gatto and Nubian A group, and all of these interactions happened deep in the South, and there was no reason to believe, as she stated, that the Nakata culture came from the North. And so Gozi just posed some opposition to that, but it seemed as if he was saying that we was saying that as sources for how the modern Egyptians look. You feel me? And so that might have been a point of confusion, but there you go.
Okay, so I'll take down my screen if that is what
No, we don't see your screen. Share your screen.
No, it was in it. You have the controls, but I don't want to talk about that now since Ngozi's here.
No,
right?
he left actually. But Gullah Geechee, peace. We got Gullah in the building.
No, I don't talk to Gullah.
Oh man, y'all going crazy. Peace. Nah, we ain't doing no beef. See, this is what we got. Some days you can't bring yesterday into tomorrow, because what happened yesterday is gonna happen today, right? If you could have just addressed him better, and it would have been a better way. Yeah, you could have addressed him better, right? You should have addressed him.
Nobody be coming with no animosity. They be him and
Peace to you, Gullah. I'm saying like this on some brush it off our shoulder shit. We can't have
Like
long ass
something
quarrels.
wrong with you, bro. Like for real.
But he say he don't talk to you, so he ain't gonna say nothing. But I'm saying, I hope you talk to me, Reggie. I'm just saying,
Yeah, I don't care.
you should have addressed him better,
when
though.
When he talking to Ngozi, he talking to me. But me and Ngozi research together, so I don't give a damn what he talking about.
Well, peace to you, Gullah. You as welcome as anyone on the panel. What's up?
Peace to you, but and too, I want to tell you on my channel. Pretty soon, I seen the last channel y'all mentioned. My homeboy by y'all, the Dinka brother that got the channel called Kush Royalty. He's gonna be on my channel, so look out for that.
Okay. So what you were saying, well then, since you ain't gonna speak about it with Gullah, then how do you want to address what you was about to say, Reggie?
Yeah, I just wanted to give a source, and so we can. Okay, so I put it in your. It's up to you to add the show. I can't add it. You have to add it. Okay. So this is one of the sources that we might want to look for data out of Africa and into the Levant, replacement or admixture in Western Asia, right? And so this would give us a lot of information about Levantine populations. And this is from Science Direct, right? And so it gives us the percentages of groups. So let's just get down. Is it this one? No, it's the other one. Sorry, it's Genomic Insights. Did this change? Let me just see if it changed.
Why you looking for that?
Yeah.
Anointed Sadat, thank you for the cash apps. All right, keep going. Appreciate you, buddy.
Okay, so this article right here is another one. Genomic Insights into the Origin of Farming in the Near East. And this particular article starts with roughly around the time period of the Natufians, right? 12,000, 1400, and it describes who they are, right? And the groups. And then the thing pertaining to this is their charts on kind of like percentages of groups of people. So it gives enough information that we could analyze, but I'm trying to get to this because it seems to be okay. So then It says extended table 1, no evidence for admixture related to sub-Saharan Africans in the Tufians, right? And we might get upset with that if we're just thinking sub-Saharan Africans, but when you
wait, Reggie, clear up to me what you just showed. Is this refuted? Is this?
Christopher Everett actually refutes that in his book.
And I also want to know: is this refuting what Goji said or supporting what Goji says?
That supports what he said. Sound like to me.
I'm lost, so help me, Reggie.
Yeah. So okay. So when I began earlier, I talked about the Natufians had more genetic information from what they call the North Africans, right? From the North African populations, and not the sub-Saharan populations, right? And so the North Africans, their route back and forth, right, was it seemed like easier to go into the Levant than those groups more southerners like the Nubians. And so they give, if there's something else to refute it, then fine, then we can pull that up, right? But then they look at the groups and they look at the kind of percentages, right, of admixture statistics. Now, I'm not saying that any of this stuff can be refuted.
What type of people are they mixed with? What does they say that at?
When they do, when they Western.
What are they? What is the predominant number that they're saying they are?
Yeah. How old is this article? How old is this paper?
Nah, I just want to know what it's going to say. What if they don't have any sub-Saharan African in them, what do they have? What is the number one number? What is the 30% of what?
They gotta have, because the most current research say they got like at least 6% of the Armada component, which is the foundation ancestral component they have. Like they even Christopher Everett said they're a mixture of the Mushubian people, who ancestors come from the Horn of Africa, and the Cape Breton culture, who was indigenous to the Levant already.
Okay, so if it all depends on, you're right, in the sense that if there is other statistics that dispute this, right? They say the new reported individuals date to 12,000 to 1400 BC and come from the southern Caucasus, Armenia, northwest Anatolia, Turkey, right? Iran and southern Levant, Israel, and Jordan. One individual had a radiocarbon date that was not in agreement with the date of its archaeological toxins. It was also genetic outline. The samples include epolithic Natufian hunter-gatherers from Reconceptualizing cave in the Levant, 12,900 BC, a likely Mesotic individual from Huta cave, and in the Alborz Mountains of Iran, probably date between 9,000. I'll just round it out, 9,100 to 8,600.
This article 2017, a lot of new information came out after that.
Then if there's stuff to kind of refute that, then we can actually bring it out. But the Natufian population is its own distinct cluster of human. Somebody sleeping?
No, I'm just trying to figure out how could they be no sub-Saharan African DNA, but they don't have any Neanderthal DNA either. So what are they?
Okay, their own.
And if we looked at the human DNA today, who are the people with the less Neanderthal DNA today?
A population without Neanderthal.
They got that Armada component. They got some.
Yeah.
Well, technically some sub-Saharan African component, because technically.
Yeah, it's like I'm saying, that's impossible to happen. You don't have no Neanderthal DNA and no sub-Saharan African DNA as well.
Wait, I'm not. First is okay. Let me just read what it says.
But it is the other articles that said they had no Neanderthal DNA, or was it this article?
What year did this come out? Like, what's the date of this article? Like, how old is this article though? Like, this could be old.
We just read about the Natufian. The Natufian DNA that we came up on, Smash, said that they had very little Neanderthal DNA. So he's saying that these people in the Natufians but yet they have genetic affinities to the Iranians, which we already know have Neanderthal DNA.
Okay,
The Anatolians, we know they have Neanderthal
that's later
DNA,
on though.
but they
James,
saying these people
that's
also
later
don't
on
have
though.
no substance.
James,
It's crazy.
James, this later
Can
on.
I finish reading?
That's when the
Can I
Natufians
finish
evolved
reading?
into pre-pottery A and B. That's when they get the Neanderthal DNA when they switch
Can
and
I
mixing in with indigenous culture.
can I
Like
finish reading? Can I finish reading? So
Go
it is
ahead.
striking that the highest estimate of basal Eurasian ancestries are from the Near East, given the hypothesis that is where most of the admixture between Neanderthal and modern humans occurred. This could be explained if basal Eurasians thoroughly admixed in the Near East before the time the samples were analyzed, but after the Neanderthal admixture. Alternatively, the ancestors of basal Eurasians may have also lived in the Near East, but the lineage of which they were a part did not participate in the Neanderthal admixture. A population without Neanderthal admixture, vassal to other Eurasians, may have plausibly lived in Africa. Craniometric analysts has suggested that an affinity between the Natufians and populations of North or sub-Saharan Africa, a result that finds some support from Y chromosome analysis, which shows that the Natufians and successor Levantine Neolithic populations carry haplogroup E, or likely ultimately African origin, which has not been detected in other ancient males from West Eurasia. However, no affinity of Natufians to sub-Saharan Africans is evident in our genome-wide analysis, as present-day sub-Saharans do not share more alleles with Natufians than with other ancient Eurasians. We could not test for a link to present-day North Africans who owe most of their ancestries to back migrations from Eurasia. The idea of Natufians as a vector for the movement of basal Eurasian ancestries into the Near East is also not supported by our data. So the problem is one thing. When we say sub-Saharan African, they have their own groupings, right? But North Africans are still Africans, and they have their own groupings that seem to be more dominant.
because most of the time when they capsulizing or trying to categorize sub-Saharan Africa, they really talking about Niger Congo people and a lot of people.
I would agree. And so the argument was a couple arguments out here. The first argument is that, Pan African James, please don't try to make the Natufians black, right? And or African. Leave them where they are scientifically because they have their own, um, how can I say, genome signatures. So leave them where they are. They came about not completely isolate, but in their own. So we don't have to make everything what we sub-Saharan African because everything is not sub-Saharan. Everything is not sub-Saharan African. We're doing that for other reasons, right? And we can argue those things when it comes to something local like Egypt, where there's where they create a boundary where Nubia doesn't cross into Egypt. We can argue that there, but why that's in Africa. Why argue those points? And then now you've said it. Now the Hebrews get to say that even the Natufians have nothing to do with modern day Israel, a whole different chronology, whole different time period, right? They get to say because of the Natufians that they are in fact black, right? And so we're fighting different type of wars. The war that we want to fight is talking about the Nile Valley, right? We don't necessarily need to fight the war on Natufians because yes, Natufians are farmers. They get the farming industry, but Africa had its own mode of production, right? They didn't have to farm. Food was more readily available from the Green Sahara phase, and from the influx of food production from the south, right, of Africa, while the climate is drying up. But why fight that battle in the Levant? We don't have to fight that battle in the Levant because those groups of people are contributing a lot to the eastern desert of Egypt, right? That's closest to them, and then later to the North African populations that, how can I say, that do have, that we can fight the battle with, like places like Niger. Many places have a northern part, Egypt, Niger, Chad. They all have a northern part and a southern part, all these places. And so Africans are migrating within the land, but the Levant at this point, it seemed to be isolated enough that they got genetic material from Turkey and other places to create their own signatures. Well, I have to ask you, James, why make the Natufians black? Listen, look.
That's not really my argument, brother Reggie. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm just following the information, starting from the Basal Eurasian, which is the Excuse me.
You're right.
Yeah, that's the predecessors to the Natufians, and I'm just doing an analysis based on mathematics. And when I look at on the planet today, the people with the least amount of Neanderthal DNA are like us. So when they say that these people don't have no Neanderthal DNA, that's your indication. Even when you go look at the Modo boy off in Ethiopia, in the Ethiopian cave, that is the first thing they're going to tell you when they start the article off. He does not have Neanderthal DNA at a high enough mixture for them to. So I don't know why they keep doing it. If you go in and you say Basal Eurasian and go look it up, the first thing they're going to mention is, hey, we don't see no Neanderthal. So why do they keep doing that? And then when we go through the chronology of these particular cultures, they keep doing that, not James.
Well, it's just saying a population without Neanderthal admixture basal to other Eurasians may have plausibly lived in Africa, right?
Which means that they're differentiating them from the other basal Eurasians.
Right. That's correct.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So we have to point that out, because what that means, whether you like it or not, brother Reggie, if you don't have no Neanderthal admixture at a high clip, you're going to be African. And where they went to was the Arabian. Hold on. Well, the only place they went to mutate was genetically was the Arabian Peninsula. Who did they admix with in the Arabian Peninsula, brother Reggie? They just mutated based on environment, not admixture.
Okay.
Correct.
So, yeah, but listen, I see something that I did not like to see, that I was concerned to say. When you mean African, what do you mean?
People who, from a genetic standpoint, that have that cluster of what they call African genetics. Just like when you took your DNA test, they they broke that down to you based on how much African DNA you had opposed to what?
They didn't call it African DNA. That's the problem. I'm saying that North Africans have their own signature different than the sub-Saharan. I said the Natufians does have African DNA, right?
Hold on, Reggie. I ain't trying to cut you off, but I'm sitting here reading it on the screen, and it's bombs on the screen. Do you see from right where it says "however"?
Yeah. Where line?
Well, I might be. It says it's right there by in the middle of the page. I might be I'm looking at it on
However,
YouTube.
no affinity of Natufians to sub-Saharan Africans is evident in our genome-wide study. As present-day sub-Saharan Africans do not share more alleles with Natufians.
Now read the next sentence. Read the next sentence.
We could not test for a link to present-day North Africans who owe most of their ancestries to back migration from Eurasia.
So, the present day North Africans owe the majority of their ancestry to back migrations from Eurasia?
Yeah, so I think I read that earlier.
I probably did, but I'm saying, just do we disagree with that?
They just say they don't have the data.
See,
But what about as the president?
When did this come out though? Like, when did this come out? It might be more data out there.
Right. So I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that.
That's the same thing I'm saying.
Study. What's this?
I'm just trying to simplify. I don't think it's really that hard.
All right. So you're right. This is 2016. I had the other one. Let's see. Out of Africa. Let's see if this one is older. And I have another one. So this one is Kramer, and this one is, what date is this Kramer thing? Show more. Okay, so here, show more. So this one is 2000, right? Now, if someone has an older one, a newer one, that is fine. If it is so different than what I'm saying, then I will say, okay, the newer one trumps the older one, right? But the question is, I am just making the argument that what is happening in North Africa for the many years of the different distinct peoples of North Africa and their own changes, the issue goes back to haplogroup E, right? So sub-Saharans, haplogroup E, is that in sub-Saharan Africa?
I don't know.
Yes.
But yeah. But,
yes.
But this article seems to say, I mean, can you just give me can you just sum it all up? What is this source saying for us, please?
They're arguing out of Africa and into the Levant, replacement or admixture in Western Asia.
But they just said the Natufians didn't have no sub-Saharan admixture, so I would have to read.
But they have. But
that's what I'm telling you, Smash. It don't make sense.
I don't. I'm
not talking about you, brother Reggie. I'm just talking about what they said didn't make sense.
This from 2016 though. But people,
how can you not have any African admixture if you
write? No, it's not African. It's sub-Saharan.
So he just
any sub-Saharan African admixture, and you write down.
Hey, can I get the floor real quick?
Let's hear from Gullah. He ain't been able to speak the whole time. If you done, Reggie, are you done, Reggie?
I'm gonna pull up another article, so I'm done.
I was just showing you from the brother Reggie got the book too, from the Christopher Eric book that just came out, June. And here on page 167, he say adjective, quote unquote, sub-Saharan Africa itself is a particularly historically loaded term and used repeatedly in earlier literature to convey the kind of racialist belief and attitude, and thus the terminology very, very much to be avoided. You say, but the Horn of Africa, of course, is also entirely south of the Sahara and is noted at chapter 5. Scholars have already identified the genetic marker of significant population component moving north from the region, spreading not just into Egypt, but beyond there to Levant, where early Semitic was spoken. And they say, in the cross North Africa and the Sahara among Amazigh speakers, so the assertion that there is no sub-Saharan genetic component in Egypt is nonsense.
Thank you, Gullah. That was beautiful.
Well, but he made the point, but we're talking about the Natufians and we're talking about haplogroup E. So we're not talking what happens in Africa. I think that we all agree that there's no invisible barrier. You're arguing.
E3B marker, it goes along that same migration.
Okay, pull that up with a map of the Levant, because the E's seem to come out of not Africa, but it comes out of the Levant, so it's going the other way.
Oh no, Reggie.
What is you
that
talking
ain't what
about,
my
Reggie?
East stuff started up.
I thought
it's split. E1B1A and E1B1B split right there.
No.
Okay. maybe
okay. So why don't we pull up a haplogroup map? I'll let somebody else pull up.
Let Gullah. Gullah should know the answer, bro.
Gullah, he right. It splits right there, right before you get to maybe Sudan.
I might have misspoke on that, so I don't. I'm gonna get that point up real quick, right?
Yeah,
they're gonna sound bite you.
E1 B1 splits right there in what the Great Lake. Like what they say, Lake.
Pull up the haplogroup map.
Let me see. Okay, hold on.
Look up E3B. E3B is the particular marker they trace for the Afroasiatic, the population spread in different regions.
Right. So, haplogroup.
It's either you call it E3B or it's EM 215.
Reggie. Can someone pull up a map?
Hold on, I'm trying, Reggie.
Hold on. Retract what I just said, because I'm probably really wrong by saying the way that I said it. But if someone can pull it up, that would be fine. But I'm just really trying to talk about that the groups of in the Natufians, the Natufians. Why do you want to fight for the Natufians as being black? If anything, they are a group of people. I'm not saying invading Africa, but they are
It's a mixture of things. They're a combination of things.
Right. So they are out of Africa group. Why do you want to give up Africanness for an out of African group? I'm
not doing that.
I mean,
that's what Ngozi did. He's trying to interject that into the conversation. I didn't do that.
Out of Africa group, even though they're out of Africa group, they still culturally, practice certain North African.
I would
Plus, their language comes from Proto-Semitic languages, which came from North Africa in the first place. They're already speaking African language, which is Afroasiatic.
Okay, language doesn't say all the time who you are. It's just the population that's speaking the language. So that doesn't tell you about your genome breakup. It's one of the other tools that we actually use to understand people. But these groups of people are people who are left Africa and then they back migrate into Africa after they have changed. So I don't understand why we want to, why do we want to claim the Natufians, right? So you're claiming a admixed population that is largely lighter, right, than some of the other groups, and they go into North Africa because that's closest to them. So why do you want to fight for the Natufians? When we fight for the Natufians, that's in fact, unfortunately, what Zion Lex is tried to push on this stage against Brother Jabari. Did y'all forget that? That's in fact what he in fact did, because he wants to make those people African so that we are connected to the Levant and we're connected to Israel. Didn't you see that? Right? And I'm saying that the mode of production in Asia, right, in that particular area is different than the modes of production of Africa, right? Two different modes of production. And I don't think that is, I mean, you could try to dispute it, but the Genesis cultures, there's certain languages that are in Africa that migrate to those areas, right? They migrate to Asia, right? So language starts in Africa, migrates over there. There's Genesis cultures. The Genesis cultures are burial, funeral rituals, right? Writing, right? Well, writing comes later, but different culture, religious cultures based on totems, based on how they view their gods, their or nature. In the Levant, to say that it is African, you're going to have to show me. At best, you're going to show me that it's a derivative. It's a derivative of African concepts, but at the same time, it's their own, right? Gobekli Tepe is in that particular area, you're going to say that Göbekli Tepe is African too, right? And that's in a farther period. Göbekli Tepe is in a farther period. The Natufian period is in the same period of, watch this. The Natufian period is in the same period of the ending of or the movement from the cave paintings to Nabta Playa. So the Nabta Playa populations is kind of very close to the Natufian time period. The Nabta Playa groups of people, they, based on climate, move into Nubia and more into Nubia and Egypt and the Sudan. Those groups, and they bring with them the megalith culture. They bring them the tumuli culture. They bring that with them the concepts that Nubia and Egypt will use as far as God concepts. What the hell is coming out of the Levant to Africa that Africa really needed, except for what was happening in North Africa? What are they bringing? Skin color? What are they bringing, James, to make me?
Why you keep putting this on me? This is Ngozi.
No, he was asking for some agreements. I mean, sometimes people will put it on you to get some agreements. He wasn't putting it on you like that. He's just saying.
Yeah. I'm just like, this is not nothing that I was trying to. I'm just
right, but you are concerned that there's no sub-Saharan.
No. I already know that that's just something that a social construct that they did to divide up what's going on. See, it's impossible for you to not have DNA from any African, and it's impossible for them to say that if you don't have any.
They have DNA from African. They just don't have what they call sub-Saharan.
But that's all antiquated with what I'm saying, Brother Reggie. That term in itself, they don't know what at that time. What is the sub-Saharan African?
Oh no, those are
at that time. What is that? You only start to get different phenotypical people through admixture from other people. So if they went over to the they went over to the Arabian Peninsula and stayed over there for 10,000, 20,000 years and got a different some different alleles or different type of morphed into something based on the environment. That don't mean that they didn't have any admixture. You think they? And then if you look at whether
but even if they had
admixture, they still in the desert.
My source is that I made it the
fuck up. They
fuck
can change color.
Okay.
Why would they change color in the desert?
Why would what change color?
The people they hopped over from the Horn of Africa into the Arabian Peninsula. They stayed there for a while. And then they said they had a mutation, but they did not have any admixture or any contact with anybody else. They were isolated.
And that's possible,
so if
right?
they came from Africa and went across, what are they when they went across the Arabian Peninsula? They were Africans. Now, by the time they get up, I don't know how many years it took them, but by the time they get up to the Levant, it ain't no Neanderthals up there. We know that.
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Admixture around 12,000 or something like that years. That's all I'm saying.
But the Natufians, how much Neanderthal admixture do they have? They don't have.
They don't have any.
Right. So
how are they? If the source population just hopped over to the Arabian Peninsula, what are they? They are.
Okay. Can I? Here's my map. Okay. So here we have the 65th millennium.
Right.
From Kohler, Christiana Kohler, she talked about this period where these groups of people in Tamehu, right, they were stratified populations. They weren't moving, they weren't changing, they weren't aggressive, right? This is at the end of the course of Green Sahara. But these populations, which we would call sub-Saharan, they was aggressive, moving up. They was aggressive as groups, right? And they would be, and they would slowly from the 6th to the 5th millennium, they would find themselves
let's just say they would find themselves in North Africa, right? In Tamehu, in the area that we are really wanted. And here's just the sign, and the Sinai populations are coming in, right? So the Sinai populations are coming in, and the people from the Ticino groups, right? The so-called Libyan groups are coming in, and they're there for a long while by themselves. This group of people now they get on the march, and they now leave from the places where they are, not having anything to do with this this area right here. They begin, and we can see when they begin to be more aggressive, right? In the 5th millennium, we can see them being more aggressive going up there. These are what we might want to call the sub-Saharan populations, and these are the North African populations who have been there for a while. Where's this other map?
So, okay, 12, then go back 12,000 years, because see, you talking about the 5th and the 6th. I agree with that they was there then, but go back 12,000 years, and then
right, but that's the point. These groups of people, they become on the march, right, around the 6th to 5th millennium, coming up into this particular area to go to the Sinai.
Now, so by the time they get up there, at that time, I would agree that people would have admixtures there at that in the 5th and 6th millennium. But I'm talking about 12,000 years ago.
Yeah,
going on.
Yeah, and then here go another thing. Here go another thing, Reggie. Which one of the color for the people who got it color coded? Which color is closer to where Egypt was founded and unified?
Oh, the red and the red, the orange, and the purple. All of these.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And most significantly, which one is closer to Naqada, which they call the first group of Egyptians?
The red.
Oh, well, look again though, because the purple is pointing right at Naqada. Look.
Right.
And so people need to notice that also the green represents the people who came in from the east. But you can see they far from the people who founded the civilization.
And I would agree at this time period that this is what's going on. I'm not in disagreement with this.
Right, but
I'm talking about when we go back 12,000 years ago, but this is not the progression of Neanderthal DNA. It's not there. It's not supported by science. That's all
right, but this is not the Natufian time period.
I know that, Reggie. We talking about what they was talking about. They tried to take us back to the Natufian time and say that this is what was going on all the time.
Who is doing that?
Who you think we talking about? We talking about Ngozi. And Ngozi said that these people have always been involved in influencing that area. But what I'm saying is, it takes from 12,000. That may be the beginning of it, but it takes time. So by the time you get to where that 6,000 millennium, yeah, that's going on. But it wasn't going on at 12,000 like that. Shit, Kemet wasn't even formed at that time.
Well, if that is, then somebody call him, and let's just get him back on, because okay.
I have people down here right here. So he probably that's not Gozi, that's somebody else. That is DBX Feats. Feel free to chime in when you're ready.
What up, y'all?
I don't know who that is though, so if you don't mind, show me your camera real quick, because people be doing.
Oh, you don't have iPhone?
Huh?
You remember the person you was calling iPhone? He was a long time ago.
Oh yeah. I remember you. You got dreads?
No, bro.
Okay, well then open your camera real quick if you don't mind. Just so the people know who we dealing with. You don't have to keep it on. Oh, peace. I remember you. What's up, fam? Yeah, there you go. Peace. How you doing?
All right. Can I just show this and I'll stop? What I'm just trying to say is that's what so when I was concerned, you were saying, how could they not have sub-Saharan DNA? And I was just like, well, because they didn't get up there yet. Those groups didn't get up there yet. So these groups, I call them the Africoid, right? The Neanderthal Eve people, the Africoids. You got Neolithic Antonio, 11,000 and 5,000. You got I don't want to read all of them, but the Neolithic Canaan is 8,500. Neolithic Syria is 10,000. These are groups that we're actually talking about that are Natufian groups, right? The African groups, they're not coming in mass. They might be trading, but they're not coming in mass into that area because they don't start their march until the Green Sahara begins to dry up, and then really the 6th to 7th millennium. And so these are the groups of African cultures, right? Some of them are in North. So I tell you where they are, right? I tell you where they are. But let me just go further to where the Natufian. So the Fayum culture, 9,006.
No, we're not seeing your screen right now.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, do you think you sharing your screen? Because
I thought I was.
We just see you talking.
You must have unshared it at one point. I never unshared it. It wasn't even there no more. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. So if we want to look at Africa, I need to replace this timeline of Kemet because I hate to do that, right? I just keep forgetting to do it. So we have this long group of African, 145,000 years, the Iterian, that those who do DNA and linguistics, so that's both Ngozi and Gullah, they're going to talk about the Iterian, right? But in 100,000 BC, we have Wadi Halfa, right? And so we have and then we have the Kumasen culture, right? I think it replaced Wadi Halfa, and then we have the 40,000 Assyrian toolmaking. This is all happening in Africa, but somewhere over here, 13,000 to 9,000, these groups of African reach North Africa, right? Right. In this period right here, you have Africans leaving Africa, but in this period, they reach North Africa to be a little bit more stratified. And so you had those those groups in Lower Egypt, right? Some of those groups in here, they become stratified. They get there, and this should be Proto-Semitics, the Haraphan. These are groups of people that the Haraphan might leave out of, most likely would leave out of Africa and go into the Levant at this particular time period. You have the Fayum culture, and then we'll stop, because what we're talking about is this period right over here, from 13,000 to 9,000. But the groups that we call the Nubian groups, the Sudanese groups, even those groups in the western part of Egypt, they don't get there as a group into the Levant. They're not there. Maybe individuals, but they don't get there, right? So we shouldn't be arguing about Upper Egypt getting into that area, because you would have to see them moving up in stratifications.
Well, the fact that everybody's supposed to be Homo sapiens sapien on this planet at this point is just pretty much, for me, the dagger that ends it all. You know what I'm saying?
All right. So
the Africans had to lead out for everybody else to get the what they call Homo sapiens sapien DNA. So that's just a wrap for all of that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So
there's no way you can get around it.
But I want to be careful. Leave the Natufians alone. Don't make them black. They are brown because of the sun, but don't make them African.
Well, I don't really have a choice until they start having admixture with the outside population. I can't stop that. That's nothing that I can do about that, Reggie.
Yeah, but it can, because of the terminology.
Because I know where they came from. They came from out of Africa.
But you're making what you're doing is you're not.
Well, here's the question. I have a question for Reggie. James, the question for Reggie is, what do you mean by don't make them black? Do you mean social construct, or do you mean don't say that their skin color was black? Because the skin color before that allele that Gozi said hit, and Gozi said they was dark-skinned people. He didn't say the word black. So what do you mean exactly when you say don't make them black?
That they don't have the culture of Africa. They have their own specific culture, their own specific language, right? That they developed, their customs, their burial practices. They are out of Africa. They're the Africoids. They're the Africoids. They go out of Africa and then they mix with groups who have mixed with the Neanderthal and groups that haven't mixed with the Neanderthal. And they're and yes, are they brown? I think most of the world at this time period were more browner than they were lighter, right? And most of the world probably was more browner than they was even darker. So I'm not arguing skin color. I'm arguing I'm arguing language. I'm arguing culture, right? I'm arguing customs. I'm not arguing. Uh, I mean, there's a deep bloodline of Africa everywhere, but it does change, and that's the whole thing with DNA. We have different signatures. They're not they're not functioning as what you call this population. Let's see if I have it on the screen that I had before. Let's pull that up again, and they're not functioning as the pre uh, Nile Valley culture. They're not functioning as Nile Valley culture. If I can
No,
just
I'm
say,
not. Yeah, I'm definitely not trying to put them in that category, Reggie.
right, but they.
I'm saying that they wasn't in. I mean, that they predate all of that. But what I'm saying is based on the genetic that we have on them. What you know, basal Eurasian is a it's a fictional population. It's not even real. You know that. So when you know that, everything after the fiction, how can you substantiate it?
But I just wanted to what I
You froze up, Reggie. Hold on.
heard, right? The population is right here. These groups of people.
Hey, say what you thought we heard. We didn't hear you because you have froze. Please say that again, Reggie. Your screen had frozen.
I thought that I heard that Pan-African James was making in the Tufian population African population. I thought that I heard that he was upset because there was not a lot of sub-Saharan signatures in the Levant. I'm pretty sure I heard those things. And then I was saying that the reason why there's not a lot of sub-Saharan signatures is because they didn't get there yet. They may have traded, but these particular groups of people, they did not get there yet. They start around the sixth millennium to take over most of these part until they get to 3100, right? Where they actually begin to formulate what you call Egypt.
Let me ask you a question.
The people in the purple, what are they?
Does she have a color code to the map? I mean,
where's that? The people in the purple, the people in the blue, and the people in the what are they at that when they start this out? What are they?
They're in the so you have the Nile and you have the Eastern Desert and you have the Western Desert. So they're coming from areas in the Eastern Desert that they are. Like the Magi is from both parts. There's the Magi in Eastern Desert and there's the Magi certainly in what we call Nubia, what we begin Nubia.
Hey, Reggie.
So based on the way we excuse me, brother, for just
no, go ahead, bro.
Based on the terminology that we use today, those four at the bottom, would they be considered sub-Saharan African?
Yes.
Okay. Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
go ahead, brother.
Here's these populations right here, right? Mm-hmm. I think that she makes them a little bit more clearer over here. So then she says, she starts talking about, okay, from the Elephantine, then there's Hyrcapolis, Nakata. This is where these groups are forming, and this over here is what you call the Eastern Desert, right? This is the Eastern Desert, and these populations kind of span out, but this is where they actually live among the Nile, right? The Nile has the water source, right? And so these are the populations that they are in fact
source population,
right? And these populations are in Africa, and then they begin to move and kind of confederate, right, until they actually form Egypt. Number the pre-dynastic period, right? There's the Naqada period, the pre-dynastic period, where Egypt is actually formed in this area right here,
That's why I
right?
see why Gozy be saying Afro-Asiatic is puzzled, because he in the chat talking about Mijai. I hope you ain't talking about the Magi. They definitely Arabians, bruh.
Let me
Stop
say
it.
it.
Yeah, stop it with the nonsense. I beat the brakes off you right now
Hey
with
Reggie,
sources.
what is this?
Hey, come into the chat. Anybody want to see a one-on-one between Afro-Asiatic and Magi? I'm going to smite him in the eye if he come into the chat. I'm going to whip out big sources. Female
Hey Reggie.
sources. Come on,
Yes.
Afro. Take that
How you
back.
doing, sir?
Magi ain't Arabian.
I've been watching your work for a long time. I'm a big fan of yours, man. I just want to. Where is that source from with that white lady in there? I just want to look at that lecture.
You talking about Maria
Well,
Gatto?
Is that
no,
her?
this is Christiana Kohler.
Okay.
So Christiana Kohler, she has a YouTube video, Christiana Kohler, and she's a friend of ours. I froze there. She's a friend. She's a friend of the work because she's the one who bangs. She's a new group of people. This is all of her work where she
Cool.
laughs at Petrie's Petrie's formations, right? These are the early Petrie designations, and then Herman Junker,
So
right? She
go,
laughs at them, right?
go
About
back to the
all
Petrie designations while you keep talking. And then I'll make the point after you finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, the Petrie designations are false designations from Petrie, where they say all of the Nile Valley comes from the Levant, right? Right? All of the Nile Valley, the major part of the Nile Valley comes from the Levant, and only like the Green Sahara and stuff groups of people here, they go down here.
The Nakata. So this is what they be saying, bro. This is what I be trying. That's why I asked you to come back to the slide. This looked like a slide somebody who was representing this earlier would put up. Like all these people came in from this way, and the people of the South didn't really have nothing to do with it.
Right, right. And so
what's this lady's name again? I'm sorry.
Christiane Kohler, I'll pull her up. I'll go and find her for you. Um, uh, um, I'll go and find that for you. But I do want to say that then there's Herman Junker, and he does a lot of this same craziness, dealing with the Hamites, right? So then, okay, so let me just stop here and see if I can help out and find Christiana.
I mean, you just gave us her name, so you don't really have to go find her because you're showing us some of her work right here. You don't have to take on that cumbersome task.
Silhouette Silhouettes, okay, and Hartom. These are some of the first of the European scholars, right, that came to correct it. And he said, Silhouette says, the first Akkadians came to the Delta as tradesmen or settlers, but with the permission of the lower Egyptian elite. In all, 3 groups of Akkadians connected with different political centers probably settled into the Delta during the late pre-dynastic and proto-dynastic time periods.
Let me ask you a question, because that seems like an anachronism. Who would the lower Egyptian elite be during the time of the Natufians?
The groups of people.
You know what I mean? During the time of the Natufians, though, they got some elite.
This is not happening. This is not happening at the time of the Natufians.
But he says the first. I mean, I didn't mean Natufians. Oh, Nakadians. Thank you, Nakadians. Thank you. I was puzzled. I read Nakadians to say Natufians. Go ahead.
So what they're doing is they're going back to this map where this is what they're talking about, right? So these Akkadians probably settled in pre-dynastic time, in the late pre-dynastic time, when they were able to kind of treaty with them, right? Have some trade with them, they have some trust. But prior to that, these groups were already stratified already in here from the 6th to 5th millennium. And these groups of people, they go on to the march. And we know a lot of this because of this thing right here, which is telling is not here. All right, all this stuff is going on, but
keep that up there for a
here
minute. Hold on,
where
go
we
back to that.
see,
Go back to
where
that.
is it?
Look, I go.
I
Oh, you
know
can't
it's
hear
right
me.
there,
Damn. Let me turn
where
it up.
these groups of people,
My bad, y'all.
right? You see this Scorpion King and all this stuff right here. These people create the metal nature,
Exactly.
and they named this stuff up over here. These people ain't got no damn writing.
Yeah, because half of the birds and stuff is not even indigenous to, not half of them, but a lot of those birds aren't even indigenous to Egypt. Go back to that Cash App page one time. We're going to help our people around the world. Go back to that Cash App page. Look, this is what you do. If you at the house right now, you pick up your phone, right? And if you're watching on your computer, if you're watching on your TV, this is the way you support the research. You just grab your phone, aim it at the screen, click the button that say camera, and bow, it's about to take you to the Cash App for Brother Reggie. Why don't y'all hit my Brother Reggie off for the good research? All right, there you go. You got the
I'm
floor.
gonna put it down because this is your show, and I appreciate.
Hold on, Reggie, pull that back up. The one with the with those with the birds on it. The one you just that one right there. Then you saying that this is where they found these charrettes or whatever, right? This is the
Well,
location
they
as well.
start naming. These are all of these things right here, or
Gozy, come in. I don't see you. Hold on, Gozy, come in. I don't see you down there. Go ahead.
These people are not writing. So
Right.
some of these places right here, or the descriptions for the places that are here right here, right? So these some of these are descriptions, and some of them are just charrettes with particular names of people. But the fact of the matter is, the real writing starts all the way down here with the Kustal incense burner.
Now, what I'm trying to figure out, Brother Reggie, is how come they wasn't writing if they could have got some writing coming in from the Levant? Why they didn't do? Why they didn't have no writing when they was coming
Because
in?
the writing didn't meet the writing at that time period. Uh, there was they had some trade with the Western with Iran and Iraq, the Tigris Euphrates at a later point, but the majority of the writing came from here, and it spread over to, because now the ancient Egyptians are able to walk out into the Levant with their culture, and they held Canaan for a long time. But this is in a different time period. So this group
Reggie.
of people, yes.
I'm sorry, but that the whole thing about the canon, do you know any information where I could read more about that when the Egyptians went into the Canaan area? If not, I can just look it up on my own. I want to know if you have anything off the top of your
Yeah,
head.
they're going all this any of the periods.
Omar the tablets.
Sorry?
Say what?
I just gave him a source. Yeah, look into the Amarna tablets for one time period. Reggie might have another one for a different. Amarna, right? Amarna.
Amarna tablets, we see the cuneiform. That's when they are begging the pharaohs, Akhenaten and his father, to help them against. They're saying that they're vassals. They're saying that these are our lands. These are your lands, my lord, my majesty. Come and help us. And Akhenaten doesn't go and help them. Akhenaten doesn't go and help them, and so they're taken by those groups of people. The more telling issue is the time period of the Hekakasu in Tameho. I don't believe that they are Canaanites. I believe that they are Libyans. But the telling is that during the time period of the Hekakasu, they're using hieroglyphics. So the whole period is the 17th dynasty. They're using Meta Necha, right? And more telling is that when the Nubians were trying to, or Kush was trying to connect with the Tamehu groups, right? And a letter was intercepted. That letter was intercepted. I'm talking about second array. I'm talking about Kamos and Amos period. The Kamos period specifically, right? That letter was intercepted, and that letter wasn't in cuneiform, right? That letter was in the Meta Necha. So those people with the Hekakasu, they was reading the Meta Necha, and the Kushites was trying to squeeze Egypt in between the groups of Tamehu, the Northerners, and the Cushites. And Kamos was able to, Kamos and then later Amos was able to fix both of those groups. And then that continued to Tutmosis, where Tutmosis went into Nubia and flattened them, right? For their but, and I'm not saying that the Nubians were wrong. I'm not saying the Cushites were wrong, because Egypt sealed off the whole trade, right, from all of the groups and made themselves great. And the other ones, those the Ticino groups, the Libyan groups, Meshwesh and all of them, they couldn't trade with the Levant. They were stuck. They were stuck where they were. They couldn't evolve because Egypt was sitting right in the middle, controlling everything. And so that's what happens in the region.
I got a question for the panel. It's kind of unrelated, but I just want to know you guys' opinion. In like, let's say like 50 to 100 years, what do you think Egyptologists are going to discover? You think they're going to discover anything new?
Yeah, they've already discovered stuff new. First of all, the Brooklyn Museum has Nubia, ancestors of Egypt and Nubia, Green Sahara.
Very powerful. Yeah.
So, and then the Metropolitan has an exhibition called The African Origin of Civilization. And so now as far as discoveries is concerned, that really depends on international issues of being able to get into Libya.
Good point.
And
you know what, man? That guy Afro-Asiatic, man, why you messing everything up? And Kerma was down with the Aamu. He's taking Reggie's statement about the letter and the transmission and misrepresenting the affiliations and acting like they might even go into something genetic. That's what's so crazy about it. And so Reggie just cited a source indeed where these Aamu was trying to pass up Egypt and hook up with the people of Kush. But you can't. But that letter was their attempt, and it's really. I think you'd be hard pressed to show evidence of the claims that you're making, brother Afro-Asiatic.
Well, Afro-Asiatic. The problem is that you don't understand the meta nature, right? So the word Amo really means foreigner. It doesn't mean Canaanite. So you would be hard pressed to do that, because Shoshank, who was a Libyan, right, was, or actually Shoshank was from Meshwesh. Shoshank was Amo, and I can show you that. So what you're thinking is, you're thinking that the people in the people in Upper Egypt, right, the so-called Hyksos, you think that they're Canaanites, right? I understand why you might be thinking that, but it makes more sense that they were ancient Egypt's old enemy in the north, which was the Libyans, who they have been fighting since forever, right? The Libyans. So it makes less sense that they are in fact Canaanites, because we don't have, just like we don't have a out of Africa exodus, we don't have a huge movement where we can actually say of these so-called Canaanites moving into Egypt. We don't have that evidence, right? It's just
you speaking from a biblical. This is a biblical.
No, it's not biblical.
What time period are you in? Are you saying for all of the history?
I'm talking about the structure, what I just showed you here. So let's just pull this back up, right? Present here. Right. So I'm like Smash. I'm just being a vanguard with evidence, right, to get these groups of people out of here. But these groups of people right here. Let's go here. These groups of people right here. These groups of people coming in from the Sinai, right, into the 6th and 5th millennia, into these groups of people right here. We're not talking about the Hyksos. we are talking about people coming into the Levant, but they're having an African experience once they get here. They are integrating with Africans that are already there, the Tamehu populations, the Ticino populations. They run this shit, right? They run this shit right here. And these groups of people are integrating with these groups of people over here, right? And Sinai is part of the Eastern Desert, and I'll show you over here. These groups of people right here. Now the Levant, the Levant is of course further out of Africa, but these groups of people over here. This is an African. Where's the Sinai, by the way?
Hey, this guy, I guess is on the peninsula to the east, but I can't continue reading this guy's mistakes. Sometimes it gets funny. Listen to this one, Reggie. Nehesi was an Aamu from the 14th dynasty. Does that even make sense to anyone who knows what those words mean? So
it would make sense. Yeah.
So the southerner was an easterner, huh? The southerner was a foreigner. Okay, that's how I would give it to that. But really, Nehesi is giving an indication of one coming from the south, and Aamu is giving a different indication that you're trying to say Afro-Asiatic. But continue, Reggie, please. Oh, I'm going to stop debating you because you didn't click the link. I forgot.
Yeah. So wait, let me see if I can pull something else up. And so please tell me what an Amo is. I know you've read the what is it, the what is that the grouping of people that come into Egypt? What do you that famous stela? What is that, Smash?
The Book of Gates.
The Book of Gates, but they also have where they say that the people coming in and selling the eye paint.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's evading me.
Yeah, the people coming in selling is where they want to say that that's Joseph's people coming into Egypt.
Oh, what's the name of the text? I can't remember.
I'll tell you in a minute, right?
So hold up, they're trying to equate real history with something biblical.
Yeah, but we're not even entertaining. I'm not even entertaining that bullshit. I'm saying that the people that came in to sell the eye paint to the Egyptians, but what is it? Not Benai. What is it? It's wow. Okay, I'm waiting for my screen to come up. I am saying that those were Libyans. Those weren't Canaanites. Those were African population coming into Egypt proper to sell eye paint. Most likely Libyans. And if you have any, if you can retort that with anything reliable, I'll take a look at Asiatic whatever. I would take a look at that. But if you are just talking from your beliefs, fine. But if you can bring up something that's going to help us, I would appreciate that. So I'm waiting for my PowerPoint to come up, and when it comes up, I'll let you know. It's my PowerPoint is frozen.
This has been a beautiful show. I gotta give one more shout out. Who that was too? Or I think I gave it already.
And so the other day, Smash, when I said I'm sighted, bitch, somehow Ankh is saying that I called him a bitch.
That didn't happen, man. Did it?
Yeah, you even clarified that you wasn't calling him. If you went back in it, but I think he was taking secondhand information, Reggie, because if he would have heard the audio, you stated that you're not calling Unc a bitch. You clarified that. You just said that I'm sighted, bitch. That's what you
right.
said.
Like he said I'm book bitch, right? I said I took that from that. But and it doesn't matter to me. I'm gonna just tell you at this point in my life, I'm a 58-year-old grown man, and I do this work, and I'm fighting for clarifying information. I know people don't think I'm an expert. I'm not an expert. Expert is the body of work of all the groups of people. Do I have expertise? Yes, I have expertise, right? Am I in a journal article? Yes, I'm in a journal article, right? Is it a Black journal article? Yes, it's in the Journal of Pan-African Studies. Does that make it less than a journal? To some people it does, because white people have to be the people that run journals. But I got it published in the Journal of Pan-African Studies. Is that less than? No, I don't think so, because it's over 30 years old. Second of all, not only did I get published in a journal, I'm cited. Then I hear them, I'm not going to say him, say that I was cited in obscure places. First of all, the people who cite journals are academics. So, who needs to cite my article? Maybe my article is not important, or maybe they want to avoid it. They certainly want to avoid my work because, and Smash's work and a lot of other people work, because we are at the front line of fighting these inaccuracies about the Southerners can't cross into the Northerners, and they have to be, they can't be, what do you call it, sub-Saharan. They want to fight. They're really fighting for the Hebrews. They're fighting, but they cloud it by saying, oh, the war's been won because everything is an African civilization. But that's general. Let's drill down to Pacific. Let's go to the rock tombs of Mir, Brother Smash. Let's go to the rock tombs of Mir, and let's say who those people are. Show my screen. Show my screen. Let's show my screen. Let's look at the haplogroup, or what is it? Where is it? It's not coming up. Okay, there it goes. So let's share my screen. So we can argue concepts, but when you go to the evidence, we have Pepi II. We have Pepi II, right? Pepi II now. We have Pepi II in the 6th dynasty, I think, right? But at the same time, we have a population that we know what they look like. Who's that population? That population is in the rock tombs of Mir. We have evidence of who they are. This is who they are.
Cook, Reggie.
This is who they are, right?
Hold on, but I want you to because I gotta just cut in. I hold you.
Yeah, cut in.
But look, because this is the one thing. The question they asked was, how come he has this reddish color if he's called Kim? But see, they didn't see the other ones. Now you could go right ahead. They didn't see the darker representation of him. Go ahead.
Right, because see, what they don't know is that they're humans and they name their children maybe based on complexions. So there's Neon Peppy, or there's Heppy, what they call Heppy the Black, right? So, but they have another son, and he's Heppy the Red. Am I frozen? I'm frozen.
No.
Right? So there's two children, right? Heppy the Black, Heppy the Red. So maybe one has a more reddish skin color and the other one has, and Kim means, his name is Heppy Kim. Heppy Kim is Heppy the Darker, and Heppy Deseret, right, is not that he's a Seth person. He's just got a different complexion. So they named their children based on complexion. Over here, but on top, their uncle or their daddy is Henny the Black. This is Heppy the Black, Heppy the Red, but now there's Henny the Black, and then up here is Neon Peppy Kim, right? The Black. So, and how do we know? Because it's just simple. Don't play with me. Don't play with my brother Smash. Don't play with Jedamonk. Don't play with us. You go and play in your sand pit.
Hold on. Reggie, show them toes. Show them toes real quick, Reggie. What's up, man? We're going to look at these. No, you go. I guess they would say probably some pause right there or some shit. But I'm talking about. But go down to right there, a little lower, a little lower. Hold on real quick, Gozy. Let's go down lower because there's a checkmate right here. Go down lower. Go to lower. Oh, checkmate. It got the Kim right there next to that reddish color y'all talking about. Checkmate. His name is Pepi Neon Kim, and he still depicted himself in the traditional hue of the average Egyptian. But go, my mic hella loud. Go right ahead, Gozy.
Right. No, so
It's been a lot that's been talked about. I know Reggie first came on trying to read about the article. I couldn't get on. I don't know if I was being blocked on purpose. I don't know. I'm not trying to disrupt your show. I just got put on
Hell no,
timeout
you know you
because
wasn't getting blocked on purpose.
I got put on timeout because you got a Somali in there calling me a Jader, and I'm not no Jader. You got me. Don't play like that, dude. I know about your culture and your identity. See, this is the thing.
Oh, that dude Cabio, the Somali right there was going at
y'all be having trolls on
man,
here.
I don't even know. The dude don't even fuck with me like that. He coming here to learn.
The point is, listen, Brother Smash, you have people that come on here to come in and say how stupid we are and how we're trying to steal their culture, and they try to act like they're vanguards to Nilotic
But the
history
funny part about what you're saying,
history.
not cutting you off, he came there with those intentions, but now he here watching the show, fighting with you.
Yeah, he's
so
a clown.
that's, I'm just saying though, he came to my show to prove to me that I was wrong about shit a long time ago, right?
But he's a Somali nationalist, and the thing about them, they don't. And I'm telling I got close people that's Somali. People know this. My homie, that be on here, K Sonic is Somali, but I'm here to say they don't even have their own shit together. They have Kabyle wars. Their country is all fucking divided. Why he's calling people Judairs? They go to countries that's partly Judair.
Yeah, that's not cool. I think both sides
like,
don't engage in it just because he engaged in it. Don't engage back in it, goes. And I feel you. I didn't know that was happening. I don't be in tune like that. I wasn't reading every chat. And if the moderators see that something that's getting off court, we like people to be able to disagree. Just real quick, just let the mods know to settle stuff like that by just erasing people's racist comments. Like,
yeah, that shit ain't cool. Y'all need to be careful.
Hold on, it goes. What is whatever he calls
a Jader is someone that has raisin hair or a big nose. That's their way of making fun of that coarse, thick-haired people.
Okay, so see, I wouldn't even know that. I'm a mod, so I know next time.
So and he called me that, and if he knew anything, if he knew anything with his dumb ass, Fulani are not Jader, Yoruba are not Jader. Regardless of them having, some of them having big nose, all West Africans don't have thick hair.
Well, I'm Jader now. I'm Jader in this motherfucker.
Jader,
they use it as
all day.
derogatory term.
Just like we took the word nigga, we Jader out.
I'm Jader all out. I'm about to make up the Jader dance. Put it on TikTok.
But the problem is when he say you're half Bantu, all West Africans are not Bantu. Bantu started in Central Africa, so he don't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's stupid. But anyway, I just wanted to say this, man. I wanted to get back to because I'm gonna start teaching this Eurasian shit because they're not vanguards of anything. You practice a whole nother custom that the ancient Eurasians don't even practice. So stop trying to say you them, because culturally you something totally different today, even though you have the genetics of these people. So I don't give a fuck who you is. So anyway, I'm going to say this right now. I want to get back to what, if you allow me to, on your show, brother.
Do your thing. You cooking.
I want to get back to what brother Reggie was talking about with these Natufians. And in that article he brought up, which is great, it said they don't know the lineage of modern ancient North Africans, because modern North Africans owe a lot of their DNA that was contributed from other populations as non-Africans. So the ancestral North Africans that the Natufians had in them, it showed that they come from a population slightly from early North Africans. And there's a culture called Mushabian culture. The Mushabian culture, if you look it up on Wiki, you can type it, Mushabian, Mushiabian culture, drifted over there and mixed with the indigenous Cambrians.
Where is that at? Like on a map, where would that be at?
You have to look. You could type it right now. Type up Mushabian culture.
No, I just was wondering if you could just. No, I ain't trying to.
It's in between Egypt, and they went over there into the Levant, and they mixed with the indigenous Cambrians. The Cambrian people are close to the Basal Eurasians or Proto-Arabs or Bedouin groups, and I don't like Afro-Asiatic because the thing about him, he's kind of tricky. He wants to be so Asiatic and so Eurasian. He tried to put him in haplogroup E in Arabia. And the thing about this is this: even if E did develop in Arabia 70,000 years ago, it has nothing to do with the Semitic language. It has nothing to do with the people that developed Semitic language. It has nothing to do with the people that developed Afro-Asiatic linguistically. So it doesn't put you in line with the Abrahamic faith, even though you're a practicing Muslim. So even if E did develop in Arabia 70,000 years ago, they would have looked nothing like the modern population. They wouldn't have spoke Afro-Asiatic, and they would not have been the same people. But they proposed that it happened in Arabia. They also proposed that it happened in Upper Egypt and in North Sudan when EM96 developed. So either way, we know that the division and the splitting of mutations and the multiple lines of EM96 or microhaplogroup E happened somewhere between Eritrea northern Ethiopia before it
Hey, real
develops
quick.
back up.
I'm sorry, brother. I want to ask you a question, Ngozi. Um, do you know where I can find some of these reconstructions, like the recent ones, where they talk about, you know, they acknowledge the alleles that make, if that's the right word, the alleles that make people have dark skin? Where are these reconstructions being made? Like a, you know, facial reconstruction.
Well, from the DNA that's been sequenced, they put these DNA sequences inside of PCAs. They got one thing that they have for the 3 mummies that they had. Remember the 3 from the Ptolemaic period? 2 of them was J and 1 of them was E.
Yeah.
It's a forensic science PCA. I forgot the company, but they use that to give you an idea or postulate what certain individuals look like.
No, I get that. I'm sorry. I was wondering, like, is there a book I can find it in, like an article? Is it a type of, you know, science I can Google?
Yeah,
you know?
you could type up, you could type up three Egyptian mummies reconstructed, and it'll lead you to the source of the forensic company that did that. You can also type up the one they did for Nazlat Carter, who they reconstructed Nazlat Carter, the 33,000-year-old Egyptian skull reconstruction.
Okay. All right. My bad. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Yep. So I'm just trying to tell everybody, y'all got to watch the people that's in here. People want to be vanguards. They want to sit around and say how stupid people are. And this stuff is educational. You know, it's really educational. So, I mean, I don't like that. And I don't like the biasness that goes on. I try not to be biased, regardless of what religion I practice. Just because I'm haplogroup E, I'm not saying I'm some damn Arabian. That's some stupid shit. I'm not saying that E1B1A had nothing to do with pre-Arabia, if it did develop 70,000 years ago. That's very stupid, bro. It doesn't make sense. Arabia didn't even exist at that time. You know, there was no such thing as Arabia 6,000, 8,000 years ago. Not to mention the modern term Saudi Arabia only happened with the royal family in 1936. The shit was called Hijaz and Najaz at one time. Stupid motherfuckers. Like, people just dumb. Wallahi, stupid, bro.
Why do people say that the Middle East is an extension of Africa? Can anybody speak on that?
Now, we can talk about the Arabian Post or the Arabian Standstill. The Arabian Peninsula and the Levant could be classified as Greater Africa, especially with human beings exiting out of Africa through North Africa, because they just put out an article, I think 2 weeks ago, that showed that humans crossed through the Sinai area. Instead of humans crossing through Ethiopia, they saying humans crossed through Egypt or North Sudan 84,000 years ago. So and it's another article based off called the Arabian Standstill or the Arabian Post. And it's saying that how Arabia could be classified, the western part of Arabia and the Levant could be classified as Greater Africa. Now, when it comes to plate tectonics, Africa and the Levant sits on something called the African-Syrian Rift. It's called the Kissing Gap, where they kind of bridge between the Gaza Strip. So Israel, even though it's outside of the plate tectonic of Africa, it still sits it on through that Gaza Strip, which makes it a transcontinental country, just like Egypt could be classified as a transcontinental country based off that small portion, which is the Gaza Strip, that leads you into the Levant. Remember, Egypt is only 300 some miles away from Israel compared to what it would be to Nigeria. So I just want to get that out the way. And populations that exist in Upper Paleolithic Levant are totally different than the Bronze Age people that came in, or the Copper, or in the Copper period when they start to come in. Those people are totally different. So the people that you see now are mainly remnants of people that comes in the Bronze Age in the Levant area.
What are you talking about? Maybe 3,000 years ago or something?
6,500 years ago, 5,500 years ago, you have the Copper period when they started to deal with copper, called the Chalcolithic period. And the
okay, so that's cool. So you saying the people that we see there today, or you ranging them around 6,000 years?
6,000, 5,500.
That's all I've been. That's all I've been.
No, you're not, because you still, no.
You were saying that they've been there forever. We got it on tape, man.
Hold on,
back about maybe a year ago. That's what had me upset. I'm like, what is he talking about?
No. Maybe
I got another question for you.
Hold on. Maybe if you let me talk. Just because the later wave of Eurasians was there, don't mean it was an earlier phase of Eurasians that wasn't there, because there was a signature of Eurasians that back migrated into Africa 23,000 years ago. And mtDNA-U is the remnants of that. And the Ibero-Maurusians, who's distinct from the Natufians, shows that something or a signal from Crown Eurasians, which is distinct from the Natufians, who have more of the basal Eurasian. They were distinct from that layer. They crossed out of that layer because they come from.
I know, right? Watch this.
No,
They
but you're
they trying to figure out.
you're not letting me finish.
Yeah, I know because I already know that
you're
you
not
don't got to
listen,
bog it down with that. I already know. I just want to get your opinion on something real quick. Okay, so we know that DNA didn't come in through the Levant based on time. So where do you suppose it came from?
mtDNA U6 crossed through southern Italy, went through the Gibraltar area, then mixed with the leftover Tyrian people. And
correct. So that's all I'm saying. I'm aware of the whole
Come on,
thing.
man. So I want to go back to Reggie's statement about these Libyans. And Reggie got a point about the Libyans because some of those people that's classified as Libyans or Tamahu, whatever, because you had different groups of people there, they already had the Anatolian farmer DNA. And that's why a lot of the Libyans are depicted the way they're depicted. They already had that signature that crossed through Gibraltar 7,000 years ago, drifted in through Morocco, went through the Sahara, went west. They're related to something called the caudal culture or the caudal culture that you find. And you can find certain remnants of their pottery drifting before they go through west and cross through Libya. So they already had a stronger Anatolian farmer signature there. So some of this Anatolian farmer DNA was already in the Sahara. People not understanding that. It was already in the Sahara. Not saying that it was no Aboriginal people there, but it was a lot going on in the Sahara before you even have the inception of Egypt. So that's all I'm saying, bro.
See, where I'm gonna push back is because they don't find that DNA in the Levant into a certain time frame.
Okay.
But if you're gonna say that you're gonna give it a 23,000 marker.
Okay.
And Albert, I mean, what is that?
So I'm gonna answer your question.
Hold on, I'm just gonna say you do know that unless you're gonna say it was a land bridge, I would say that it's less likely a chance for a significant amount of DNA to come in that way if it ain't coming through land by sea. So you're talking about something very minimal because you're not talking about them walking in with the DNA. You're talking about them possibly coming in through sea, right?
So in the South, I'm gonna give you a good understanding. A lot of the meat and bridge and smash, y'all them people smash read earlier about them farmers. People got to pay very close attention. A lot of those Natufian-like populations from the Levant went through East Africa a long time ago. A lot of the meat and bridge for mixing before you even go into Egypt, because the Delta was damn near dry at one time. We're not talking about that. But between Upper Egypt and a lot of the Delta and Northern Sudan, a lot of the intermixing starts in North Sudan anyway. The populations in East Africa already had layers of populations that drifted back in. If I ask you a question, if you look at the Somali Y chromosome, you look at a Horner Y chromosome, I'm just basing this off haplogroups, which is sex chromosomes, right? It tells a deep ancestral lineage of where their male lines come from. These niggas got Y chromosomes that come from Paleolithic Egyptian type niggas. They're EM78 in the form of EB32 after EB12. EB12 that comes out of EM78 gave rise to EB32. So guess what that means? These Somali, before they become Somali, before they have these different ethnic groups, I'm talking about Cushitic people, period, pastoralist groups. They got a signature for something that came from ancient North Africa. Some of it was already in the Levant. You start to find the trade with populations in later Arabian complexes areas, crossing back in, going through the Horn, especially when the Chalcolithic period come in. A lot of the indigenous populations around 6,500 years ago, they were already going in and out of Egypt and back and forth through the Horn, through Arabia for a very long time. So what I'm trying to say is you got to be very careful with timing and following this phylogenetic tree. The modern Egyptians, who are highly EM7H still paternally, North African, have the same Y chromosomes as Somali type people. Why is that?
Wait. Okay, say that again.
Modern Egyptian men today, I'm just talking about today, because most of their foreign DNA is from their mitochondria side, the women. But modern Egyptians, at a high percentage, still have the same Y chromosome that's similar to Horners or pastoralist groups. They have EM78. EM78 is an indigenous Northeast African marker. It's indigenous Northeast African.
Wait. I got that, right? Now, this not the time, Ngozi, right? I was hoping that when you was doing your presentation the other day, that you was going to take back science. You was going to say, I am that science dude. I
am that science dude. I am.
Yeah, no, but I thought that, so you ended up with a debate with Jabari, right? I was kind of concerned with that, right? Because that's not taking science back, debating our brother Jabari, right? taking back science is because that's not going to be really a scientific debate, except for you are going to debate him on what?
I think they said he wanted me to debate him on Egypt or the origins of the Egyptians or something like that.
Right, and
Zion said he'd debate me as well. I know Zion said he called in and said he'd debate me as well.
Yeah, but you and I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with any of the debates, but I do have a problem with a little bit of problem with the Jabari debate. You are going to debate that what you just said now, right? That the most of the North African Egyptians, right? That they have always been there, right? That they are the people that built the pyramids.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a problem with you.
Hold on, real quick. Oh no, they can't hear me. Hold on, before you discuss your problem, I gotta give a shout out to Christopher. Thank you for the Cash App. You the man. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, and matter of fact, we should pause for a Cash App break for Smash, because I'm on the show with Smash. He got the heavyweights. He got Ngozi here.
We ain't got to pause for the break, but they can see it right now. Y'all keep building because y'all in the middle of a good build. I just had to give my man this prop. Go ahead.
Y'all can throw a cash up to Amir Bob 007.
Oh yeah. Say that. If you got the image, let them know. Say it again.
Yeah. Amir Bah 007. AMIRBAH 007. I'm just saying if y'all want to.
No, it's like this. All my people, some of y'all be feeling what Gozy's saying. The way to let him know, hit him off with the Cash App. He said Amir Bah BAH.
Yeah, 007.
007. Word up.
Yeah.
But I'm listening. Yes, sir.
Let me, because I've listened to Chris Everett's work, right? And the way he explains it is, okay, I get that people have always been living in the country of Egypt. When we're talking about the ethnicity, the ethnic group, that he's saying that that ethnic group, right, basically started in and around the Horn of Africa and spread to North Africa. Do you disagree with that?
Let me explain that. Hold on, can I explain it? Do you mind if I explain it? So, around northern Eritrea, the Kormarusian culture is who inserted the EM35 marker there. So it does start through the Eritrean area, through North Sudan and Upper Egypt. This is where you fill out to find EM35. The mutation after EM35 shapes into a specific clay called EB65, which forms into later EM78 in between upper.
Wait, I'm sorry for cutting you off, bro. I just want to know, because I'm not familiar with any of this genetic stuff. I don't know how long does it take for a haplogroup to form? You know what I mean? Like,
it depends on the surrounding pressures and time and adaptation.
Wow, okay.
So when you find first of all, EM35 or E1B1B, and I don't want to take a Reggie's time.
Use E1B1. Yeah, use those are better. Those new terminologies kind of. Use the E1B1A and E1B1B if you could.
Okay, I'm gonna let Reggie go.
Let me just do this.
Isaiah, thanks for the Cash App. Isaiah, thanks for the Cash App. We'll keep going.
Okay, so my good brother, what's his name? I just want to make sure I got your name. You're on the stream. I just got to get the stream up. So don't put me on the big screen because I want to see everybody else.
Yeah, I don't see nothing. Yeah, okay, bam.
Okay, so my brother Dibes.
Sorry, my real name is Josh. You can just call me Josh.
Okay, so Josh, you have an opportunity to email to tickle Ngozi's feathers and send him a little Cash App with your email, and you could Ngozi can talk to you in private.
No, not in private, but it do work. It ain't mandated, but yeah, it do help. What's the Cash App again, Ngozi?
Amir Bah 007. AMIRBAH 007.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't want to take away from the.
No, it's fine. I'm just saying that you have an opportunity to Cash App our brother Ngozi, give him a little something to tickle, right? He might be able to pick out some time for you, and he can give you that Ngozi juice, right? He can give you all that, or get all your questions answered. Sometimes y'all have that opportunity to do that, right? So you can get it all. You ain't got to get some.
because on this show we got a lot of different topics. But I'm in the gunfight. I'm in gunfight with Goldie.
I'm right there with you, Reggie.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, bro. My bad.
What you saying, Reggie? Go ahead.
Yeah. So even though we know that there was a lot of invasions from the Caliphites from 640 on into Egypt with all these Arabs, as you call them. And then there was the other groups, the Marmadukes or whatever they are, the Momoks or whatever they are, right? Mm-hmm. And prior to that, it was the Greeks. Mm-hmm. It was the Romans, right? Mm-hmm. There's even some Persians, some Assyrians, right? Mm-hmm. There's some Libyans, because Shawshank is from Meshwesh, right? Mm-hmm. You're going to say all of these, you're going to disregard all of those groups, and you're gonna test who to say who was a pyramid builder.
So let's explain this, if you allow me to. The elites, when Arabs came in 6, okay, you like the term Arab. Oh, okay.
Goddamn right.
Me too, Reggie.
but to the audience that's Arab, and that's
I don't care about them.
Okay, but
hold on, don't go there, Reggie. That's not the nature of the show. Anybody should feel cool to watch, though, but don't do my followers and viewers like that. Like, but look,
that's fine. Did you get any cash out from them?
All right, now hit me off. They're gonna hit me off with $1 million right now in the cash out. Hold on. Hey, I need one of y'all with the oil money right now to break me off a meal ticket, because I'm defending you for Reggie. You know you got quadrillions.
Yeah, you out of Google. Check this out. Ngozie's already flipped, right? He's already flipped for y'all. Y'all can Google Smash, and Smash may lay off for a little while, but you're not gonna get it for free, right? You're not gonna get it for free. So you can Google our brother Smash. I don't see your cash app there, Smash.
Well, I just put it up for the people. I was having fun. This is just having fun, y'all. But if one of my Arab homies want to send me $1 million real quick, go right ahead. You in Dubai just chilling.
So when the Arabs, when they come in 641 AD, they're mainly taking over the elite population. They're not even really mixing and mingling with the overall population. It's the elites that's being pushed back, even before the Arabs.
Stop.
Hold on. I'm almost finished. They hold on. I just want to say this, Reggie. I'm going to get into before them. They were already going backwards and forth with Romans, right? But it didn't really overall affect the general population. Not to mention. Go ahead.
What?
It didn't.
You stop.
It didn't.
Now you.
Man, you out of control.
You out of control. Bro.
I'm trying to explain.
These dudes are dicking down. They come in as an army, and they're dicking down everything that moves.
Listen.
Right? Corpses and all that.
All right, man.
They're dicking down women.
Man, where you going with this? Where are you going with this?
Yeah,
this is what I call stream fatigue. This is stream fatigue.
Hey,
no, this ain't no. I'm on my shit because we can go. It's all right in that religion to dick down.
Man, what is you doing,
don't do that.
Bro?
Don't do
what is you doing right
now?
Yo, I'm about to turn y'all down for a minute and give a disclaimer. This ain't how we get down on this show. They can't hear y'all right now. They only can hear me. Look, I'm just saying, we could bang on our information and represent your shit, be proud of your culture, but I don't think we should throw ad hominems at people culture like that. I'm turning y'all back up. I'm turning you back up.
Can I go and find
Hey, no, we not on that. Come on, Reggie. It's not a religious argument.
I can go and find a hadith.
Hold up.
But let me ask you, Reggie. I'm just asking you as a brother right now. What are you getting? You saying it's relevant, but being this the way you trying to be,
I'm not for that.
Yeah, like why you trying to be like that?
You can say it in a better way.
I'm trying to say this. It's a recent studies, right? 2015. Modern Egyptians are not Arabs genetically. The genetics is already out there. What I'm trying to say is based off the data that's presented.
Hold up, you said modern Egyptians.
Type it. Yes, type it up.
Okay, so what are they?
They're Egypt. Maybe if you listen and let me finish, you can get what I'm saying. Based off this data that's presented, the Arabs did not have enough. They did not dominate the country enough. They did culturally and ethnically, but they didn't dominate the country enough genetically to overall destroy or get rid of the indigenous populations. The population there is still highly North African. If you look, you can type this up right now. Reggie, you
Man,
can
it said they were 60% Arab. What are you talking about?
No, it didn't say that. You're looking
Oh my God.
Hey, hold on.
Man, you need to stop it. These people are 70% European genetically. What are you saying?
That's not Arab, bro. You just said something totally different. You see what I'm saying? Like the games.
So you saying so now you're going to parse out the difference between an Arab and a European.
There's a difference, but let me just say this: if you let
what
me,
is that?
There's a difference in that mutate. They're not the same type of Eurasian. That's like me saying a Senegalese man is the same thing as a person.
That, bro.
Man, you messing up, James. You know it's
no, because he can't do that.
No,
that's why
you
they
messing
put them
up.
off
I'm
in
just
that
playing
class.
referee. You trying to get the followers to even people listening to think ain't no difference between Arabs and Europeans.
No, you have, but it's a very small difference. They are more related to each other than to.
Hey, bro, why you won't let me finish, man?
Because
there's a difference between a Senegalese and a Southern Sudanese person. Even though they share the same skin tone, they're not genetically the same. A Southern Sudanese is not the same thing as a Wolof man, even though they share the same skin tone. So I don't know what you on, bro, with that.
So you saying all the way across?
What I'm trying to say is type up this article right now. You can do this for everybody. Type up modern Egyptians are not genetically Arab. When you look that up, you can see what I'm talking about. The Arabs did not have enough. They did not penetrate the country enough to affect the overall population.
Right. I agree, but the Arabs weren't the only people to invade.
Okay. So let's get into the other layers.
But
before you start that,
yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say I'm not the. Anyway, I'll just say I've heard actual Egyptologists say that the demographic has changed over time.
Yes.
So
culturally.
No, the demographic, like not culturally either. He's talking about because of the and I can get the peer-reviewed work, but I'm just saying this is going against something I've heard, but
let me just say this. Culturally, modern Egyptians are Arab. Culturally, and they're part of the Arab League. But what I'm saying is their genetics is mainly indigenous to that portion of Africa. You have to understand something about Egypt. There has been a lot of welcoming signatures since the inception of the country. So what I'm saying is that the further you go back, based off the studies that's coming out in a few months, the further you go back, the Egyptians appear to be closer to Natufians, Natufian-like. Why is that? Because the signal that the Natufians had came from an indigenous North African population from that portion of Africa called the Mushabians. Around 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, you had populations coming from the Lesser Caucasus migrating into those areas. And this is when you start to see the shift, when most of the genetic signatures, especially in the Middle Kingdom Egyptians, are closer to Coptic Egyptians. Coptic Egyptians are highly indigenous. And the Middle Kingdom is very closer to the Coptic. The older kingdom closer to the Natufian. Now the Natufian is already a two. So what I'm trying to say, I'm not caught up in color about what color they were. I'm just trying to show you guys different directions that these people come from to create this beautiful civilization. When you know about North Sudan, a lot of that makes you start back there in North Sudan. It was different ethnic groups in Sudan, different groups of people in Sudan. It wasn't never homogenous in North Sudan.
Okay, so I want to get back to something. So first, to my righteous Muslims, right, who love the faith, who practice their faith, I apologize. But I'm not going to apologize when it comes to history. If y'all want me to pull up a hadith on any of the things that I say, I'll go and find one. So don't play with me. Don't effing play with me, right? Don't play with me about the invasion of Arabs to Africa. I'm not talking about people who love the faith, who appreciate the faith. I'm talking about the slave trade, the jihad, this dragging of Africans to the Caliph in Cairo, right, and to Mecca. I'm talking about the Ottomans. I'm talking about all of that, right? So now, if you want to play with me, one thing is your beautiful book. That's your book.
So
but getting back, okay, so Ngozi, I'm back on the street fight. I'm back on the street fight. The good, the bad, the ugly. Look, even with all of those populations, they came into Africa and they did not leave. Now, what populations what populations are you talking about? Because those in Aswan, those in the lower parts, right? That is also where Egypt was founded in Abdu, right? Abydos, right? Those groups of people from there down, they don't reflect. They don't reflect Cairo, right? They don't reflect Cairo. So when you're saying that these people, and first of all, genomes don't build pyramids. Genomes, I'm almost finished. Genomes don't do that, right? They are signatures of human beings. What we're really talking about is the ethnicity. The ethnicity of the Arab is not the pyramid builders, right?
Okay.
I'm talking about, so if you're talking about something that's in our bloodstream that allows you to claim that you are a pyramid builder, are you saying that to me?
So let me explain what I'm trying to say so the audience can also hear. If I was to use a modern population that's closer to the ancient Egyptian pyramid builders, it would be a group of people called the Saadi, Saadi, or the Fellahin group of people that are really like farmers in that area, or the people of Gurna, Gurna, or the people that you find in Luxor who are highly Saadi, Saddi. You also have some layers of the populations of people from Aswan. Got to be careful with Aswan, even though it's Upper Egypt. There has been a later introduction of populations from Sudan that just recently got there. One phase in the 60s, they just opened up the gates for more of them to come there. But you also have an ancient layer that's been there for a very long time in that cap. But most of the population, if we can use as an example of the indigenous people.
You just separate? No. You can't do that to me. Did you just?
What's that? What's the problem?
You said there's a later population that came. You're saying that you're saying that later population that didn't come wasn't the population? No. You didn't just do that.
I have to do that. But you know why I have to do that? Because a person may think, because when they look at these pictures of some of our brothers and sisters or cousins, in the sense of being African distant cousins, or these people in Aswan, you're gonna think like, oh, these are the indigenous overall inhabitants of that portion. And some of those layers has a two-way split. The later Dinka-like signal that was introduced from modern populations from Sudan, and some of them even have some signals of their DNA from the population that was. I'm almost finished. They also have some layers of some sub-Saharan Western Central Congoid-like ancestry that was brought there through the Arab slave trade that you just brought up, that it got absorbed in some of the populations that in certain layers. So what I'm saying is we can't use a lot of the modern day Sudan or Sudanese people in some, even though they're mainly Nilotic, but they have more of a later Arab integration. But you also find other little layers and traces based off certain things that happen in that area. We're talking about a long range of time from 4,000 years to the year 2023. It's a lot of things that happen over there. So you have to be very cautious and careful with Aswan. You have to, because everybody there is not remnants of the ancient population that started there or was there. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay, so now that goes with all the places in the Nile Valley. And then people left the Nile Valley to run from the Arabs, right? Because of the slave trade. Are you saying to me that the slave trade, right, did not have any ramifications to the darker populations in the Nile Valley?
The Arab slave trade of the Arabs. What I'm trying to tell you is that the Arab slave trade did not. The slave introduction only increased, right? Like, for example, how can I explain? I'm trying to explain this, bro, without anybody getting, agitated. There's an 8% increase of sub-Saharan DNA in modern life, even if it's lighter Egyptians. Modern Egyptians have a 8% increase of sub-Saharan African DNA based off the slave trade, because they did bring slaves there. the later sub-Saharan component. It increased in
Did
them.
they
Even the
enslave
lightest
the
Egyptian
darker
may have.
ancient? Did they enslave the darker Egyptians? The last time I checked in
No.
Goji,
I'm trying to. They persecuted Coptics, indigenous Coptics who had to run away to Sudan, like the Sudanese Coptics. They also they affected a lot of people. But what I'm trying to say is, when the Arabs came into Egypt, they delineated Mizraim, which is what they classified Egypt, from Bilal, Sudan, the black population of the country Sudan. There was
so
already
they
a
can
distinction
enslave them.
delineation when they came there.
So they can enslave them.
Arabs took slaves from everywhere. They took
Did it
people
change
from
the
the
color?
Caucasus. They took slaves from everywhere.
Did it change the
No, it did
color?
not change the color.
Man, they took
Listen,
slaves primarily. They could
Valley.
enslave anybody who wasn't Muslim, but they made their playground right of
It's
Africa.
called the Arab conquest, man.
Yeah, but listen though, but I'm trying to say the Arab skin color was already similar to the Egyptian skin color. That's the thing people not understanding. These are not Nordic or blonde type groups. They already had the swarthy brown skin, especially those coming from Yemen. When those caliphates was coming from Yemen,
So I
they were
don't
already
disagree
close
with
in
that though.
mythology to
I
people
wouldn't
in Egypt.
disagree with that too, because the Arabs took it last. Like we gotta remember when the Arabs came in, they didn't just see all dark black people. This is why they called the Sudan the land of the blacks. Because when the Arabs came in, who did they take it from? They took it from the Romans. So what you think the armies they was fighting against looked like? They looked like Romans. And then the Romans took it from the Greeks. So we got to see this truth to what Gozi's saying, but we just arriving at what you're saying by different conclusions. I see what you're saying. Now, when we keep going back, let's say before the Libyans took it, what did they look like then? You see what I'm saying?
So when we go before remember, the Nubians took it from the Kushites, and the Meroitic speakers took it from the Libyans in the 25th dynasty.
Yeah, I said let's go back before them Libyans. Then we're going to be dealing with more of an indigenous population. But hold on, real quick, Reggie. Reggie, you got to care about it because when we go back to the dynasty before the Libyans, we dealing with Ramses III. This is what I'm trying to say.
So now I'm going to get there. Now, you know about the Battle of Megiddo, right, Brother Smash?
Yes, sir.
And people don't like to talk about the Battle of Megiddo. How many people did Thutmose bring back into there in the Battle of Megiddo from the Middle East? Those Matanis and different types of people.
Someone can Google it, but out of my memory, it was 87,000. That could be an incorrect number, but someone. Now we're about to Google it. Go ahead. I think it was like 87,000. Go ahead.
So, and then when you look at the recent discovery of Queen T, and that's not an afro, that's a crown on her head, but some people might think different. But anyway, look at the DNA of the Armana dynasty, Y chromosome R, mtDNA K, highly Eurasian. These people have been
Man, see, there you go. They found that mummy slung in a corner. And it wasn't.
He making some. But hold on. Before you cut him off, and before you cut him off, you got to listen to the points he's making. That was a valid point. Thutmose did bring back a lot of Canaanite captives after that war. But let's continue.
So what I'm trying to say is, by the time the 18th dynasty come, the person that's responsible for the 18th dynasty, we know about Amos. Amos got the victory from the Hyksos and and his wife Nefertari, right? But down the line, the lineage starts before Amenhotep III. I think it's Thutmose the first. This person is not from the same line as Amos, who conquered Egypt in the 18th dynasty. I mean, in that beginning phase of the 18th dynasty. The Hyksos, they didn't come in as like people thought they did. They only dominated in the 15th dynasty. They came in peacefully in the 12th dynasty. And their signatures are already similar, but they dominated and they brought chariots that they received from people near the Black Sea and used that and dominated politically and in force over indigenous Egyptians. Almost conquered them. Boom. Go ahead.
No, keep going. I thought I had the number. I had the number.
You know Kamos.
Yeah, we're not talking
and his brother.
I got
brother Ngozi, you know I love you.
So
you know you're my brother, and you know I love you, right? But let's just get back to this whole thing about you saying the modern Egyptians or the pyramid builders. right?
All right, hold on.
Yeah.
I gotta fix what I said about that 87,000 number. It does. I just gotta fix it down because it's tearing me up. It probably say something like that, but right now, as I'm checking it, they said a source was a lot smaller. But go right ahead. I'm gonna keep trying to Google it. And Reggie, please continue. Sorry about that.
Right. I care about the period of the, there are lots of changes in the North Africa, right? So you have Libyan groups, fine. You have the Persian groups, fine. You have the Greeks groups, fine. You have the Romans groups, fine. You have the Muammar groups, fine, right? All of these groups are coming in Africa. They ain't leaving. They love it, right? Okay. And then of course, you have the Arab groups coming in, right? And they love it. Now, what groups of people are you saying, or you're comparing to say that they are the original Egyptians? Because the way Hamas is doing, the way the Hamas is doing is the sub-Saharan gate is closed. But y'all rock with that. Y'all rock with that. Y'all don't fight that. Y'all don't sign a petition.
So wait a minute. What is this turning into right now? Like, I mean,
I don't know what Reggie
I'm with you, Reggie, on that. I'm with you. No, I don't think I'm out of line with what you're saying.
No,
but I'm trying to see what we. Because first I'm gonna apologize to Maria Gatto that I let this video go on for so long, and I'm gonna take her name out the beginning. You see what I'm saying? Because we all are talking about some stuff that is political now that don't even got nothing to do with the text.
Yeah, I don't want to talk. I don't want the recent affairs, but I'm just saying to use a people, as if I could use as a proxy, that's close to the indigenous people that built the pyramids would be the modern day Saadi, the people that you find in Luxor. Those people are closer to the population. Not to mention back then, 3,000. Hold on.
You made that completely up.
No, hold on.
You would not be able to present a source on that, but you just made that up, though.
Let me finish. I just want to say this before you get me and attack me. Listen, they wore less clothes back then. They didn't have. No, I'm just keeping it real. And Uncle always said they didn't have air conditioners, humidifier. They didn't have that, so they were more prone to ultraviolet radiation. So if you take a Saudi man, and the average Saudi person probably range from my color, some of them can be a little lighter, some of them can be a little darker, and take that and put them in the area 3,000. What do you think you're gonna get?
Well, you just made that up. I'm about to open up some schoolwork. I'm about to open up some homework. You made that up. Go ahead.
No. I never.
Man,
I
can't even share my screen. I don't know what's going on.
Maybe that's the way I got it. Let me see. Let me back up.
I want y'all to get the article though.
No, I gotta open this
Smash,
up.
could you get the article and let your Smash, before you go, could you get the article and let your AI read it? And it's called "Modern Egyptians Are Not Genetically Arabs."
All right.
It's a scientific article.
No, I kind of I need to learn more about genetics to understand why I even arrive at certain suspicions about that. And how I need to learn how they make certain distinctions, because how did they even in the first place say who was who in the first place? That's what I'm trying to. I need to go back and figure out how the genome was mapped so I can give more appropriate dialogue. I'll spend a month or two on that. It might take longer, but
you can just look at them. How can you tell the difference between? I want to ask Ngozi. How can you tell the difference between them and Arabs? How can you do that?
You can look at their nose. You can look at their lip structure. No. I mean, you're
man,
laughing.
Hold
on. You won't even let me finish.
See, James, let him finish. But just let me help before y'all back and forth with James. The traditional Arab in Saudi Arabia is not going to have that admixture from the Greeks, the Romans, and all this stuff, which now consists of the contingency of the Egyptians. If some people took over at 330, never left, they mixed in with the indigenous population and it affected it a little. When the Romans came in, people mixed in and became Egyptians. Now we thousands of years later. So you got to know that the people called the modern Egyptians now going to have a little bit different DNA consistency from the Arab. And that ain't probably what Ngozi was going to say, but I'm saying it from just knowing from that perspective.
Well, respectfully, my brother, you got to really just check this out.
I want y'all to read, James, I want you to read the article
of that area from just recently is the 1940s.
Hey, John,
it wasn't nobody over there, bro.
Okay, listen, I want y'all to say this, and I'm a slag. I'm so caught up in this. I supposed to have been gone, but listen, I'm gonna just say this. When you get the AI to read the article, bring that out. But I'm gonna say this: the term Arabia is fairly new, and it only was shaped in 1938 from the royal family. It didn't exist 200 to 400 years ago. It was called Hijaz and Najaz. So what I'm trying to say is a
So what does that
population
mean?
of people that came in.
Probably
Okay, but what I'm trying.
Najaz?
Yeah, it was called Hijaz and Najaz. The Najaz border is the eastern parts of Arabia. The Hijaz border is the western parts of Arabia. It wasn't called that until recently, just like Israel was created in 1940.
Yeah,
So we
they
have to be
gapped
very
up that stuff
cautious.
too. Yeah, they just
But
gapped all that up, Palestine and all of that.
Yeah, but
the
what I'm trying to say
the Jordan king and the Palestinian king that land was given to them by Great Britain. That's why they're fighting right now.
But what I'm trying to say is this: when you look up that article, you guys will get a good understanding of what I'm trying to say.
And the pyramid builders are who? Who again? What were those people called?
The closest people to them are the Saadi, Saadi, Saadi tribes, clans. They're farmers. They live in villages.
And they were from. Based that on, Ngozi?
They were from.
Based off the DNA that's presented. If you get into the DNA, modern Egyptians are highly the indigenous population that's been there.
Man, I would say, Smash, see if you could click that link right there, man.
What link?
This is crazy.
Yeah, I want you to read the article.
But I got my family just got here, and I did a long ass stream, so I'm gonna close this down pretty quick. Because it's after 5 hours. A lot of people gave a lot of support to the stream. I appreciate y'all.
Yeah,
y'all got this is the closing words. So if you want to start with the closing words, go right ahead.
No, I'm gonna let y'all beat me up. I did my thing, and then in the future, the sources is there. Y'all got my number if y'all want it. But I'm just saying, hey, it is what it is. I'm just here to say
that. You moved from North Africans to only now a small population. So I take that as a big change, because you're now a little bit more narrow to particular groups that you think survived, right? That may have been the pyramid builders, right? But prior it was more general.
What I'm trying, you asked me. You asked me if somebody asked the question, who would I say that did it? That's close, and I said who it was. I said the Saadi people.
No, you did that, and I'm commenting. I'm commenting on that because you before was saying that the Egyptians that are the modern Egyptians that are there now, or the pyramid builders.
Most of the people that's there are either offshoots of Saadi or the Felahim. That's and they're only one ethnic group. It's no clans like you have in Somalia or different parts. They just one. They're all Egyptian, but mainly they're either Felahim or Saadi, and you have the Gurna people and other groups of little groups. But they're mainly one ethnic group. So an Egyptian is an Egyptian. It doesn't matter what method of farming that they use, whether they're Felahim or Saadi.
Some of Egypt was in Nubia, right? The region Nubia, right? Egypt was in that, right?
Yeah, Egypt. Yeah, they took it. They made some of Nubia part of their borders.
And that the culture, that the material culture, they can always find the Nubian culture in Egypt, but they can't find Egypt culture in Nubia.
That's not true. That's not true because they got Nubian burial.
We just had that. We just had that on the screen today by the expert Maria.
I heard him earlier, but with Brother Smash, they found the burial in ancient Nubia that showed that it was a cultural exchange, because what she was saying was there was always a Nubian element there. You see this? You got to pay attention. She said,
that's what I said. Yeah.
Hold on. Listen, she said element, a component, meaning a piece of it. But what was the rest of the elements? You just focusing on that one element. What about the rest of the elements?
Yeah, that's true. Thank you. Anybody else want to get? Because I'm just not trying to rush you, Gozi. I'm just trying to rush everybody so I can get to this food. Anybody else want to get a final word?
To go and eat. We can fight this battle another time. We made some headway, right? Pan-African Games.
Yeah, I think so. I'm just over here reading the genetic history of Egypt. So I'm over here.
I hope you read it, and it's gonna hurt you.
I already read it before. I just want to find the parse out the parts that I need to parse out. But
you want the parts that you feel is comfortable. You want the parts that make you feel comfortable.
No, I'm just saying it's not corroborating what you're saying, but we'll deal with it later.
My final words is that people like Raton and all these other people, what we're dealing with is the civilization of ancient Egypt. We're not dealing with bloodlines. You religious people, y'all deal with bloodlines. We don't deal with bloodlines. We're talking about the technology. We're talking about the culture. We're talking about the language. We're talking about the burial practices. We're talking about what we know about how they identify with principles and gods, right? We're talking about that culture. That culture is not an Arab culture, right? That culture came in, and that Arab culture came in and stopped the Meta from being written. That culture came in and enslaved the Nubians, the Bach Treaty, right? So we know that what that culture did, that external culture, the internal culture, DNA and genomes ain't got no daggone legs, they ain't got no arms, they ain't got no brain. It's just blood. But when we're talking about how that technology, how that civilization spanned out, right, to the rest of Africa in a radius, right, and help the rest of Africa. So you ain't got to be a bloodline ancient Egyptian, you nuts. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about that civilization was one of the important civilizations of Africa, not of the Middle East, not of the Levant, not of the Arabs. That civilization had nothing to do with no Natufians, no Abraham, no, none of that. That civilization spanned, and those civilizations were able to borrow from it so that you had golden ages. That's what a civilization is. So if the civilization spanned to Chad and to Niger, and then from Nubia crossed over to West Africa through the tributaries, we're talking about a continuity of African culture. You people like to talk about bloodlines and some and royal families and BS stuff like that. That's not what we are talking about. We're talking about civilization. And so when we start talking about civilization, you people want to talk about it based on color, skin color, and things like that, right? When it was skin color that got people enslaved. Those are my final words, right? And if y'all want to talk about some of the other stuff that I was talking about earlier, we can do so. I got a good
Go
team.
live. You about to go live?
No, I ain't going live today because there's some debates coming up. There's what do you call it? I'm gonna go live on Dulcinea. I'm gonna expose Dulcinea. I'm gonna go live on her, right? And what happened last night on tomorrow. But today I just want to talk to my good brother Ngozi and try to figure out what groups of people who he is talking about. And today he gave us some information that we didn't know before. So with that said, I am going to remove myself.
Well, thank you.
Y'all so
Thank
much.
you, Reggie.
Hate me or love me.
Peace, peace. I'm closing this down, but I'm about to play for the audience. By the AI reading it, Maria Gatto's closing words on those documents, and I want you to hear what she says that's relevant to what everybody just tried to present. All right, if you want to go read the document for yourself, you're going to go get cultural entanglement at the dawn of pre-civilization. Okay, thank y'all. Thank y'all again, but I need to give my family its respect as they just came through the door. So it's about to go down like that. But listen, this is the most important part of the show. Listen to her conclusions and see if they line up with who was saying. All right, peace.
The distinction between an Egyptian and a Nubian identity is something connected to the rise of the Naqada culture in the first half of the 4th millennium BCE. During the previous millennium, such a distinction would have not made sense. As previously stated, the Tarifian, Badarian, and Tazian cultures of Middle and Upper Egypt have strong ties with the Nubian Nilotic pastoral tradition, as can be inferred, for instance, by the very similar pottery, economy, and settlement pattern, and by the latest findings in the deserts surrounding the Egyptian Nile Valley. Gatto, 2011b, 2012a-b, 2013. The creation of the Egyptian identity was instrumental for justifying political power and had as a consequence the creation of the ancient Egyptian concept of duality, Egypt in opposition to the others, which, in a boundary region such as that of the Nile First Cataract, would have been strongly and consistently challenged, particularly during a period of important socio-political changes as the pre-dynastic. The earliest evidence of the Naqada culture, phases IA and IB, comes from the area of Abydos, and from there it moved first south and then north, south of Naqada and down till the Dhaka-Sayala region of Lower Nubia. The earliest evidence is dated to Enek, c. 3700 BCE. Regrettably, archaeological evidence of human settlement during the 5th millennium along the Egyptian Nile Valley is rare and inconsistent, contrary to what is recorded in the deserts. Unless covered by Nile silt, in the region under discussion, the development of a long-term occupation appears to be in concurrence with the southward spread of the Naqada culture. As previously stated, it is highly unlikely that the arrival of Naqada means migration of people from the north, colonization and domination of the local communities. The interaction sphere model helps in interpreting the process as a possible spread of an ideological system based on a shared set of beliefs and practices on both personal and public levels. The Naqada material culture being accessible to many people, as it is suggested by the common finding of Naqada items in villages and cemeteries, has probably functioned as a marker of social group identity. Economic factors were probably a major key point for the Naqada group to include the South into its sphere of interaction, and a super-regional Naqada identity definitely facilitated trade. Power was probably the other key factor. In fact, the ideological system also included religious beliefs and practices that were used by the emerging elites to mobilize exotic items and develop a prestige goods system, which in turn helped justifying their power. Highly ritualized places, such as Kas S1 or Nag el Hamdulab, may have been used as loci for displaying and straightening Naqada ideological power. Even though in the region there is no data available for the 5th millennium, what seems to be the oldest funerary evidence, found at Shalal, is related to the Nubian tradition and likely predates the arrival of Naqada in the region. Certainly, the bulk of the archaeological record from the 4th millennium is related to the Naqada culture, but a small Nubian component is always present in many aspects of the material culture, such as pottery and lithic. However, Nubian-related objects, particularly black-mouthed vessels, are much more common in the funerary sphere than in the domestic one. Giving for granted the Nubian tradition was the one settled in the area before the arrival of the Naqada one, the strong presence of Nubian objects in the graves suggests a willingness by the local population to keep their identity mainly in the funerary symbolic realm. A similar reaction has been noticed in Upper Nubia during the New Kingdom Egyptian colonization and acculturation, when not only Nubian identity markers were present in graves, but they were mainly present in graves of women, St. Smith 2003. Hybrid objects, such as the Naqada red-polished bowls with a milled rim, which is typically a Nubian marker, are recorded in the domestic sphere. Interestingly enough, it is an Egyptian object that is reconceptualized through the addition of the Nubian rim-top decoration to create a material entanglement, as defined by Stockhammer, 2012, 46, 48. There are also elements, such as the animal burials in the human cemeteries, and the great amount of shale-tempered vessels, locally produced, which are neither Egyptians nor Nubians, giving to the local cultural material style uniqueness compared to the two original identities. The ritual sphere is probably the most articulated, because not only relates to group identity, but represents also the rising Egyptian central power ideology. Elements from both traditions show up, and this is clearly visible not only at Kas S1, but also at Elephantine Island with the Satet Temple, but the Egyptian iconography and ideology is clearly in majority. The finding of an exceptional site such as that of Nag el Hamdulab, which essentially has engraved on rock walls sequential scenes representing a royal jubilee, and thus royal power, as it is known in the dynastic period, is of great importance. The location of a site like that at what will become the southern border of the Egyptian state suggests a strong need by the newly established Egyptian elite at the end of the 4th millennium of ideological and political control at its southern border. A control that at the end of the pre-dynastic period will force the human occupation in the region to cluster at Elephantine, where a fortress will be built during Dynasty Worst, and to show in the material culture less and less Nubian markers, although Nubian objects are consistently attested at Elephantine, Railway 2008, as well as is the presence of Nubian people reported from written sources through times. In conclusion, the present study brings to light the existence of what can be defined as a southern variant of the Naqada culture, which is also attested in the western desert around Kurkur and probably in the eastern desert as well. The southern Naqada culture is characterized by the presence of animal burials in the earliest phases, Naqada ICEYAB, multiple human burials and graves shafts covered by stone slabs in the later phases, Nichi-IB, the common use of shale wares in both domestic and funerary contexts. The greater percentage of shale wares compared to Upper Egyptian localities such as Hierakonpolis and Adaima, the consistent occurrence of Nubian elements in the material culture, and the peculiarity of having sacred and ritual spaces in natural settings. This variant is the result of the entanglement of Naqada and Nubian identity elements with the addition of new elements. The different stages at the base of the entanglement process are detected. Identity markers coexists. They are acknowledged by both groups, and by the appropriation and elaboration of specific elements, materially entangled identity forms are created, such as the Naqada red-polished bowls with a Nubian milled rim decoration. The growth of the elite system in Egypt during the 4th millennium created a stronger centralized control, with the need for a more consistent presence of Naqada symbolism, ideology, and iconography on the ground. Thus, a standardization of the local material culture style in favor of Naqada identity markers and the almost disappearance of Nubian markers from the record.
Conclusion.
God, she's doing a good job. Okay, thank y'all for tapping in. All right, let me go do my thing. Thanks for all the contributions. Be back tomorrow. Peace.